Test, test. Testing the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2015 test. 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 Microphone. Test. Test. Welcome to the 2015 test. Microphone. Check 1, 2. Turn it to half and see. Test. Test. Testing the microphone. Test. Testing. 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 Test. Microphone. Test. Test, test, test. There is Wilhelm doing stuff in the leg, and the headphones makes it hard to continue to test. All right, I think we got it.
Test.
Yeah, you came in on here.
Excellent. I wonder how loudly.
Oh, wait, I can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
So if I talk like this, is that fine? Because that's probably the extent of what I'm going to be talking about.
Like, messed up a little bit. Try again.
How about now? I see Carl pointing at us because we're...
Test.
We've got 2.5 minutes till the bout starts.
Test. Yeah, I think you're fine.
I'm going to go with let's hope I'm fine. Well, I mean, I know I'm fine. Hey. But I hope people out there can hear me.
Yeah. Well, yours, you're trying to this one, because that one's like super distorted.
Like this one? This one's better? So just the microphone. It's not me, guys. It's the microphone.
So that one's good. So try the other one. Maybe it's this.
Now let's try this microphone again. This is fun and exciting. I'm playing merry-go-round with microphones. And my lovely coach is trying to figure out how to make me not sound completely ridiculous. So if you're listening out there in the interwebs,
I think it's just that microphone.
oh, it's just my microphone.
Because it's just a little distorted. But
Does it sound any better when I do this?
no,
Not at all.
same thing. What?
The audio was turned down so that it was muted at first.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've been messing with the sound already.
Apparently I'm muffled and it's just the microphone.
What's your email address, Dustin? Bukowski, so BUKOWSKI.joe@gmail.com.
And according to our time clock, we've got less than 30 seconds. I'm seeing the officials. They are getting ready. I see some whiteboards.
These headphones. I mean, you're only going to be hearing yourself.
This is, oh, whoa. I can hear myself now and I am super distorted.
Yeah, there's nothing I can really do about it. I had tried to make it so you're not distorted.
I know. You tried really hard. You were doing like 12 different things on a very small, whatever that is.
Mix board.
Mixed board. Thank you. It's early, guys. I've got my coffee. I promise I'm going to try to get better.
Well, welcome to the 2015 Rolling Along the River Roller Derby weekend. This is Joe Bukowski alongside Loose Change calling the first game of the morning between the Twin City Terrors, the hosts of the event, and the Rock City Riot visiting from Fargo. Loose, how you doing this morning?
I'm awake. I have coffee. I sound horribly distorted, but I am excited to be here.
Well, given the audio problems here, we'll try and continue the testing while looking through the lineups. Taking a look at the Terrors lineup when we get started, we've got Derby Monster, Loose Wheel, David Smashelhoff, Dolph Lensgren, Tucker Smacks, Whiplash, number 3 Tim Chilla, familiar name 308 Carl Marksman, Jam It Dim, 382 is Freight Train, followed by Fire Wally, 42 Egon Strangler, Paul of Duty is number 405. Baron Von Beans, 609, with Smash making his Twin City Terrors debut, a transplant from Harm City, number 64. He's going to be backed up by number 66, Samston, and 67, Lankenstein, with 808, Steve Sweat, and 88, Nader's Gonna Nate, making his I want to say this is his debut as well. A couple rookies sprinkle this lineup, otherwise quite a few vets on the team.
Absolutely. It's bound to be good, you know. There's always some little bit of change here, a little bit of change there, and see how they can adapt to it. So
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing I think you could say consistently with the Twin Cities Terriers when we talk about their lineup is you look at the depth and the leadership. I mean, guys like
Absolutely.
Derby Monster, Freight Train, even Egon Strangler, one of the original Twin City Terriers from 7 years ago. These rookies have really had a chance to develop under the defensive system put in place here by Coach Betsy Rexy.
Yep, she's definitely been a great asset to the team this year, and I'm very excited to see. I think this is actually the first bout that I'm able to watch
Oh, wow.
with her coaching, so I'm super pumped to see what she's implemented and things that have changed.
Absolutely, and Betsy Rexy, the former coach of the Minnesota Roller Girls, who brought them to the World Championships last year with Minnesota, bringing that knowledge in that Minnesota style of defense to the Terrors has seemed to pay dividends as they've matched up pretty well. Even getting beat by larger amounts to teams like Dallas and St. Louis, they still have definitely been able to play within themselves and play their game. And it's been something that's been really interesting to see here in the Twin Cities.
So technically we are 3 minutes past start time, but it doesn't look like we are quite getting underway yet. But so we do have the Rock City Riot up here from Fargo that we are going to be playing. And so with that, we've got Johnson, Erect, See You Hit the Ground, Biff Quick, Austin Plower, Czar Zam.
I think that's sarcasm.
Thank you. Thank you. It's still early.
No worries. No one. This is the bout that nobody's listening to anyway. To quote Bob Uecker.
Oh God, Bob Uecker. Just like flashbacks of me as a child watching. Oh man. We got York, Samwise Slam G, Uber Pawnage, Devastator, Chase McKeister, Booze Traveler at number 4. Booze Traveler. I really like that name. I'm just going to say that right now. Bachmeyer at 68. And then we've got Calcutta. Looks like Skal. I want to say that with a very Norwegian, like Viking.
Absolutely.
Skal.
Absolutely.
The Wretched. Igor. Oh, we have Igor versus Egon. I love that.
Definitely something to look for today is the Igor versus Egon matchup. Speaking of Egon, he's
Dun,
joining
dun.
us in the booth right now.
Well, hello.
Egon, shouldn't you be warming up? Pull out with, you know.
Is real jammer.
I would welcome you back, but I don't think you were here before in the first half.
Welcome back to the second half of action here between the North Star Supernovas and the Sioux City Roller Dames. 77 Supernovas, 72 Dames as we come into the second half.
It was a crazy first half, and some of you saw it. It was back and forth the whole time. A couple times, Sioux City put a little bit of a buffer between the two teams, but the Novas were able to come back and close it. In the last jam of the last half, G. Coli put up 25 points to retake the lead.
And outside of that big jam, the theme of the second half momentum swinging to the Supernovas. We got to look at penalties. Penalties to watch for. Some big names for both teams are sitting at 4 and 5 for Sioux City. Dubs and Mo Payne, who've been very integral in the success of the Dames, both sitting on 4 penalties. Well, Ida Kilder, who was in the jammer rotation quite a bit in the first half, she's sitting at 5.
Yeah, she is. I mean, she had a rough go of it there, but she's the only person from North Star who is having trouble in penalties right now. Whereas for Sioux City, you've got the Annihilatrix, you've got, like you said, Dubs, Mo Payne, and one other skater that I can't see from up here. I'm pretty far away. It looks like it's PBR, actually, all sitting at 4 penalties. So, and they start with their box full. There are 3 blockers sitting and a jammer sitting. Well, three blockers in the box, 2 sitting, 1 standing, and a jammer sitting going into the second half.
It is going to be advantage Supernovas getting started here, and the thing that we look at, as we progress, is with the Dames strategy of keeping these guys out on the track, your PBRs, your Dubs, your Mo Paynes. Yes, it's leading to success right now, but we're also seeing the other end of that, two-sided sword, where now they're all sitting in penalty trouble as we move to the second half. So they're going to have to sit more than they did. We'll see how Sioux City adjusts.
Yeah, I think that the Supernovas did a good job of making this a very physical bout, and when you get a physical bout, everybody's in more, I'm trying to think of the word, I can't think of it, but everyone's more likely to get penalties.
Absolutely, and just by the way they're lining up right now, it looks a bit unorthodox. We've got a 4-on-1, so we're going to call it right now. She Coli gets lead jammer as the Sioux City box. Phil is still full here. Dubs is going to move to the back and try and do what she can to just kind of skate through and keep Coli stuck. She's not going to be able to as PBR is released into that 3-wall. We're now at 3-2 Supernovas to Dames, with Coli coming through on her second pass.
Yeah, it's a great position to be in for a jammer to only have to pass 1 skater to score 5 points. Now you only have to pass 2 skaters to score 5 points. She is stuck up against PBR in the front. She is able to get through. She does pick up all 5.
So we have a 10-point jam with Mo Payne just entering on her initial pass coming out of the penalty box. She's going to get through. So Coli is going to look to get some points here and just kind of wrap it up, keep Mo Payne from scoring any points. She does. It's 91 to 72 with those 4 additional points.
I was going to say, if you add those 2 jams together, She Coli scored 39 points in a little over 3.5 minutes of roller derby.
Absolutely. This has been that sort of game too, where we're not you don't expect to see 39 points in 3.5 minutes, especially with 30-second penalties. But with this game, why wouldn't you expect anything else?
You're completely right. I'm not even going to say that the Supernovas are pulling away yet, because we've seen those big 20-point, 15-point jams from Sioux City already this game, especially with Mo Payne the star on her helmet, which it appears she has right now. This is an official review for Sioux City, so they're going to talk to the official staff about something. You can see the score over in the left hand. You can see it's 91 for Supernovas, 72 for Sioux City. You can't see the time, and it's 28:42 left in this half. If you don't know, the black and red is Sioux City, and the white and green are the Supernovas.
And back to the Roller Revolution jam line, we've got number 99 for the Supernovas going up once again against Mo Payne. Both teams are going to go to their 4-wall. Mo Payne with a nice move to get from the back to the front of the pack very gracefully on the outside. She's going to get lead jammer and look to reduce this deficit here for Sioux City.
Yeah, and up against the front, it's a familiar sight. It is Dubs and PBR holding back whatever the North Star jammer is. This time it's Ida Kilder, while Mo Payne gets around on the outside.
5 big points for Mo Payne, going to eat into that 91-77 now, as we have Mo Payne coming in on her second pass. She's coming up to the Supernova 3-wall. Big collision being met by now a 4-wall for Minnesota North Star as they run into that amoeba defense. Mo Payne trying to get across the outside and is not successful.
Dubs just sat down on her 5th penalty. She hit Jackalope, who is now the jammer. You can't see. She is holding the jammer helmet cover in her hand. The pass was successful. Ida Kilder is now blocking. That is Jackalope pushing against PBR and T Vicious at the front of the pack.
She's got one to beat, and that one is a tough one in PBR. She finally does, and PBR is going to cycle back to try and play offense for Mo Payne. We'll see if Mo can get some more points here. She looks like she may have almost cut the track, so she gets down, gets out of play, and comes back in. And Mo looks gassed. She's going to call it off.
That's 2 points for North Star, 2 points for Mo, but that is 10 total for Sioux City in that jam. It's going to 12 total for Sioux City in that jam. It's going to bring the score to 93 for the Supernovas, 84 for the Roller Dames.
And the theme of the first half stays true with the theme of the second half. Some physical play, especially at the front of the pack by vets like PBR, T Vicious, and Dubs. Really being aggressive, being physical, and making those North Star Jammers work for everything they get.
Yes, and North Star has really been doing a good job of playing together, almost to the point of where I can't think of a blocker of theirs that has the same kind of star power that PBR has, and that's not bad for North Star. I think that's good for North Star. It shows they're all working together as a unit.
Absolutely. The faceless team is usually the successful team, and we'll see if North Star can hold true to that as they lead 93-84 with number 8 for Sioux City. That is Eat Schmidt having lead jam. She's going to come up to a 3-wall here, call it off. It looks like she may have gotten a point or two. We'll see for the score. We'll wait for the score total.
A little bit of discussion between the refs. She does pick up
It looks like 1 point.
It is 25:53 left in this period. It is 93 for the Supernovas, 85 for Sioux City. Penalty box has 2 Roller Dames sitting in it, one of which is Eat Schmidt. She must have picked up a penalty at the end of the jam there. I didn't see what it was, but this will be a power jam.
North Star with the power jam. It's number 44. That is Jackalope, a familiar name. She's going to get through and get lead. And we'll see what the Supernovas do here with PBR and Dubs and the same familiar faces at the front if they try and come up and play some offense to help things for Jackalope.
Jackalope turning around, doing a little spin there in order to disorient Sioux City. It didn't quite work as she had wanted, but she's able to get past one of their skaters and now comes up against the wall of PBR. Kind of like my refrigerator.
So Jackalope's going to pick up some points here. It looks like 4 total. She did manage to get all 4. That will be a big jam. If you weren't able to get all 4 points in that situation, it could lead to a bit of a momentum shift, and you feel good about your defense and the fact you're able to hold. But the fact that you could go out and get 4 points and really build to the lead is going to say something and help build that momentum for the Supernovas going forward.
Yeah, and I think it was a smart call there. You know, Jackalope didn't try to get out and score more points before Eat Schmidt completed her initial pass. She could have, but she knew that there was a risk of a penalty there. That's Mo Payne. She's lead jammer. And out behind her is Shikola.
And so Mo Payne going to try and dig into this 12-point deficit. It's 97 Supernovas, 85 for the Sioux City Roller Dames. Mo Payne going side surfboard here, calling it off. It looks like we got 1 point for the Novas and all 4 for Mo Payne on that side straddle call off. Very impressive on the outside from the veteran.
Real smart, you know, she took a risk there trying to pick up those points without accidentally stepping out of bounds. She did it. She got all 4 of them, and it's not as flashy looking as an apex jump, but it's just as effective.
Absolutely. So back here we've got number 75 for the Supernovas. Gigi Wiz, I'm sorry, that's 15. Gigi Wiz, and then number 18 for Sioux City, once again, can knock you up as Stabby Cat's going to the box.
Canuck Up has really been having some trouble against the Supernova defense. They haven't been jamming her a lot, but you do need to rest Mo Payne. You can't just jam her every other jam all day.
Absolutely. And you're seeing that. You're seeing some fight here from Canuck Up, but it looks like she did get the track cut, so she's going to take a seat, and the Sioux City Roller Dames aren't going to be able to take advantage of this short North Star Supernova pack.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Sioux City has really been having some trouble with jammer penalties at the end of the second half going in, the end of the first half going into this second half. And while their defense is strong and the Supernovas jammers have been struggling with it, you can't score points if your only point scorer isn't on the track.
That is the theme. That is the theme that we're running into quite a bit. Is someone needs to step up for Sioux City and pick up where Mo Payne is left off. They've tried a few things. They tried Canuck You Up, who's trying to stay out of the box. Somebody just needs to be able to hold serve so this Supernova lead doesn't grow. It's 102 Supernovas, 89 Sioux City, with 22 minutes left here at Rolling Along the River in the second bout of the weekend.
Yeah, I think that it is a testament right now to the Supernovas that they're able to have multiple successful jammers. Sioux City is having trouble with that. You were right. Mo Payne has been able to score points, but I can't think of another of their jammers that hasn't been putting up big numbers, and also all of their jammers have been going to the penalty box in the last about 8 minutes of gameplay.
The Supernovas are back, trying to push through. It's Jackalope versus PBR. She's going to get through and get lead as Canuck You Up comes back to that Supernova 4 wall. Nia's tiptoeing around the inside. It looks like she did get called for another cut, and the Supernovas are going to try and bust open this lead with Jackalope on the track already scoring points.
She is able to hop around the outside of PBR's leg. She picks up 5 points on that. Jackalope has good agility and is a little hoppy, so that's helpful when you're having trouble with some of that defense in the front.
And we're going to see her run into that the troublesome defense again. Number 5 making a great play here to try and cycle Jackalope to the back. She's going to call it off. And the Sioux City Roll, for what it's worth, isn't just the PBR show. We're seeing some great play from guys like number 5, T Vicious, Misleading, and Lil Pacifist have been making some great plays to try and contribute to the defense and really take some of that pressure off the veterans of the Sioux City team.
Yeah, and as Dubs has gotten into penalty trouble, I think she's up at 6, either 5 or 6. She's at 6. As Dubs has gotten into penalty trouble, T Vicious and Misleading have really stepped in to take her place, and so they are able to keep the same defense even with not exactly the same lineup.
And that's going to be important as we move to the later stages of the game. If people are starting to foul out or get tired, you're really going to see the dynamic of the game shift. And we may be starting to see that already as Giggity Giggity is going to get through for lead jam completely unopposed by the Sioux City Jammer. She's coming around for points already, and this could be more of that avalanche for the Supernovas as they continue to build their points at 111 to 89.
Yeah, I think, the Supernovas had a rough weekend at Breach Brawl last weekend. They really took a hit on flat track stats, and I think they do want to see a larger differential if they're going to win today than they saw in January, which was just a handful of points. The score right now, if you can't see it, is 115 for the Supernovas, 89 for Sioux City. We have 19 minutes and 41 seconds left on the clock.
Supernovas are going to field Gigi Wiz as the jammer, back to Mo Payne for the Sioux City Roller Dames. Pivoting for the Novas is going to be the vet Shikolai, and they're going to run that amoeba defense that you had talked about earlier, bringing all 4 to the front in a diamond-type formation and try and limit what Mo Payne can do from there.
Yeah, they've really been struggling with stepping out of bounds when they knock Mo Payne out of bounds, but they're doing a good job here of at least slowing her down. She was all the way to turn 2 before she was lead jammer this time.
Gigi Wiz takes a big hit from Dub. She's going to get cycled to the back as Mo Payne's going to try and come through for some points here. It looks like a 4-on-3 pack in favor of the Supernovas. No difference to Mo Payne as she's going to get through hot on the heels of Gigi Wiz. She's going to have her points and try and kill some time to get PBR out of the box.
Yeah, Gigi Wiz did a good job there of using her teammate Tesseract to get through the pack. She is able to force that call off, but she wasn't able to keep from getting laps in that last one, so Sioux City was able to pick up 5 points in that jam. Scoring now is 115 for the Supernovas, 94 for Sioux City with 18 and a half minutes on the board.
And in a game like this, every second counts. When you have PBR sitting in the penalty box with Mo Payne jamming, Mo doing once again the veteran thing that we've seen before from her in this game. We see it again where she kills time off of PBR's penalty before calling it off.
Yeah, they really do have their Sioux City team really is working together well in order to make them the strongest they can be on the track. But the Supernova defense is a very different defense than we saw in January even, because they've been playing a lot of big games this year against a lot of big teams, both their A and B team, and they've really grown as a team. You can see right there as they were recycling each Schmidt to the back of the pack.
Definitely a very physical game for the Supernovas here, and it looks like it hasn't worn them out as much as it has in years past. They are hanging in and actually being the aggressor much more than we've seen this team in prior years.
So it looks like Jackalope wasn't aware that she was lead jammer. She took the jammer cap off, losing that status. That means we're going to go for a full 2 minutes. There's a minute and 15 of that left on the clock. It is Kilroy that has the jammer helmet cover now. She's putting it on, so Kilroy is the jammer for North Star, and there will be no lead jammer this jam.
And we're going to see Eat Schmidt, who got through on a nice spin move, try and come through and get more points here as she enters the back of the pack, which is starting to pick up some speed. And once again, PBR at the front making some nice blocks there on the Supernova jammer, who's able to free herself with some nice timely offensive blocking by the Supernova front wall.
We've got 5 points there called for Eat Schmidt, 4 points called for Kilroy.
This is a bit reminiscent of some old school derby here. The pack is speeding up quite a bit. We've got kitties going on at the front, something we haven't seen in quite some time. Eat Schmidt gets through once again, and she's going to get 4 more points for Sioux City.
There's Kilroy right behind her with the 4 for herself. So
it'll be interesting to see where this jam figures out. If it may be a wash after 2 minutes, that's definitely a win for the Supernovas at this stage of the game.
yeah, but the Supernovas didn't have to give up any points. They didn't, Jackalope didn't realize she was lead. She could have called that jam off right away. She could have kept Eat Schmidt from scoring at all. So the fact that the Supernovas scored 9 in this jam, but Sioux City scored 14, so that's going to put Sioux City up 5 points. So, this was a 5-point and 2-minute mistake by the Supernovas.
And we'll see if Sioux City can continue to capitalize on that mistake and use this to build the momentum. You are right, that difficult to watch. You see that, it's an unfortunate mistake, but in the heat of a game, sometimes that type of play is going to happen. We saw that earlier in the first bout with Freight Train losing the jammer helmet and not realizing that he had lost it and skating around the track. So
yeah, there's a lot going on, especially when you're the jammer, and it's sometimes hard to hear that double whistle versus single whistle of penalties, especially if penalties are happening at the same time, or you're right up at the front of the pack and you don't think you broke out. Because for Jackalope, I don't think that she realized that her hips passed that last line of defense. So when she got recycled to the back, she didn't understand. It looks like that is Ida Kilder. She is fouled out. She's being escorted from the area of play.
Now we're going to start to see the jammer penalties take their toll. There's only one in trouble for for NSRG, and she just fouled out. That was Ida Kilder, but the penalties are mounting for Sioux City. It'll be interesting to see if the floodgates open and we start fouling out left and right here on the other side of the officials board.
I think this is the beginning of the floodgates. That is Dub standing behind Ida Kilder. She also fouled out, so we had 2 on that jam. They're going to hang out for a minute and make sure we don't see any official reviews on them. We haven't yet. 5 seconds is called. So if this jam starts, they'll both be asked to leave the skating area. It is. They have. So each team is down 1 roster player.
Colai to the front of the pack here, the jammer for the Supernovas. She is through in lead, followed by Mo Payne, who's going to get through tiptoeing on the inside line. She is not lead, but she's going to try and limit Colai here as they both come around for a scoring pass.
But for the Supernovas, picking up lead against Mo Payne is a win, though. They've had trouble with that all game. So, even though they only picked up 1 point here, the fact that Mo Payne didn't score at all is one of the larger wins of the second half.
Yes, I totally agree. When we look at the spectrum of the game from top to bottom, the absolute difference maker of this game for Sioux City has been Mo Payne with the points scored, and also I would say for the Supernovas, it's been the play of Shikolai as a pivot, as a jammer, being able to mitigate the damage that Mo Payne can do.
Oh, absolutely. She is a fantastic blocker, a very good pivot, and she's put up somewhere over 40 points so far this game. Definitely over 40 points. So
great all-around force for the Supernovas. Back to the action here. It looks like Jackalope going back to the box for a track cut, and the Sioux City jammer is going to be through. She gets through for lead. That is number 18. That is Canuck You Up. who calls it off right away.
Smart call by her bench. Canuck U Up has had some trouble against the Supernovas defense. Mo Payne hasn't. So if you have a 30-second penalty, you have lead. You have a 30-second power jam and you have lead. Why not call it off and put your best jammer out there?
Absolutely. Very smart play as we're coming down to just past halfway into the second half. It's 125 to 108. Supernovas lead the Sioux City Roller Dames with 14 minutes left. So obviously a strategy play here, getting Mo Payne out on the track on a post.
Yeah, but the Supernovas also had time to readjust. They put out their strongest line there, able to hold her for a little bit. She gets around Kilroy in the back. Mo Payne is lead jammer, but we have a call off for an injury. That is She Coli.
Yeah, it looks like Coli may have hit her head falling down on that block with she got tangled up with Mo Payne, and so she is slow to get up. EMTs are coming over.
Yeah, this is her second time today having taken a hit to the face, so the EMT is going to check on her. Remember, she won't be able to play for 3 jams after this because the jam was called off for her.
So while they tend to She Coli, we'll just take a bit to recap this game. And honestly, it started very slow. The first 10 minutes of this game, I believe it was 8 to 4, 10 minutes in?
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I think it was about 8 to 4 or 12 to 4 with 10 minutes in. We had something like a point scored every minute.
Yeah, for a while there. And you can't really put into, I guess, you can't really put into words the rarity of that. This was a defensive game that 10 minutes in just opened up into an offensive shootout.
Yeah, I think, you're completely right. I think that both teams had to adjust to each other's defense, and they were able to do that, but not in a way where one team is really the other in the pain. They haven't been able to keep her from scoring points. For Sioux City, they haven't been able to stay out of the penalty box. I mean, if you look at their board, which you can kind of see, the black on your screen, they have a lot more penalties, and so it's much easier to score on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had talked about the double foul outs of Ida Kildher and Dubs. That could turn around and put more onus on those secondary starters for Sioux City. The names we haven't really mentioned, the Intimidator, the Annihilatrix, guys like that are really going to have to step up and fill in if the dominoes start to fall.
Yeah, and I think that you've been seeing T Vicious and Misleading really do that. They've been getting up front with PBR. I mean, I think that Sioux City's defense is highly based on having PBR and a second person up at the front, able to brace, able to hold back, and they've continued to do that. They've just stepped T Vicious in for Dubs so far.
In a way, relating this to another sport, there's something to be said about LeBron James, where if LeBron James goes to another team, he makes everyone else better. Everyone around him is a better athlete, a better player, and a better teammate. And from the looks of it, that is what you're seeing, that type of leadership out of PBR, as she's coming in and basically just controlling the pack. I can't recall a jam where she actually sat out. She might have been in every jam this game, just helping, contributing, and making her teammates better for Sioux City, and we're really starting to see that benefit some of those other players.
Yeah, I completely agree. Okay, so we see She Coli. She's up off the track. She's okay. She's being tended to by the EMTs, but it looks like she's all right. In the penalty box for North Star, that is their jammer. I can't see.
I believe it's
who it
Jackalope from the last jam.
Yes, and Jackalope, she's interesting. This is her first year as a travel team player. It's her second year playing. She may not be the strongest jammer that the Supernovas have, but they keep playing her, so she gets that experience because they are aware that they do need to deepen their jammer pool. With players like Katarina Hitt and Ida Kildher having played for 5, 6, 7 years, they really do need to look at bringing up those other jammers so that they don't end up in a situation like you see Windy City in.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to call Jackalope like what you call a blue chipper. It's somebody who in 3 years could be one of the best jammers in this entire program if she's brought up right. And you're in a culture where you have skaters from the old school like Katarina Hitt and Ida, and some of the newer school skaters like Giggity Giggity and Gigi Whiz really helping to bridge that transition between the old and the new game. This creates a perfect environment for somebody like Jackalope to actually learn and benefit the not just the team, but the program for the North Star Roller Girls overall.
Yeah, I completely agree, and you can see that training working with her. She calls things off very smart. She knows when she's tired, she'll call off a jam, even if she's scoring points and the other jammer is in the box, because she knows that she's in penalty, that she could be in penalty trouble, that she can be in that position. So, she might have picked up a couple of penalties as jammer today, but I would say that she has had a good game and she's had a good season, and we'll see more of her.
Absolutely, especially with the departing Giggity Giggity. You could see Jackalope fill that role, and by the time Giggity leaves, Jackalope could just take that spot, and they may not even miss a beat.
Yeah, I agree. Giggity has had a very good season as well. She's kind of broken out this season, and by backfilling with Jackalope a little bit, they're not going to feel the hit going into next year. This Mo Payne, she is lead jammer. Something I've never said before.
So Mo Payne to the front. She's going to get knocked out. Comes around the back. Looks like avoids the track cut here. Slash of Vain for your last one to beat. She's going to get through. Put up 5 points. And that's going to make it 125 to 113.
There is a star pass for the North Star Supernovas. That is Salty Maud putting on the star. Jackalope knows that she doesn't want any more penalties. She doesn't want it anymore.
So 125 to 113 with Salty Maud coming to the back of the pack as the Mo Payne show takes to the front. She's got one more to beat that, and she is going to get through. Big hit by Jackalope, tying her up, and we go to it again. The rookie making some nice plays and really showing some skill and some track awareness there to slow down Mo Payne.
Yeah, and that is a strong line that we have there helping out Salty Maud, but Salty Maud is not a regular jammer for the A-team, and she's doing well considering that she's in that pack with PBR and Mo Payne, even with help from, greats like Slash of Vain for you and Jackalope at the front.
Salty Maud getting mixed up there. She's going to take a seat on the track, get back up. Mo Payne is through for some more points. PBR running the pack at the front. She's going to wait for Maud. We'll see if Maud gets some help, and she does. That's going to spring Salty Maud. Great offensive chip block there by the North Star Supernovas.
But Sioux City is still up 10 points on them. I think this is smart by Mo Payne. We've seen her do it a couple times, decide to run the entire jam, decides that she's going to be able to score more points than the other. And when the Supernovas did that star pass as early as they did, she basically was like, well, you don't have anything else you can do. So
yeah, that's a great point. We've seen that multiple times this game where Mo Payne decides to keep it and keep the jam going and not call it off, where other jammers, from a strategy point, it does make sense. But Mo Payne, with that kind of thinking outside the box, keeping the jam going, extending the jam, we've seen it result in jammer penalties for the other team, putting them on power jams. Very strong move, and she's got the the ability and the intelligence to pull it off.
Well, and it was brilliant because look, it's 11 minutes left in the game. It's 129 for the Supernovas, but it's 124 for Sioux City. So not only do they put themselves back in the game, but they made this a race again. It looks like Gigi Whiz got hit in the face, but she's still fighting up in the front.
So Gigi Whiz going to be at the front, and we have got Canucku up taking the back here with the Supernova wall. Gigi Whiz is going to try and put some space between these two teams here. She comes in for a scoring pass. PBR playing backwards is going to try and make the play. She can't. Number 8 slows down Gigi Whiz, cycling her to the back, but again, one person to beat, and as always, that's PBR. Gigi Whiz is going to call it off.
Yeah, there was a penalty box parade that happened there in the middle. We've got 2 of the Sioux City skaters sitting in the box, but we have Kilroy with the pivot helmet on for the North Stars going into this jam. That's Mo Payne on the line again, this time against Misa Ornery. I haven't seen her jam for the Supernovas in a long time, so it makes me think that maybe without Ida Kilder and now She Coli, they're in a little bit of jammer trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. This could turn into very much a defensive game where you'll see the Novas try and chip up in front. Get your 3 points, get your 4 points, just get lead, run some time, because they are missing some pretty strong talent in Ida and Shikolai, who have contributed quite a bit on the jammer end. But Misa, she's putting in work herself. She gets through, she gets lead, tying up with Mo, she gets points, and she's going to get through to the back of the pack once again for her second scoring pass.
Yeah, I think this is a big win for the Supernovas. They've never been able to hold Mo in the pack as long as they did there. Misa is smart. She's able to get those 2 players coming out of the penalty box 2 more points. Was it 1 more? We got 1 more point. Sorry, I thought I saw a pinky that I didn't see.
So we got 139 to 124 with 9 minutes left in this one. Supernovas leading Sioux City here, rolling along the river. And that would go back to jammer depth, where you talk about the depth of the North Star Supernovas. That's what you're seeing here with Misa coming in and being able to put up 9 points versus Mopane.
Yeah, I think that there are very few of the Supernovas that are rostered right now that aren't home team jammers. So they can, they can jam in a pinch if they have to when you lose your big jammers. Now you have Katarina Hitt not playing today. You have Ida Kildare that fouled out, and you have Shikolai who was injured. So now you have to go to those people who jam in their home team and say, okay, your turn.
Yeah, and if you can do that without skipping a beat, that's where you see the strategy start to kick in and actually pay off of having such a deep rotation.
I agree. I mean, and often you see those home team jammers, they really have the endurance for travel team. It's just worked out that way for the Supernovas, and this is the first time they've had a deep jammer pool in quite a few years.
Yeah, you look back 7 years ago when we look at the first rolling along the river, there was Tin Lizzie, Black Sunshine, Medusa. The team's changed completely, and I think they're just getting back to that deep jammer rotation and being able to put anybody out there and be successful and contribute, and that's what you're seeing here today.
Yeah, and what you're seeing is big defense here by North Star, as Each Schmidt really was stymied for that jam. It was a 9-point jam for the Supernovas, 148 to 124 for Sioux City. But there's Mopane on the line again, PBR up there. You still have the Annihilatrix to contend with, so this isn't by any means a finished game.
Yeah, 148, 124 with 7:20 left. We've got PBR out on the track as the pivot for Sioux City. Having a hard time identifying the jammers here. It looks like that is going to be Mopane as always, and back to Misa Ornery. They're going to go back to the well here with the fresh jammer and try and get some more points. She's got a line on the outside if she takes it, and Misa Ornery is 2 for 2 versus Mopane, the veteran in jams. Heads up. I mean, she's holding her weight and more here. Just able to mitigate any sort of damage from Mopane. 2 for 2 for Misa Ornery.
Yeah, it really took about 50 minutes for the Supernovas to figure out Mopane, or Mopane got tired, maybe a little bit of both. But the Supernovas have really been able to hold her back these last 2 jams. And Misa Ornery used to jam all the time for the Supernovas. She hadn't the last couple of years because she's a very, very strong blocker. But we're seeing here that she is good to go.
She has a full toolbox, as they say. She can do anything that's needed. I remember her from years ago as an incredible blocker for the Novas and her home team, the Banger Sisters. But I also remember her as a jammer, and she looks like she hasn't lost a step. 2 for 2 today with 10 points, I believe.
This is Canuck You Up jamming for Sioux City. It's Gigi Wiz for the Supernovas. Canuck You Up is contending against home team partners Slash Vainforia and Kilroy. She's holding up well, though. She's in the middle of the pack. Gigi Wiz is caught up at the front of the pack. Canuck You Up gets through first. She is your lead jammer.
So down by 26 here, 150 to 124 with 5 minutes left. This is a big spot in the game. If they're able to hold, which they can't right now, we're going to have to see some offense here from Sioux City.
Yeah, but they've got 2 timeouts. They've got their official review. And if they play smart, which they are right here, just get through, call it off. See, they're able to hold the Supernovas to 2 points. They pick up all 4. So they only picked up 2 here, but, they didn't bleed all 4. They picked up those points before calling them off. I think it was a smart move by Sioux City.
Totally agree. Any time that you have, your third jammer in the rotation can come out when you're losing and add to your, kind of lower the deficit a little bit. Even a 2-point swing is going to be successful because you're giving your vets some breaks. You're letting them fuel up, and then you just, you hope for the power jam or the smart play of your veterans to add more than just the 2 or 4 points.
Yeah, you have Giggity Giggity jamming for the Supernovas here against Mopane. Giggity Giggity is against PBR at the front. Looks like she picked up lead somewhere in the process, but she's being recycled. So good move by Sioux City in order to...
So Giggity is going to be Giggity still leads. We'll see if she knows it. Now she does. She has to know it now, unlike the situation we ran into earlier with Jackalope. Mopane still stuck in the pack, and here comes Giggity looking for points.
She is stuck behind a strong wall there. It's being braced by T Vicious. Breaks up a little bit. Giggity's able to get through. Up against PBR in the front. Spins around her.
And I think Mopane, she's running into more and more 3 walls, and I think that you're starting to see the Supernovas key in. That was one of the talking points we had earlier, where if you have these veteran players carry the team and they're out there consistently playing, what is going to happen in the last 3 minutes? Are they going to have the stamina? Are they going to have the wherewithal to continue? And that's not a shot against Mopane. That says everything about the physicality and the aggressive play of the Supernovas by tiring out veteran skaters and making them be physical and not really taking a break, and we're starting to see that pay dividends.
Yeah, this is a timeout by Sioux City, by the way, but this is a different game than we saw even 2 or 3 years ago, where you could have a jammer that has the endurance of Mopane, just skate laps. If she can get through a wall, she can get through a wall. Now where we have forward-facing blocking, where we have bracing, it's a slog. You're not only skating laps, but you're also pushing bodies, and given how much a human being weighs, I wouldn't want to be pushing up against 100, 200, 300 pounds when you start stacking those bodies up. So it's rough. It's like pushing those tires up the hills.
Not at all. I completely agree with you. And we've seen those adjustments in the men's game where we used to have smaller, skinnier skaters and jam skaters be replaced by big burly hockey guys like a Derby Monster or Freight Train. You're starting to see more aggressive and more, bigger ladies as well in the WFTDA to be the more aggressive types and get through and get lead.
That is Misa Ornery. She's out there on the outside and is lead jammer. And it really is just the endurance to be able to push, like physically, literally push, not like dig deep and push that people say figuratively, but like actually push somebody. They're on wheels, but often they're on toe stops and they don't roll.
Yeah. So Misa Ornery gets through. This is her 3rd jam of the bout, and she is 3 for 3 for lead jam. If she could be the Jonathan Papelbon, if you will, the closing pitcher, the Mariano Rivera coming in to possibly seal the deal here and ice the game for the Supernovas, as it's now 162 to 128. The fresh jammer coming in, Misa Ornery, and she's making the Supernovas, she's putting the Supernovas at ease a little bit with her jamming, and also putting the bricks to the Sioux City Roller Dames.
Well, and Misa Ornery has got a different stride. She's got a different play style than either Ida or Shikolai, and Sioux City hasn't had a chance to warm up or to adjust to her yet, and they're not going to get a lot of time to do it. We've only got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game, so.
Exactly. Part of a great strategy by the Supernovas, and we go back to it and can't say it enough, the depth of that jamming pool is really the difference in this contest.
Yeah, you could have seen them really put the weight on Jackalope's shoulders, really say to Jackalope, now you jam every other jam. But they didn't, and I think that's working out well for them, especially because you could kind of see Jackalope's confidence waning a little bit in those last few jams. She was passing off the helmets covers. She was calling off the jams. So this was a good move by them, and Sioux City is trying their best to fight against it.
And with a skater like that, with a Jackalope who is new to this level of play, I think the Supernovas do a really good job. I don't want to say of protecting her, but giving her a workload that is manageable and easy for her to digest so she can continue to grow. Because as we said before, she's definitely a blue chipper who's going to pay dividends for this league for years.
Yeah, the score right now is 171 for the Supernovas, 128 for Sioux City. It's a 40-point game with 1 minute and 45 left. On the line, we see Mopane for Sioux City and Gigi Wiz for the Novas. We've been talking a lot about the Supernovas the last few minutes, but let's not forget that, Sioux City really came here and put up a big game.
You can take nothing away from the game that Sioux City has. We talked about it earlier, coming from where they have, being a smaller program with 3 of the original players that started the league there, just how they have grown within the sport of roller derby and what they've been able to do as a team, seeing their strategy of being a big physical team that relies on the pillars of their veterans while building up some of their rookies and younger skaters. they've played a great game, and it's going to be fun to watch them the rest of the weekend.
Oh, I agree. And you could say about Sioux City, like a team like that could really rest on Mopane and PBR and just like let them go. But I really don't think that their other skaters do. Their other skaters are also fighting as hard. They're up there with them. They're recycling and working strong, and that's a testament to their organization.
Exactly. The going back to the original reference, I mean, everybody gets better when you have veteran leadership on a team that has their head on straight, that make good decisions, that can really be leaders on and off the track. I think Sioux City doesn't just have that now, but they've had that since they first started skating in Mopane and PBR and Dubs and T-Vicious and those guys. And I think that really creates an environment that the rookies are going to be able to grow in and feel confident and actually build the next generation of leaders for the program.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you can say everybody gets better when you have veterans, but you can look at teams, I mean, to go to another sport or whatever, you look at the Minnesota Timberwolves, you have great players on that team every once in a while, and the rest of the team doesn't get better because their coaching staff doesn't do the right thing with those veterans, doesn't do the right thing with the team, and Sioux City does not play like that. They play like a strong team. Everybody plays like their PBR. Everybody sees themselves as equal, and you don't see their veterans kind of prima donnaing or anything that would tear a team apart. They work as a unit, and they're fun to watch play.
Absolutely fun to watch play. And that just shows the difference in the sports world, the difference between great players and great leaders. And I think Sioux City has several in their program, and they're going to continue to get better every time I see them play, and I have no doubts that they're going to continue to grow even throughout this weekend. So it'll be fun to watch them as the WFDA season continues.
I completely agree with you, and this is a lot of our fault as announcers, but often we talk about those great jammers because they're easy to see and they're easy to watch play, but what really makes the sport fantastic is a wonderful defense and well put together packs, and that takes good teamwork. Both these teams have that. It wouldn't be fun to watch if you just had like Bonnie Thunders with a terrible disorganized team.
Absolutely. There's something to be said for the art of defense, and in this game we have seen, despite the score being 171 to 128, we have seen both teams really artistic blocking, some really timely strategy. It's been a great game to watch, and the score, again, 171 to 128, is not indicative of how close this game actually was.
Yeah, I agree. That is Mopane fighting in the front against Jackalope and Kilroy. She's able to get around and is lead jammer. This is a momentum change for Sioux City. They haven't had lead jammer in quite a while now in the second half. There's a minute left in the period and a minute 20 in the jam.
So Gigi Wiz is going to get through the pack here, and we'll see what Mopane can do. It's a 4-on-1 into the pack with two blockers trying to help. She spins through, makes a nice move to cut through the inside, but does step out of bounds and will be recycled. She's got points, but it doesn't look to be enough as she comes back into that Supernova amoeba of a four-wall and trying to push through. Some really nice blocking here as a team for the Supernovas. Mopane gets through Jackalope, and she's going to pick up all her points.
Mopane doesn't. Mopane always does. She's going to try and pick up some points. Going to see how Gigi Wiz is doing. Gigi Wiz was able to get through, so they are Gigi Wiz is up by 4, so it's 8-4, even though Mopane is lead. She calls off the jam and calls the official review to stop the clock.
Smart play there by Mopane. Being out of timeouts, they're just going to call the official review here to stop the clock and set up for one more jam.
And she knew starting that jam that was exactly what she was going to do, so she didn't waste time. And there's 6 seconds left on the clock, so she didn't have a lot of time to waste.
So 179-132, North Star Supernovas over the Sioux City Roller Dames. They're resetting the clock here. We're going to get 10 seconds, which is pretty irrelevant. You're at the last jam here, and that's going to end it where it looks like the North Star Supernovas are going to pull out here from what started as a very physical defensive battle. It turned into an offensive shootout with great blocking. I mean, how it's almost hypocritical, or what's the word? But it seems ridiculous to say you have an offensive game that was built on defense, but that's what we saw here.
Oxymoron, that's the word.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got it. It's completely true. I mean, you guys missed the first half of the game probably if you're watching on the stream, but it was real low scoring for a real long time. I mean, the first 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay, you were seeing an average of 1 point scored per minute. For roller derby, that's insane. I mean, we had a jam at one point where there was no lead jammer called for 2 whole minutes. So then go in the second half where we're seeing, more scoring than we've seen earlier, but it's still a pretty low scoring game and it's a very close game. It's been real fun.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the track and no jammer penalties and no lead jammer.
That's a testament to both these organizations. That's a showing for Midwest Roller Derby.
So Canuck You Up is going to try and get through here. She's tied up, but once again, 4 for 4. It's Misa Ornery closing it down for the North Star Supernovas. She calls it off, and that should be the ball game.
Yep, that is the unofficial final score right now. We're going to wait and see if there's any points given by the Jam refs. I don't see any. The unofficial final score right now is 179 for the North Star Supernovas, 136 for the Sioux City Roller Dames.
Absolutely great bout, fun to watch. There was defense, there was offense, there was individual performance, and there was teamwork. You can't really ask for much more out of the second bout of a roller derby weekend.
No, and for the Supernovas, you had a hard time at beach ball last weekend, really playing teams that were underranked. It also happened to them at Brouhaha. And, they really did need a win, and they needed to have some distance between them and Sioux City, considering that they had only beat them by 1 point earlier in the year. So it's a big game for them, and it's also just a fun game for the tournament.
Yeah, 45-point win. That score not indicative of how close it was. North Star able to pull away at the end with some great jamming from Misa Ornery, who came in, really closed it down, 4 for 4 as a jammer. And I believe she picked up 12 points in her 4 jams, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it was timely because she shut down the leading scorer for Sioux City 3 times out of the 4 jams she was on the track.
Well, and I think it's really important to know what those skaters are when you have, let's say you have like a basic 3 jammer rotation where you're throwing in other skaters, and 2 of those 3 jammers are unable to play with 15 minutes left in a period and a 4 or 5 point game. To be able to turn to somebody on your bench and say, you jam now, and have them get lead jam every single time and score points every single time, that's really big for a team.
Totally. I think you're going to see that be the story of the Supernovas as we move on through rolling along the river. With that jammer depth, I think they really were able to reach towards their rookies, like their jackalopes and their younger skaters, while having the veteran leadership of Colai, which we hope she's okay, and Ida Kildher, who will be back for Game 2 for the North Star Supernovas. They're really able to do it, even missing some of the bigger names on the roster, like Katarina Hitt, still able to get some positive play from people like Misa, Jackalope, and Giggity Giggity.
Yeah, we're still looking at an unofficial final score, but it hasn't changed in a long time, so I'll just give it to you in case you want to walk away for a minute. It's 181 for North Star, 136 for Sioux City. So I don't think we're going to see a change in the outcome. We might see a change in a point here or there, but that's what we have it. The teams are taking photos. It looks like we're ready.
Going to be, Yep, they just announced it as the final here. We're going to get ready for Game 3, which will be the Sioux City Cornstalkers and the Twin City Terrors. The Terrors coming off of their last bout versus Rock City in bout 1. If you caught that one, well, you didn't because the feed was down. But the Twin City Terrors started out rough in the first period, but then some timely defense. They played well. They stuck to their game, and they were absolutely able to throttle Fargo in the second half, holding them scoreless for 10 minutes to start the second period.
Thank you for joining us here at the Wakota Arena. It's one of the oldest, most historic arenas in Minnesota. It's our proud host. We'll be back in 25 minutes for that bout and to see if the Twin Cities Terrors can stay undefeated on the weekend. I'm October Revolution.
And I'm Joe Bukowski.
See you guys later.
I had to the Sioux City Cornstalkers taking on the Twin Cities Terriers. Still plenty of time to visit the vendor village, visit all of our sponsors. Thank them for making sure that Rolling Along the River happens. Also stop in the back, visit Cremation Hall. They are providing some tasty beverages for everyone in the arena. Stop over and buy yourself something. They are serving Valhalla Brewless as well, the official beer sponsor of Rolling Along the River 2015. Stop on over, pick yourself up one, buy two, they're small. Buy three, give one to your favorite announcer. Also back there you can get some food, some hot dogs, some hamburgers, $2 for spectators. So thank you to the participants, absolutely free. Stop over before this next game begins and get a little bit of food in your stomach.
Hi.
And get ready
My
to
name's
sit back
Joe.
and watch Sioux City Cornstalkers
I'm your
take on the
co-pilot.
Twin Cities Terriers.
I'm your co-pilot.
I'm Screamin' Mimi from Sioux City.
Okay.
It's hot as fuck up here. Fat girls don't like hot.
Good. So yeah, I just do straight play-by-play. Like, if you're comfortable with like color and all that stuff, like, yeah, man.
I'll just hang out and listen.
Yeah. That's fine.
I don't broadcast very much, so it's kind of it's a big learning curve for
Sure.
me.
Well, I'll try and set you up because that's all I do. I only do the stream, so because I don't do the announce, like I don't do the like house mics. So if you want to do like a preview of the teams and stuff in 3 minutes.
God, what am I going to say for 3 minutes?
No, we'll just talk back and forth.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah,
Oh, it's this one. Test.
I think you should probably use this one. Try this one. We'll test you.
Test, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, test, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go.
This one's really loud.
Okay.
So if you want to talk into that one,
Okay. So this is game 3 of 2015 Rolling Along the River from the Wakota Arena in South St. Paul, Minnesota. I am Screamin' Mimi.
and I'm Joe Bukowski.
It's nice to be here. It's a little warm.
Yeah, it is
But,
definitely humid up in the announcer's booth for sure.
Yeah, way up in the rafters. It's a little warm, but that's okay.
About 2 minutes away from game time here for this MRDA sanctioned bout between the Sioux City Cornstalkers and the Twin City Terriers. Familiar matchup. Both teams have come up pretty much together in the MRDA. The Rolling Along the River tournament was kind of the boon that helped form the Sioux City Cornstalkers with guys like D-Bags leading the way to kind of build that program. The Twin City Terriers were originally a part of the first ever Rolling Along the River, and they look to kind of avenge a loss, I guess if you'll say, from last year, with Sioux City actually upended the Twin City Terriers for the first time in the league's histories.
Yeah, that was not terribly long ago. And now we're in the home of the Twin City Terriers. Let's run down the rosters for the Twin City Terriers today. 00 Derby Monster, 0405 Paul of Duty, 103 Loose Wheel, 1618 Dolph Lensgren, number 2000 David Smashelhoff, number 268 Whiplash, number 3 Tim Chilla, number 31 Jamit Dim, 382 Freight Train, 404 Firewally, 42 Egon Strangler, 609 Baron Von Bean, 66 Samson, number 808 Steve Sweet, and number 88 Nader's Gonna Nate.
And taking a look at the Sioux City roster, 000 Hot Shot, followed by 125 Youngblood, and 130 Nile Eater. Number 20 is Boo, 13, 313, one of the original Cornstalkers, I believe. That is Camel Joe, along with 314 Barbarossa. 35 is Wolfman with 616 King Koopa, 666 Bob Awful. Number 8 perennial Sioux City Cornstalker, that's D-Bags. 86 and Den, 916 Tool Shed, and PN 15 John Send You Holmes. That rounds out the lineup here for the Sioux City Cornstalkers as we get ready for our first bout for the Cornstalkers in the Rolling Along the River Derby weekend.
Yeah, the Twin City Terrors beat the team that they played for the kickoff of Rolling Along the River 2015 earlier this morning.
And a lot of those guys, a lot of these teams here, Sioux City, Rock City, who played earlier today, the Twin City Terrors, everybody is very familiar with each other because it seems like these are yearly matchups that we get because of the proximity, which is interesting because you can see the style start to develop as people get used to certain teams and certain players that you start to see every year. This one's kind of got the Red Sox-Yankees feel to it, where we'll see this rivalry, which will continue as it has for the past 6 years. First jam of the bout is hotly contested. We've got Freight Train followed by 313. That's Camel Joe. Freight Train's going to have lead, but we'll see if he can do anything with it here as he's going to hit the Sioux City yellow first. He's going to call it off before Camel Joe can score. He's got 1 point, and our first point of the matchup is actually going to go to Camel Joe, who got through for 1 point as Freight Train was calling it off. It's 1-0 first jam of this bout.
I find it interesting when you say the proximity of the teams. I believe I drove a good 5 hours to get up here last night. But it's closer than the 8 hours that it takes us to get down to see the Gatekeepers down in Sioux City.
Absolutely.
In St. Louis.
Second jam of the bout here, we've got Derby Monster squaring off against number 130. That's Nile Eater for Sioux City. He's going to be wrapped to the back by Steve Sweat. Derby Monster recycled as well. Big hit by 130. He's going to fight through and get lead jammer. Nice move to the front for Nile Eater, and he's going to look to add to that lead with Derby Monster about half the track behind him.
Kind of a fast pack going on for the guys here.
Loose wheel gets stuck behind that four wall. Annihilator calls it off. Meanwhile,
the Annihilator is kind of like the Energizer Bunny.
Sure. Well, he hopped out of that back super fast for sure. That was amazing to see. The transition from back to front off of one pop-up block. Very impressive here from the youngster. It's 2-0 now. Sioux City is going to want to try and capitalize more on those half-track leads and get more than 1 point per jam, because it's only a matter of time before the Terrors find their groove, and they're going to want to have those advantages and maximize them as much as they can.
That is correct. 1 point at a time. It takes a long time to get anything done.
Back to the action here, four wall up front. Tim Chilla is putting in work here as he gets through, gets lead jammer, while Egon Strangler going to the penalty box for his first trip. Number 125 on the track is Youngblood. He's tied up behind, looks like Derby Monster and Steve Sweat. No, that's Freight Train and Steve Sweat, really working well together. That's the cohesion you see. These two play together on the three-time defending champion home team for the Twin City Terrors, the Gentlemen's Club. They're both captains there, and you can see that they work very well together, able to get a track cut there on the Sioux City Jammer, number 125, while D-Bags joins them in the box. It's going to be time for Tim Chilla to put up some points here for the Terrors.
Yeah, the penalty box was quite the popular place for the last game, for the ladies' game, so hopefully not as many penalties in the guys' game this time around.
In the Terrors, in that first bout, the Terrors started out very penalty heavy, and that led to Fargo having the lead for a majority of the first half before the Terrors were able to get their game back in place and really put in some work against Fargo, continuing to keep the unbeaten streak versus a team from Rock City in an impressive fashion in that second half.
Yeah, once they got it back together, boy, they opened that lead up and just kept rolling with it to get them the win this morning.
So Youngblood still stuck in the pack on his initial pass, while Tim Chilla doing his best to operate with that four-wall. Great clear by Egon Strangler at the front of the pack while sending someone to the penalty box. That's going to give Tim 4 more points, and the Terrors are on a roll now, scoring 19 consecutive points with Tim Chilla's jam, and that really turns the tide here, and that's what you can see, especially in this men's game. One jammer penalty and some well-played offense on a power jam is really going to start to open up that lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Hotshot is still in the box for Sioux City.
Jamming here, we've got Nader's going to Nate for the Terrors and Camel Joe for Sioux City. We're going to have a referee timeout. So at this timeout, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Roller Revolution, the Pink Zebra, also Bauhaus Beers, helping for Rolling Along the River, making it happen here for the 7th year. First time up here in the Twin Cities. Back to action here. Nader's going to Nate all over the track, left to right, as he moves up to the front. 2 to beat, and he does so. He has got lead jam, and Camel Joe still in the pack with 2 to beat. He's got a wall of Mario, Slam U, and Loose Wheel up there. That's going to be tough to deal with as Firewally joins him. Here's Nader's going to Nate trying to deal with that 4-wall and back. Try and get some points here. He's going to come around the outside. Some nice moves there. 2 to beat. He's going to get through for 5 points as Camel Joe finally joins him at the front on his initial pass. Nader's going to Nate may just cool this jammer for a little bit before calling it off. Try and ice the jammer, get some penalty time off for Loose Wheel, who's sitting in the box.
Lots of different changes in the pack as well. Super fast on the back stretch. And then coming back around to the beginning, we slowed way down to a standstill right about round on 1 over there.
And that transition game, being able to play the transition game and navigate a pack like that, whether you have a slow pack, a fast pack, where you're walled up or going one-on-one, that's one thing that the Terrors, when they come across teams like Sioux City or Fargo, have been able to do pretty continuously in the history of the matchup of these two teams, is adjust to the pace of the game and then end up controlling it from there. And we see that here as Freight Train gets through. He's got lead and 5 points. Nice move by the Sioux City Jammer to get through the pack. He is not lead. That is number 130 in your programs. That's Nihilator. He's going to make Freight Train call it after 4 more points. It's 33, moving up to 37-2 after that jam. So the Terrors on a 37-2 run after being down 2-0 early.
Yeah, nothing like taking a 2-0 from behind and turning that baby around fast and furious.
Well, and that's been kind of the theme of the Terrors. In the second half of the bout versus Fargo, they went on a 10-minute run where they did not allow a single point. And now that streak is starting here. We'll see how far these guys are going to go. But Sioux City is going to need to get some points and going to need to reestablish themselves quickly.
Sioux City coming to rolling along the river with kind of a short bench.
So 125 is through. He's lead as Firewally struggles to get through. Is going fighting at the ready counter. We're going to let Wally sit at the back. 4 points for Sioux City.
2 of the Terrors now in the penalty box.
It looks like 2 for the Twin City Terrors on the scoreboard as well. 39-6 right now. The Terrors in front of Sioux City. 39-6 with 22 minutes left in the first half. We've got a familiar matchup on the pack here. Derby Monster versus Camel Joe, and this could be a good mismatch for Camel Joe. with only 2 blockers out on the track for the Terrors, being Steve Sweat and Mario Slamu. And Camel Joe is going to make quick work of them as he's through for lead jam, his second lead jam of the game.
3, 4 of the original Cornstalkers out on the track right now.
Interesting call there with a 4-on-2 pack advantage to call off the jam and to hold Derby Monster to 0 points while putting up 4 instead of going for more points. You know, we saw that in bout 2 where Mo Payne actually kept the jammer out there, the opposing jammer, while she went through and got more points, ended up getting an opposing jammer penalty and was able to put up a 25-point jam. So though it can be the smart play sometimes, it can be a questionable call to forget the pack advantage and not score points. Oh, 130 with a big move to the inside on Freight Train. That's Nihilator again. He's through and he's lead. Freight Train with a big hit to knock him out, and they're going to call it. Stalemate jam 0-0. Score is still 39-10 with 20 minutes left here at Rolling Along the River, the third bout of the weekend.
I'm looking forward to the last game of today, where Mo Payne and Camel Joe will both be on the track together in the co-eds with the Goonies.
Sure. Is that team entirely of Sioux City players?
Yes.
That'll be fun. They were up in town and played against the Purple Rain co-ed team. That bout, the grudge match, if you will be going on at 7 o'clock Sunday. Nice block to the inside by Whiplash, is going to spring Firewally as 125 Youngblood gets tied up and back. Steve Sweat on his way to the penalty box as Wally is through the pack. Huge hit by Tim Chilla. He's going to send Youngblood all the way back to the pack. It's a 4-on-2 pack advantage for the Sioux City Cornstalkers. They're going to have to do something with it here and help Youngblood. Maybe some offense is in order as he is struggling at the back of the pack between Tim Chilla and Loose Wheel.
Starting to see the penalties begin to rack up for both teams. Kind of early in the game to be racking up penalties for anybody.
Much the story as it was the first game the Twin City Terrors took part in. Found themselves in the penalty box quite a bit and were able to pull through. We'll see if they have the second half that they did versus Fargo. Big apex jump attempted by Fire Wally, unsuccessful, so he's just going to call it off.
Both jammers, one sitting on the inside of the track, one sitting on the outside of the track.
Recapping here, we're at 49-10 with 18:30 left in the first half. This matchup between the Twin City Terrors, the leading Twin City Terrors, and the Sioux City Cornstalkers here at the third bout of Rolling Along the River, brought to you by Roller Revolution, Bauhaus, and Pink Zebra. Speaking of Roller Revolution, that is the Roller Revolution pivot line where everybody, or jammer line where everybody is starting from. We have Nader's gonna Nate and Camel Joe. Camel Joe trying to get to the front one to beat, and he does so. And he's gonna try and put some points up with Nader's gonna Nate, closing that gap very quickly. Joe is trying to slow everything down to get some points very quick. Big hit at the end on Nader's gonna Nate. It looks like that jam ends 2-2.
Camel Joe tried to get past a couple more hips before that last whistle. Didn't work. Stalemate, 2-all. Seems like an awful lot of work for 2 points for everybody.
Both teams at full strength now, which is kind of a rarity this bout. We've got a 4-on-4 pack, Fire Wally, and it looks like I can't really see it from here. It looks like Nihilator again. Nihilator is going to be through for lead jam, but Fire Wally right on his back again. And this has been the story. Sioux City will get lead with the Twin City Terrors right behind, unable to dig into that 39-point lead. And a nice one-footed turnaround by Nihilator is going to give him 4 points up at the front of the pack with no offensive support. He goes and makes that play, but the Terrors as well putting up their points. It's now 52-16, Twin Cities in front.
Next game will feature Derby Monster and Camel Joe wearing the stars.
Twin Cities having a nice long bench to draw from. Sioux City, not so much.
Yeah, with 8 people making the trip for the Sioux City Cornstalkers, this is looking to be a difficult weekend, but as they have proven over the history of their league, they've been up for the task multiple times, being outmanned but not outgunned, as they say. Pulling off wins with 8 or 9 skaters is nothing that this team hasn't done before. And it'll be interesting to see, they're playing against the Twin City Terrors, who are the home team, obviously well rested despite playing a bout earlier. But it'll be interesting to see what this team of 8 can do against Bisman and Fargo later this weekend. So Derby Monster is through the pack, but he is not lead. Camel Joe is, and he's about to put up some points as he comes up to Steve Sweat and the back of the Terrors pack. He calls it off. Not happy about it. We'll see how many points he gets. It looks like 2 more, so it's 52-18. Twin Cities in front of Sioux City with 15 minutes left. We've reached the halfway point of the first half.
Camel Joe being not happy. I'm not sure I've ever seen Camel Joe happy.
Sure. That's just Joe being Joe, right?
That's right. That's right. Camel Joe and Dan are skaters for the Sioux City Cornstalkers, and they are also the coaches for the women's team, the Roller Dames, who are here as well this weekend.
Back to the action here. Nihilator out front once again. No pass, no penalty. He is not lead, so we do have a lead jammer, and Nader's going to nade in the back, and he's calling it off before Nihilator can get some points. Smart call by the youngster, being able to recognize the position he was in and make the adjustments to not let Sioux City get on the board and put any more into that deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. That was some good thinking there. Once we figured out that he was the lead jammer, and he was behind there, so the Nihilator gets no points for Sioux City.
Camel Joe back on the jam line. This has been something we've seen consistently, is he has proven time and time again that he can take the extended workload. Normally working with a short team, he's been a force. He's been one of the the pillars of that team. He's out there jamming once again. So Tim Chilla already through, and he's lead. He's going to come through for some points here. Easily passes out of play Sioux City team. Joe finally makes it through the pack, and Tim's going to see what he can do to get some more points before Joe makes his way around.
Looks like we have a member from each team going to the penalty box.
Nice move on the inside by veteran Tim Chilla. He picks up his 4 points, calls it off. Very smart call to keep Joe off the board. We're looking at a score of 60-18. The Twin City Terrors lead the Sioux City Cornstalkers with 13 minutes left as we try and figure out the penalty situation here. Nihilator is going to take the track as the jammer for Sioux City, with Freight Train jamming once again for the Twin City Terrors as we have a referee timeout. So while we have time, we once again want to thank our sponsors, Bauhaus Beer, Pink Zebra, and the Roller Revolution Derby Store for sponsoring Rolling Along the River 2015, the 7th year. I have to ask, being from Sioux Cities, I'm sure you have some memories of, what is your favorite Rolling Along the River memory?
Well, it definitely was not the heat. There were lots of issues with heat. Kind of happening here too, but nothing like that. Down in Sioux City, Iowa is a special kind of super hot ridiculousness.
Absolutely. I think my favorite memory was the first year, looking back at it now, with guys like Dirty Larry and Bruce Knuckle in the co-ed bout with Mo Payne and PBR, and Magnum PIMP and Batwing were there. That bout at the time, I mean, there were guys like David Konchak from the Green Bay roller derby program, Green Bay Smackers, as well as Rodster, who was a part of Sioux City, and Sivo from the Blitzkrieg. And you look at that original Rolling Along the River co-ed bout, and how many derby teams came from that moment, right? It's amazing to see, and a lot of them are still in the area. They're still doing roller derby, and they've built successful programs. You know, Larry's moved on to Des Moines, but Magnum and Batwing are still doing their thing in St. Louis, and the Milwaukee program continues to grow. So this event has been a pillar of the derby scene here in the Midwest for quite some time. So we get back to the action with Freight Train. He is the lead jammer, coming through looking to score points. A big hit by Whiplash on the Sioux City jammer, who is now stuck between him and Egon, and I think we got a track cut coming here on the jammer. That's number 125. No, they made the call on number 609. Sioux City jammer is still out on the track. That is 125 Youngblood. As Freight Train puts up more points through the pack, that's a grand slam. A Pink Zebra grand slam for Freight Train, and now the Sioux City jammer takes a seat in the box, and we could see this lead continue to grow. 5 points here for Freight Train, and a 4-on-3 pack advantage for Sioux City with no jammer. Nice offensive block by Egon Strangler. Frees Freight Train for another Pink Zebra grand slam, and Freight Train's going to call it off before Youngblood can get back on the track. Big jam here for Freight Train as the veteran pulls the lead, 80 Twin City Terrors to 18 for the Sioux City Cornstalkers at the 11-minute mark here in the first half.
First year of Rolling Along the River in South St. Paul. I like it.
Yeah, I think the venue is great. They've been absolutely great to work with. The Twin City Terrors doing a great job of putting this event on. We've got a good crowd early, and that's something that you like to see. A couple dozen people for the first show or for the first bout, and then the crowd continues to build here now in the third bout, and we've got some nice attendance here. So if you have a chance and you're in the area, definitely swing out to the Wakuta Ice Center in South St. Paul. And a nice move by Nader's going to nade. He takes a shot, though, at the end of that. He's going to get bounced to the back and make his way recycling all the way around to the back, and he just cut the track. Power jam for Sioux City, and we'll see what they can do with it. It looks like Nihilator up at the front. We'll see if he can get some points on the board. A nice block by Egon Strangler, and they're going to be able to recycle. It looks like Youngblood is the jammer. He's going to roll all the way to the back. It's a 4-on-1 pack right now for the Twin City Terrors, so I don't know what type of offensive help he might be able to expect here. He's waiting for the cavalry. Here it comes for the star pass to Camel Joe, who's going to try and move his way through. And he does.
All the way from up here, you can see that look on his face like, okay.
You guys can come and get me at any time. We got a clockwise block on number 103 for the Twin City Terrors. He's going to take a seat as Camel Joe comes up to Egon Strangler on the outside, and Egon recycles once again. Some really nice blocks from Egon Strangler.
All day long, actually. Egon had a really nice game at the beginning of the day today.
So Nader's going to nade through for 4 points to add to that lead. It's now 88-18, a 70-point lead here for the Terrors. Camel Joe's going to get 4 points of his own as this jam comes to its conclusion. We're going to be looking at 22-88. Twin Cities in front of Sioux City.
Yeah, Sioux City needs to find a way to put a couple more points on the board every time out, and possibly send the Terrors home without any. That's the fastest way to catch up to them. But Sioux City in need of a few points here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there is a team that can come back on any deficit, it's going to be the Sioux City Cornstalkers, and we've seen that numerous times. You know, this is a team that actually beat the Twin City Terrors last year. This is a team that has had very close bouts and wins against every team here at the Rolling Along the River tournament. So to say they're out of it right now, that's an overstatement. I think there's a lot of Derby left to play. And if they can keep their guys on the track, this is something that is a manageable deficit, and they'll be able to come back. So,
absolutely. Just as long as we don't blow things open, we're going to be okay.
So after the official timeout, we're back. We've got, it looks like a 4-on-3 pack. We're going to have number 100 for the Twin City Terrors, 103. That's Loose Wheel. He's sitting in the penalty box as we wrap up this official timeout. Hopefully.
Or maybe they're just switching places.
Back to action here. Looks like the Terrors are going to take the front and let the 4 blockers in the back have their way with Derby Monster. Let's see what they'll be able to do with the big guy as Annihilator matches him for Sioux City. Annihilator quickly to the front, and nice put out by Steve Sweat's going to recycle him all the way back. Mario Slamu quickly picking that up. They're able to 2-wall at the back. Continue to hold Annihilator back as Derby Monster makes his way to the front. And he is lead jammer for the Twin City Terrors, looking to score some points. Annihilator stuck to the back once again.
Really spreading out the pack here, all the way from turn 1 to almost to turn 3.
The Terrors stretch it out at the back of the pack again. They have a 4-on-2 pack advantage, so really able to have their way with the Sioux City Jammer right now with little resistance as the 2 blockers for Sioux City are just trying to control Derby Monster, which they can't here. So another 5 points for Derby Monster, and the Twin City Terrors now increase their lead to 77. It's 99-22 as Derby Monster is looking to score more points, and he puts his team over the century mark, with Annihilator finally able to get out of the pack, and the Terrors at a 4-on-3 pack advantage.
Derby Monster is kind of slipping through the inside, basically untouched at this point.
A nice call off. I think Derby is going to come away with 4 points. I think Annihilator is going to end up with 2 there. We'll see. Actually, goose egg for Annihilator. And we'll wait for the score here. 108, the score as of right now. Twin City Terrors 108-24 over Sioux City, and the Cornstalkers looks like they're losing someone. Youngblood is on his way to the locker room. He's going to sit down. It is very hot in here. It looks like he may be having dehydration issues or kind of overheating now. He's taking a seat by the big box fan with the ice pack on, which is a big blow to the Sioux City Cornstalkers, as he has been one of the guys who's been out there jamming consistently. While Freight Train gets lead jammer, that's going to put more onus on guys like Camel Joe to really step up and try and get this game back to back under control.
Lots of jamming for Camel Joe and the Annihilator for Sioux City.
Camel Joe finally through the pack as Freight Train's going to look to pick up some more points before he calls it up. Nice move through the pack for Freight Train. He picks up 4 points, calls it off. We're at 113-24. The Twin City Terrors up with 5 minutes left here in the second half. I apologize, with the 4 additional points, 117-24 your score right now, as we have an official review. More on that, what the official review is, as soon as we get an update.
That's a sponsor of our jam line and of Rolling Along the River Championships overall. Roland Revolution, Solar Service Pro Shops, top quality gear.
So is this your first time in St. Paul? I figured this is what we have. We have downtime to talk here. I can get to know you a little better.
Yeah,
Is this your first time in St. Paul?
Well, I suppose technically it probably would be as far
Okay.
as Derby is concerned. When the Sioux City Roller Dames came up to play the North Star Roller Girls earlier this year, I came up for that and got to drive home in a blizzard. That was fantastic.
Sure.
Yep, good times.
That bout, going back to it, you were there. Absolutely close bout. A little bit different story today,
Yeah.
but that bout still, the bout today still had a really big game feel between those two. It was a great action. The North Star Roller Girls pulled it out here in Minnesota for the second time. You know, a 50-point win versus the 5 from back in January.
Yeah, that was quite the game back. It was worth the drive home in the snow and the wind. That's okay.
Absolutely. Well, back to the action here. We've got Nader's Gonna Nate, and we have a new jammer for, well, it's Annihilator again. So Nader's Gonna Nate for the Terrors and Annihilator for Sioux City are going to start when we get back to action here. 5 minutes left in the Twin City Terrors, well in control right now, 117-24 over the visiting Sioux City Cornstalkers as they prepare on the Roller Revolution jam line. Starting off, a nice move to the outside gets cut off by Annihilator. He's going to have to go all the way to the back with Mario Slamu as Nader's Gonna Nate takes on a 3-wall of Sioux City up at the front of the pack. And here's Nader's Gonna Nate with 1 to beat. He's got some help from Luce, who's going to spring him. He's through. Annihilator gets lead, calls it off very quickly. 0-0 jam here as we move down to 4 minutes left in the first half.
Good call off by the Annihilator before any more points can be scored against them.
And with 2 guys left on your bench, that call, outside of getting scored on, that call is something that's going to save your guys going into halftime, going into the start of the second half and into the game, being able to just have some time, some dead time. You know, you're not there. There wasn't going to be a score. Everybody knew it was going to be 0-0. So allowing a break and kind of giving your guys some time to catch a breath is going to be needed as we progress through this bout. And a huge turn of events here as it looks like there are 2 Cornstalkers going to the bench. One of them are going to the penalty box, number 616, and the jammer, Camel Joe. We are back to a 4-on-3 pack advantage for the Twin City Terrors on the power jam. We'll see what they can do here. Steve Sweat throwing some offensive blocks to make room for Wally. He gets through and picks up 5 points. Continuing on for the Twin City Terrors, who push the lead to 98, 122-24 with 3 minutes left.
First, I thought there were 3 Cornstalkers going to the penalty box, but I think that was a miscommunication.
Sure, there was some confusion there. Wally gets through again for 5 points, and Camel Joe finally enters back. We are at a 4-on-4. Camel Joe on his initial pass, so we'll see how long Wally wants to keep this going before calling it off. It looks like he did cut the track, so we'll see what Camel Joe can do here as the rare Sioux City Power Jam, and he breaks through the pack. With 40 seconds left in this jam, he'll look to close that gap going into halftime.
Camel Joe jamming on the track, giving the other jammer, the Annihilator, for the Sioux City Cornstalkers a little break.
Joe getting through for 5 points for a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. 29-127 is the score here as he looks for more points. He may run out of time as Twin City is doing a good job of speeding the pack up. We come down to 1 second left and this jam concludes. He did get 1 more point by passing Steve Sweat, and he gets the box point for 2. 31, smart play by the veteran Camel Joe, able to pick it up at the last second and get the additional points there versus Steve Sweat and the Twin City Terrors.
Official review being called by the Twin City Terrors. almost 2 minutes to halftime.
And with 2 minutes left, it looks like the Twin City Terrors have kind of hit their roll here. They're finally starting to get rolling after a difficult first half versus Fargo, and you kind of see that on these Derby weekends where the first bout of the weekend, even if it's the host team, everything is kicking off. And usually when it's the host team and there's so much planning that has to go into it, when you come into a situation where they have the first bout, there's a little bit of a hangover, like, hey, we're finally here and we get to play Derby. It looked like the Terrors ran into that earlier today with Fargo finding themselves in penalty trouble early and just kind of a general sloppy play. But in the second half of that Fargo game, able to go 10 minutes scoreless, holding Rock City scoreless for that 10 minutes and really opening up a wide gap. It looks like that has continued into the second half here, or into the second bout, the first half rather, versus the Sioux City Cornstalkers.
Yeah, you do so much planning for months and months beforehand, and it comes down to it, and it's, oh, hey, we got to play here, too. Yeah, sometimes I'm not sure that's exactly home field advantage.
Yeah, talking to some of the guys, talking to Egon Strangler earlier today after the first bout, he had mentioned the same thing. He's like, all the planning and everything that had to go on, I got here just before warm-ups, and I was finally ready to start playing the game. And he just mentioned, in the second half I felt so much more comfortable. Like I was actually able to be like, okay, this is why I'm here. I'm here to play roller derby. And some of the guys, the leadership on the team too, like Freight Train and Derby Monster, had mentioned the same thing. It's where, like, you're exactly right, Mimi, is you spend so much time planning this event that sometimes it's hard to remember, oh, I got to play. I still have to play this game.
Right.
So, and Sioux City is going to have a long weekend here as they're at a bench of 8 total for their roster. They're going to go up against Bisman. I think that bout, Bisman is going to be, their bout with Bisman is going to be Sunday at 5:30. This is the only bout for Sioux City for the Cornstalkers today, but they'll be in action at 9:30 Sunday versus Rock City, and then that matchup that we want to see, the Bisman Bombers versus Sioux City Cornstalkers at 5:30. That'll be Sunday right here at the Wakuta Ice Center in South St. Paul. So if you are, you don't have plans, it is going to be 90 degrees out in the Farmers Market and the St. Paul Jazz Festival and everything. If you just want to get into some nice weather and see some roller derby action and just kind of get out of the heat, definitely come on down to the historic Wakuta Ice Center for some great roller derby from some of the, the perennial teams here in the Midwest.
Lots of stuff happening around town, I'm sure. This is an awful big city for a small town girl. I was glad that...
That's why we call it St. Small.
I was glad that as far as I had to go was like across the street and up the hill.
Sure.
And I was good to go.
Well, back to the action here. 1:30, Annihilator stuck in the pack as Derby Monster is going to break through. It's 129-31. The Twin City Terrors firmly in control of this one with 1:30 left. A big hit down on the corner. Annihilator and Steve Sweat get tangled up as Derby Monster makes his way through the pack for 5 points. Steve Sweat playing defense single-handedly, putting Annihilator out, and he's just going to sit back there in that wall and continue to trap Annihilator behind that Twin City Terrors 4 wall. The Minnesota Moving Company, as they like to call themselves. So here's Derby Monster making his way back into the pack. He's going to try and get through as we come down to a minute left. Big hit attempted by Hotshot. He misses. Derby Monster with some sort of apex jump, and he's going to get through for 5 points.
Back on the track.
Derby Monster through one more time. 5 more points as 86 heads to the box for Sioux City. And Annihilator looking absolutely gassed, but he still has a nice pirouette. He's got Mike Silversack to beat, but Loose Wheel comes in with a huge hit on Annihilator, and he is slow to get up. That is going to stop play. Annihilator really took a shot there from Loose Wheel.
Same kind of hit, same kind of landing. It's going to be tough to get up from that one.
Yeah, and a big play there. Just didn't see him coming. Mike Silversack, David Smashelhoff, if you will, at the front, set kind of the initial block with Loose coming in and clearing it out. Everybody's going to move away now And so let's talk about the rest of the weekend here. We'll look at the matchups that are coming up next. We have a team called the Replacements, kind of a hodgepodge. Do you know anything about the Replacements?
I do not.
Oh, man, the team of mystery, the international team of mystery, going up against the North Star Roller Girls. That's coming up at 5:30 Central Time, as well as the Team Love Machine versus Goonies. That would be the Fargo co-ed team versus the Sioux City co-ed team, and that's going to conclude action here for Rolling Along the River on today. 7:30 the start time for that bout, the first co-ed of the afternoon.
And then it all starts all over again tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. Tomorrow you'll see these same Sioux City Cornstalkers versus the Rock City Riot, who we saw earlier. The team most people want to see. It's been an interesting dynamic with the Bisman Bombers being a smaller team, but they were actually able to beat Rock City at Spring Roll and really build some momentum coming into the Rolling Along the River tournament. A team I don't want to say anybody took for granted, but a team, a team people didn't really know what to expect much from, and they went to Spring Roll, had a very strong showing, and now they're coming here with some momentum. They're going to take on the Twin City Terrors at 11:30 on Sunday, followed by the same international team of mystery, the Replacements, versus the Sioux City Roller Dames, who amazing showing earlier. If you had been watching the show that Mo Payne put on as a jammer, single-handedly keeping Sioux City in that game in the second half, was amazing to see.
Yeah, she really makes it look easy. Sometimes she even makes me think that I could skate. I know I can't, but boy, she can just zip through there like nobody's business. And, picking up 20, I've even seen 40-point jams out of Mo Payne. It's just...
There was a point in... When we were talking about Mo Payne, the second half of the first half, she had a jam in which she put up 25 points that ended the action for the North Star Supernovas, and then she followed it up with another 14 points. That's 39 points and 2 jams. That's something that you don't really see anymore because of the 30-second penalties and the adjustment to play. You don't really see that type of volume in such a quick time. But she was able to deliver that for her team and really bring the game back into, bring it back to being a match for where it was out of hand for a little while. She brought the team back.
Yeah, well, Mo Payne skates across states just, for fun. There's a Skate the State team of Mo Payne, PBR, and Dubs, who skate across states during the summertime to raise money for research for MS. That's what they say that they do in their spare time.
Sure.
They a couple years ago, this year was North Dakota. The year before that was Texas. Now, I don't care if you're going north to south or east to west. It's Texas.
Yeah, I play video games in my spare time.
Oh, yeah. I do laundry.
Yeah, there you go. But and you see that sort of fitness, all joking aside, you see that fitness and the fact that PBR and Mo Payne can sit out there the entire game, and though they may get into penalty trouble because of the game and how it picks up, they're still able to participate and actually contribute for their team.
Right. Yes.
So, well, it looks like we have our injury cleared up. We are back to action here. It's 149 Twin Cities, 31 Sioux City. As we return back to the Roller Revolution jam line, it looks like we're going to have D-Bags up at the jam line versus Tim Chilla. D-Bags, one of the original Sioux City Cornstalkers as well. He's going to do his part for this shorthanded team. A big hit there by Hotshot is going to recycle Tim Chilla all the way to the back, followed by Camel Joe. A really nice bridge. We'll see what D-Bags can do as he takes the front now.
As far as blockers go, D-Bags, knows how to put it out there blocking. He does jam, occasionally as well.
He's absolutely one of those toolbox guys that can do what he has to do when he's asked for it. He's a pivot on the team. He's a blocker on the team. He can jam when needed. Definitely doing everything he can to try and help this team.
Maybe not his favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
But,
attention one way or the other.
Everybody has their favorites.
That the Minnesota Moving Company here at the back, this four wall, the Twin City Terrors, we've got Loose and Whiplash along with Steve Sweat, just really holding down the back with Mario Slamu. They're able to limit any sort of offense from Sioux City and D-Bags here. As we move into halftime, it's 153 Twin City Terrors, 31 for the shorthanded Sioux City Cornstalkers. This bout, again, all bouts this weekend are Rolling Along the River, brought to you by Bauhaus, Pink Zebra, and Roller Revolution. We're 15 minutes away from the second half. Now is a perfect time to get up, stretch out, enjoy the weather, but be back here for the second half of the Twin City Terror Sioux City Cornstalkers at Rolling Along the River, live from the Wakuta in South St. Paul. Back to second half action here as we wind down halftime with the Twin City Terrors up 153-31 over the Sioux City Cornstalkers at bout 3 of the 7th annual Rolling Along the River tournament. I am Joe Bukowski alongside Screamin' Mimi from Sioux City. And Screamin', looking at this with everything that's happened with Sioux City, right? They're understaffed, so to speak. They're down to 6 guys, losing 2 here before the start. What can you tell me about the resolve of this team, and if this is something that they're going to be in for a long weekend, but obviously they're going to be able to handle it?
Yeah, it is going to be a long weekend. We kind of knew that coming in. It's unfortunate that we've already lost 2 of our guys, but neither one of those injuries are super serious, not like weekend-ending serious. So, as far as the second half is going to go, it's probably going to be a tough one for the guys, but it's not something that they haven't done before. Yeah,
this team has proven time and time again that nothing is insurmountable, and where teams will come to events with 20, 25, or all your charter is 16, but 16 to 20 people with support and coaches and everything like that. The Sioux City Cornstalkers travel light, but they play hard and they play heavy, and I think that though the weekend might seem long, they're definitely not, they're up for the challenge, so to speak. Yeah. And we'll see more of that when they take on Fargo and Bisman later tomorrow, starting at 9:30.
Yeah, it looks like the two youngest kids on the team are the 2 that are kind of having to take a little step back right now. But checking on them both, and I can see them playing again tomorrow.
Well, that's great news as we get ready for the second half here. It's 153-31. The Twin City Terrors well in control of this one, moving into the second period over the Sioux City Cornstalkers. Paying some bills quick here. We'd like to thank Mojo Monkey. Fresh donuts from real recipes made by real people. Visit mojomonkey.biz. Roller Revolution, Derby Gear Pro Shop with top quality gear. Get better. They make house calls. Visit them online at roller-revolution.com. I'd also like to thank Larkspur Acupuncture. Larkspur Acupuncture, helping you down your healing path naturally online at larkspuracupuncture.com. As well as Monica King with Pleris Worldwide, helping you succeed and live your dreams. Visit plexusworldwide.com. And just hearing from the medical staff here, it looks like Youngblood is out with heat exhaustion. Annihilator, who took that big hit from Loose Wheel at the end of the half, he's going to be out with a knee injury. So both not expected to return.
Luckily, they are young kids. I shouldn't say that. That makes me feel really old. But hopefully with a little rest and time, they'll be okay and maybe can contribute a little more tomorrow as well.
Absolutely. It is a long weekend, and we look forward to seeing them back on the track tomorrow versus Bisman and Rock City.
We do have Clutch, our service dog, with us, so we can maybe put a helmet on him, and away we go with the dog.
Sure, absolutely. Setting the stage here for the second half, we're going to have a 3-on-4 pack advantage for the Twin City Terrors, who are going to start out with Loose Wheel, Steve Sweat, and looks like Tim Chilla at the back of the pack with Freight Train jamming. He's going to be joined by Baron Von Beans, Camel Joe the jammer for Sioux City, and already Sioux City down a blocker. It's going to be continue a 4-on-3 for another 30 seconds as Camel Joe tries to get through. Big hit on the outside by Steve Sweat, but Camel Joe bounces right off and continues on. Not lead jammer, but still through as Freight Train makes his way easily through the pack, picking up 4 points and then calling it off.
Steve Sweat gets hit and hits so hard that he loses his helmet cover.
Yeah, big shot by Steve Sweat. And for a little guy, he's really got the geometry of it down, right? He's got the angles. He's probably a phenomenal pool player because he is just always in the right position and at the right angle to deliver big hits and big plays for the Twin City Terrors.
And stay on his feet. Craziness.
Starting off jam number 2 here, it's 157-31. Tears it up by 126. Would be the point. Steve Sweat still out there as the pivot with Derby Monster jamming for the Twin City Tears. Tears making their Amoeba 4-wall at the back versus D-Bags. I'm sorry, that's number 86, actually, and Den jamming for the Sioux City Cornstalkers. Still struggling to get through. He's going to be stuck behind Loose Wheel, Baron Von Beans, and Steve Sweat, who are still out there from the first jam. Big hit by Derby Monster on Hot Shot, and he's going to get right through the pack for 4 points, and we're going to have a Twin City Terrors power jam with 4-on-4 even packs here. We'll see what the Terrors do as they come up against this 4-wall. Here's an Amoeba into playing some offense. They clear the inside line, and Derby Monster able to pass through. Very nice offensive formation for the Terrors as they pick up 5 points.
Steve Sweat jumped back very nicely to end up getting Anden in a track cut.
And here we go again, more offense from the Terrors, cleaning out that inside. And when we look at the team, when they played in Brouhaha, that was the one part that a lot of people said they lacked. They played very good defense versus Dallas. They played very good defense against St. Louis. However, they were lacking the offense, and when they needed to score points, they just couldn't because the offense wasn't in place. A different story here today as we're starting to see the blockers kind of amoeba in and clear out and make some room. And I feel like that may have been something that'll turn the tide for them this season as they continue on in their Murda League play. You're going to probably see more offense like we see here from Steve Sweat trying to set up Derby Monster once again.
Yeah, that offense that we are seeing today kind of reminds me of St. Louis a little bit. But I guess that makes sense. That's probably where they learned it from.
And that was one thing in talking with Freight Train and some of the leadership of the Twin City Terrors that you actually saw was they were really happy with how they played on defense, but they knew they had to make a transition on offense. And if there was a better time to do it, it'd be at home at Rolling Along the River here as the host team. Really gave them a chance to kind of stretch out and try some different things and get more comfortable, and that was what he had expected to see. And that's what we're seeing today. You know, they've built a lead. It's 180-31 now with 5 minutes into the second half, and you're starting to see this offense and kind of this more artistic type of play for the Terrors and being trying to refine their play a bit instead of just trying to be powerful and fight through everything.
Yep, it can't always be about brute force. Sometimes brute force isn't gonna get it done for you. You need another thing to go to.
So it looked like some confusion there on the jam ref, Reaver. A late call of Tim Chilla with head coach Betsy Rexy just screaming that Tim Chilla was lead. Looks like they eventually called Tim lead, and he was able to call it off before any points were scored for Sioux City. So the confusion doesn't hurt the Terrors. They dodge a bullet there with 25 minutes to go. Still up now by 149 at the score of 180-31. Nader's going to Nate taking the jam line for the Twin City Terrors, and he's going to be matched up with D-Bags. Nader's going to Nate trying to push through at the front of the pack while the Twin City four-wall moves to the back. We've got somebody up playing offense. That is Jamit Dim trying to spring Nader's going to Nate, but he's going to miss. Here comes Nader's going to Nate around the outside. Second time around is a charm. No one picks him up, and he's lead jammer, looking to score some points as D-Bag's still stuck against the Minnesota Moving Company here with their four-wall well in place.
And Dan getting called for forearms for the Cornstalkers, so he will have a seat in the penalty box.
So with a 4-on-2 pack advantage, Nader's going to Nate as he easily slices through the pack. He's going to do so again with a nice block by, looks like Loose Wheel. Setting up the offensive, kind of the poke check there, if you will, to get Naders through. And now we've got another track cut on D-Bags, who's taking his time getting to the penalty box. And with 45 seconds left, this could be This could be a big jam here for Nader's Gonna Nate as he continues to move through. A nice move. Almost shooting the duck there around the outside of the track. Nader's Gonna Nate picks up 5 big points. He's coming back around and knocked out of bounds there by 616. Who's going to try and cycle him to the back here as Nader's calls it off with D-Bag still in the penalty box.
That was quite the fancy dancing by Nader's Gonna Nate. Not once, but at least twice around the track.
Absolutely, and with the MRDA, like in men's derby, you're starting to see the big physical jammer. Nader's Gonna Nate is kind of the throwback to the days where Magic City was a lot of jam skating, and the best jammers were very, very quick and very, very agile. You don't really see that game anymore. It's more of a physical game, but Nader's Gonna Nate still able to bust out the Gumby-like moves to get around the pack very quickly. So 609, Baron Von Beans is going to take a seat as 103 Loose Wheel gets through. Freight Train through for some points here, and the Terror's down to 2 blockers. D-Bag's going to try and do what he can to get through. 1 to beat, and he can't do it. He's brought to the back by Whiplash. Tim Chilla is going to come up and play offense here and back off. Let Freight Train try and work his way through the pack on his own. He's going chest to chest with Hotshot. We'll see how he can move around. He does. Picks up more points for the Twin City Terrors. That would be a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. All kinds of action. It's coming fast and furious here. D-Bag side straddle around to the front. He's trying to get through. 1 man to beat, and Loose Wheel. Great job holding him back. He's got it looks like he's going to go to the box for a low block. It'll be an elbow on Loose Wheel.
And the Cornstalkers lose another blocker to a foul out.
Oh, somebody has fouled out for Sioux City. We'll get that update here soon.
That's Anden, number 86 for Sioux City, that has fouled out.
And it looks like Freight Train's going to the box for a cut. So it'll be a power jam for Sioux City. We'll see what they can do down yet another skater with Camel Joe taking the star on the star pass. It's going to be a 4-on-2 pack advantage for the Twin City defense as the Minnesota Moving Company sets up at the back with their Amoeba defense. We'll see what they can do here. Camel Joe slicing through, gets a nice pick block by Hotshot, and he's able to get through for 5 points. Great block by 000 Hotshot to try and set the pick and roll for Camel Joe to get through. Camel Joe coming through once again. He's going to get through, and it looks like he'll pick up some points. He's got 2 more. Nice way to end the jam there for Camel Joe and the Sioux City Cornstalkers, who now trail with 21 minutes left. Your score is 220, Twin Cities ahead of Sioux City Cornstalkers 40 here at Rolling Along the River, brought to you by Bauhaus Beer.
Here's a new jammer for Sioux City. It's John Senya Holmes. I'm beginning to get a feeling that everybody on the Sioux City team is going to get a chance to jam. Taking their turn.
Absolutely. So as this official timeout, we'd like to pay some bills and thank some sponsors. We've mentioned Roller Revolution and the Roller Revolution Jam Line, as well as the Pink Zebra Grand Slam. The Croatian Hall in South St. Paul, big thanks to the Croatian Hall for all of their support of Rolling Along the River in 2015. For more information on the Croatian Hall, visit croatianhall.org. Also, Aaron Moe with Pink Zebra, candles, home fragrance, and more. Check them out. We had mentioned the Pink Zebra Grand Slam, but make sure that you're checking out pinkzebrahome.com and for all your candles and home fragrance needs. The Mojo Monkey, fresh donuts from real recipes made by real people. Visit mojomonkey.biz. And once again, Bauhaus Brew Labs, the official beer sponsor of Rolling Along the River 2015, locally produced. Find them online at bauhausbrewlabs.com.
Okay, so the 2 things that I can't stop giggling about is a pink zebra, just because it's cute and it's funny, but also the donuts that are made by people instead of monkeys. I'd probably eat donuts made by monkeys.
Sure.
You know, why not?
Back to the action here. We've got a new jammer. John Senja Holmes is going to get through for Sioux City. He's got lead Freight Train pretty much unopposed in a 4-on-2 pack. And he's going to come through and try and force the call here by John Senja Holmes as John runs into that Minnesota Moving Company, the 4-wall. And he's going to call it off after getting 4 points, bringing the score to 223. There's 4 out of Bruja. What am I talking about? Rolling Along the River. They wouldn't let me announce Bruja. Nobody knows who I am. Like, who's that guy? That guy knows who's at the jam line, that's for sure. It's D-Bags and Derby Monster who gets lead jam. D-Bags still struggling at the back with that 4-on-2. That 4-on-2 is really killing the Sioux City Cornstalkers here, as they're just outmanned at this point in the match. Derby Monster is going to get through. He's got lead easily, and now he's got a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. 5 more points for the Twin City Terrors. Some nice defense from John Senja Holmes. He's able to recycle Derby to the back, and they're going to set up their string to hold Derby back here behind the 2-wall. He makes a nice spin move, and he's going to get through for his 5 points. D-Bag's still on the ground here. Oh! And a big hit ends up sending John Senja Holmes over the top of D-Bags.
Sioux City intentionally playing short so that we've got somebody resting on the bench for the next jam. Pretty much what you got to do at this point.
Well, and it's great to see the attitude and the fight of the Sioux City Cornstalkers here. The score is now 243 Twin Cities to 46 Sioux City, and Sioux City is not giving up. Playing their game, still being strong, being physical. Guys like Hot Shot, Camel Joe still involved, John Senja Holmes. They are still trying to stick to their game plan and make it happen while being short-staffed. And hats off to these guys for still putting up a very physical bout here versus the Twin City Terrors. Great move there by Hot Shot, putting Derby Monster to the back of the pack as Joe Egon Strangler ties up with D-Bags to hold him back again.
Derby Monster only a 29-point change. 252 to 46.
That makes the score 252 for the Twin City Terrors, 46 for Sioux City Cornstalkers, 17:30 left in this contest. And as we look forward here to the rest of Rolling Along the River, Mimi, I have to ask you, what bout are you looking forward to the most?
You know, I think you make me a little curious about the next one. So that should be interesting. But I also really enjoyed co-ed derby, especially when Purple Rain was down in Sioux City. That was a good one to watch because I could just be a spectator for that one.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Co-ed derby is kind of fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to lace them up with the Purple Rain and take on the take on the Goonies for the 3rd time. That'll be a blast. Camel Joe, meanwhile, getting through, getting lead, getting points, and calling it off. Very workmanlike fashion here. Mopane's going to run out some water to her guys who have to stay on the track. Just very heads up here, keeping everybody hydrated as it is pretty hot inside, doing her best. And actually, as you had mentioned, running the pack short to try and get guys out there and just keep people rested as much as they can, as they understand, Mo being around the game as long as she has, they have a long weekend ahead of them. And here's Freight Train in front. He's got lead jam. He's going to be followed quickly by Annihilator. Still out there giving it his all. Nice move by Annihilator. I think he's going to pick up some points regardless of if he gets recycled to the back from Paul of Duty here. Steve Sweat to the front trying to hold Annihilator. He makes a nice move but just can't stay on his feet. And he finally gets through, gets more points. So Freight Train quickly through behind him. So those points are going to cancel each other out, 4 apiece for each jammer, as Annihilator not going quietly into the night at all. He is pushing his way through. He is making moves. He is being aggressive here as we're looking at 260 to 54 with 265 to 54 with 15 minutes left in this contest.
Yeah, Annihilator has that never say die attitude pretty much everything he does. He's a tough kid.
Yeah, another bout I'm really looking forward to this weekend. It's going to take place tomorrow. It's going to be the Bisman Bombers versus the Rock City Riot. If anybody got a chance to watch Spring Roll this year, you saw Bisman upset the Rock City Riot, which was a pretty big victory for them. So this would be kind of the rubber match between the two teams. It'll be really exciting to see, as being an in-state rival, what sort of strategy you bring. Because I mean, teams like that will see each other 2 or 3 times a year. So what are you going to do different? What are you going to do the same? That's really a match that I'm looking forward to, and that'll take place tomorrow right away in the morning at 9:30.
It's kind of fun that, they get to play each other without either one of them having home field advantage.
Exactly. Just like they did at Spring Roll.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think this year they've actually, I think they've played each other 2 or 3 times. I don't think either of them any of them have actually been on home turf, so
in
to
North
speak.
Dakota.
So, yeah, in North Dakota. Let's just go out of state and play each other. That sounds great. So just recapping the bout here, if you're just joining us, the Twin City Terrors firmly in control, 273 to 58 over Sioux City with 13 minutes left in this game. We've got Annihilator versus Fire Wally for the Twin City Terrors. Fire Wally takes a big hit, and he is slow to get up. They're going to call this one. No, they did not. I thought they called the jam. They did not. Annihilator is through. He is lead jammer and looking to score some points. He gets dumped to the outside by Steve Sweat. And then cycled by Mario Slamu and Egon Strangler. So just quickly calls it off after getting his points.
Yeah, that was kind of a tough way to fall. It was like his feet stopped and then the rest of him came crashing to the ground for Fire Wally. When you can hear it from up here, I'd be done.
It's a difficult fall to watch. That's for sure. That was a tough hit, and it's never the big hits that actually hurt you. It's always the little ones or the little falls, and that's kind of the story of Derby here. So, but back to the action. Derby Monster, he's trying to beat the waterfall of the Sioux City Cornstalkers. He's able to do so. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Moving Company of the Twin City Terrors putting in work here on D-Bags, just shutting it down with Nader's Gonna Nate, Baron Von Beans, Mario Slamu, and Jamit Dim cycling on D-Bags and just keeping him from progressing through. Camel Joe's going to come up and try and play some offense here. Freeze him a little bit. Then he's cycled to the back by Jamit Dim again. Meanwhile, on the Sioux City side, John Sendy Holmes doing great one-on-one work with Derby Monster to keep him in the pack. Looks like we have a penalty called on Jamit Dim. He's going to go to the box as Derby Monster's through for his 5 points.
Taking him a little too far back out of play, I think is what happened there.
And a nice move there, getting the track cut on D-Bags. That's going to be Nader's Gonna Nate, the young kid, first year with the program, actually putting great strategic play, very heads up, getting the cut and putting Minnesota, the Twin City Terrors, back on the power jam.
Blocker in the box for the Terrors is standing.
So Jamit Dim going to make his way back to join the moving company here with their 3-wall. Here comes Derby Monster looking to get points. He's got 1 to beat in Camel Joe. Camel Joe doing his best. He is now out of play, and Derby Monster is going to slide through for some more points. We're at 10 seconds. If Derby Monster can see the clock, he knows he's got to get some points and get them quick as time is running out. And there he goes through for 5 more points. He calls it off as the jam expires anyway.
On the jam just before time expires.
And that puts the Terrors at 298. So your score as of right now, 298 Minnesota, the Minnesota Men's Roller Derby, playing as the Twin City Terrors. 298, the Sioux City Cornstalkers 60, with 10 minutes to play here in the second half of Bout 3, rolling along the river, brought to you by the Larkspur Acupuncture. Helping you down your healing path naturally. Visit us online at larkspuracupuncture.com. Also brought to you by Monica King with Plexus Worldwide, helping you succeed and live your dreams at plexusworldwide.com. So as we get ready here at the Roller Revolution Jam Line, we see Freight Train number 382, the team captain, giving a swift pat on the back there to the Sioux City Jammer. That is Nihilator, who I keep wanting to call Niederreiter. For those of you watching at home, the Minnesota Wild's goal scorer, Nino Niederreiter. I see this name in front of me. It's Nihilator, no relation. I've asked. Okay. So Nino Nihilator at the jam line for the Sioux City Cornstalkers. Starting to loosen up this tie a little bit here with the score being 298-60, Twin City Terrors, and Freight Train is through for lead jam.
Freight Train went through and gave a big hug to the pack. That was nice.
Absolutely.
Gotta love Derby love.
And though this has been a rivalry for years, this is going on 5 or 6 years of the Twin City Terrors and Sioux City Cornstalkers, and there isn't a lot of teams who have a rivalry that long.
Right.
Because of how men's roller derby has grown. So if you look at the spectrum of even the most competitive teams, right, like your St. Louis Gatekeepers versus Des Moines is probably on 4 to 5 years. Your New York Stock Exchange and Gatekeepers rivalry, 4 to 5 years. And on a different extent, because of the derby scene here in the Midwest, the Sioux City Cornstalkers and the Twin City Terrors have been a rivalry for now 5 or 6 years, which to put into the spectrum of derby, that's a generation. Yeah, that's a generation for sure.
Yeah.
So absolutely, mutual admiration, mutual respect. These teams kind of grew up together, so to speak. Coaches like Mo Payne and advocates like PBR and Dubs and guys like that just helping build the program, and a lot of guys from Minnesota who would go down there to help with Sioux City when they were getting started. Guys like Tim Chiller, Egon Strangler, making the trip down there to help organize practices and do things like that. So there is a lot of love, there is a lot of respect, but this is one of those rivalries that, will be around as long as the MRDA is around. You'll have Terrors and Cornstalkers.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Might be different people.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yep. No doubt. So taking a seat at the penalty box there is going to be Whiplash as D-Bags is standing. Tim Chilla with a nice move around the outside on 1 foot as he turns, gets his points, calls it off. And it's going to be 3:06 for the Twin City Terrors, 60 for the Sioux City Cornstalkers as we near the 8-minute mark here in the second half.
Cornstalkers still going with the 3-wall. I did see 4 out there for a moment, but doing the 3-wall, doing what you can with 6 guys now on the bench.
So Nate gets through. He's got lead jam. Great defense by Steve Sweat coming up, making the play at the last second on Nihilator, and then cycling him all the way to the back as Nader's going to Nate has a quick walk through the pack for 5 points here. And the Terrors are going to wall up there at the back again. He's got one man to beat. Let's see if he can do it. Tim Flack, Whiplash, otherwise known as, with a nice hit, but he is going to the box. So Nihilator is going to get through. He's got one to beat, and he gets past Baron Von Beans, and he'll get through the pack as Nader's going to Nate continues on his scoring passes. Coming up on the wall again as Hotshot goes to the penalty box. 4-on-2 pack advantage. I'm sorry, 3-on-2 pack advantage for the Twin City Terrors. Naders get Nate Nader's going to Nate will get through, get his points, and call it off. With an even pack, 3-on-3 setting up for the next jam.
14 points, jams, 319 to 60.
Floor is getting a little slippery in some places when the Annihilator rolls around to the outside.
Sure.
I can tell that he's leaving marks there.
Yep, absolutely. And the thing is with a track like this is it warms up throughout the day because of the humidity and the skaters on it. The track will get slicker and slicker as we go on because of the humidity, and we're starting to see some of that now take the track because this is an ice center. You know, this is not the normal condition of this track. It has been emptied out and the concrete is here, but the concrete isn't the normal skating surface. You know, unlike Queenie Park, home of the St. Louis Gatekeepers, where it's a roller hockey rink, we don't. Here, this is the summer version of it. So it's not this track with the concrete and the humidity, not really built to sustain its condition from start to finish. So as we have a timeout here, we'll recap the game. 3:23 for the Twin City Terrors, 61 for the Sioux City Cornstalkers in this MRDA matchup. We are at 6 minutes and 12 seconds left in the second period. I'm Joe Bukowski along with Screamin' Mimi from Sioux City. And Screamin' Mimi, what can you tell me about the Sioux City Cornstalkers in this next 6 minutes? What is the goal? Obviously, the game a bit out of reach right now. So what are the things that they can key in on and just try and use going into the rest of the weekend?
Well, I think that 3-wall is something new, you know, not something that you want to have to do, but it's something that when it has to be done, it can be done well. Also, you know, just to hold your own. You're right. I'm pretty sure we're not going to put up 300 points in the next 6 minutes. But, you know, staying positive, staying strong. We've got more to do. This is, you know, super early in the weekend for us. So, yeah, you know, we're going to be okay.
Absolutely, and that's the thing is you can still, even in a game like this, 3:23 to 61, you can still build your motivation. You can still build your gall. You can still build your, you know, the attitude going into the next games. And I think that's what Sioux City is going to do here, holding their head up, making good plays, and finishing this game as strongly as they can, and getting ready for the rest of the weekend as they'll have off until Sunday morning.
Yeah, hang tight as much as you can and try not to get injured.
Yeah, this is where you win the individual battles. This is where you know, the score may be what it is, but you have the chance to actually to get some good things accomplished, to work together as a team, figure it out, and get ready for the rest of the weekend. And it looks like that's what they're doing here, as they're going to 3-wall in the back on Freight Train and just focus on defense. He's going to get through for 5 points as D-Bags. Now they're going to try and play some offense here and get D-Bags through. He's got one to beat, and a huge hit by Jamit Dim. And he's going to get called for a high block there. A big shot by Jamit Dim there on D-Bags, and D-Bags slow to get up, but he has got back on his feet, right back into that 3-wall of David Smashelhoff, Loose Wheel, and Steve Sweat. Meanwhile, Hot Shot and King Koopa manning the front of the pack. D-Bags almost through here. He's got 2 to beat, and now one of them is Steve Sweat. He's matched by David Smashelhoff. We've got a penalty coming up. It's going to be on D-Bags for a forearm, and he's going to stroll to the box here as Freight Train continues to score points for the Twin City Terrors. Smashelhoff going to the box for the Twin City Terrors. Freight Train going to pass the star off to Steve Sweat. Nice pickup there from John Sendy Holmes, who realizes it, makes the play. Freight Train kind of gassed. I mean, he played quite a bit in that first bout versus Rock City. Now in the second bout here, and Steve Sweat's going to try and get to the inside. He does bring Camel Joe with him, so he's going to get some points. But Camel Joe going to the box now too. And we're at a 3-3 even pack for Steve Sweat, as he is already back through, looking to get 5 more points very quickly. He does. Ends the jam. for the Twin City Terrors, who now lead 347-61 with 4 minutes left here in the game.
Here's another thing that the Cornstalkers can concentrate on for the next 3.5 minutes is trying to stay out of the penalty box. We're getting awful close here now on at least one, maybe two that are going to be escorted out of the game.
Well, and I can understand it being difficult when you have, 8 guys to start and you lose 2, you're down to 6. You have 1 to rotate.
Right.
These guys, hats off to the Sioux City Cornstalkers for putting up quite a fight here with only 1 substitute for an entire 30 minutes. This is actually, it's not something you see a lot of, especially with how big roller derby has gotten, with especially how many teams or how many people are in leagues. You don't really see a situation like this where a team will come to an event with only 8 guys. And Sioux City is really doing everything they can right now. And penalties will come with that. As they're expending so much energy with so many guys who are out there for so long, you're going to have to assume that penalties will come, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yep, you only hope that they're a little bit spread out throughout the whole team so that nobody has to leave and everybody just has a couple.
Well, I do see somebody up there who does not have 1 penalty. The third person on our list, I believe that would be... I'd be interested to see. Maybe that is Nihilator. The third person on the list is Nihilator. He does not have a penalty, but you know what he does have? His lead jammer right now for the Sioux City Cornstalkers. He's going to come through with a nice jump for 5 points. He's going to get through, call it off, and that, when we talk about those small victories, that is one right there.
Yes.
A 5-2 jam, or a 4-2 jam for the Sioux City Cornstalkers with a nice jump, a smart play, a smart call off from the young kid. And that is a victory for the Sioux City Cornstalkers as they take that jam 4-2.
Especially considering the fact that at halftime he had his whole leg elevated with ice on it.
Yeah, exactly. Back on the track here. Doing quite well is Nihilator, the young kid. Is this his first year with the program?
Yes. No, I don't know.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Sure.
No, as a matter of fact, I don't think it is his first year with the program.
So here's John Senny Holmes up to the front. He's got freight train to deal with, and he is not able to push his way through. He's going to be cut to the back of the pack, joined by Jamit Dim, Freight Train, Firewally, and Loose Wheel, and the Minnesota Moving Company back to the back of the pack as Nader's going to Nate gets to the front. A nice agile move from Nader's going to Nate for 5 points. And that's what we talk about. It's becoming an anomaly, the quick, agile jammer. That's what you're seeing here. The
Sioux City Cornstalkers have Camel Joe, John Sendy Holmes, D-Bags, all of those guys that were there at the beginning, and then it seems like there's a gap, and then they're the new guys. So the new guys that even have been around for 2-3 years even seem like they're still the new guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we see Nader's gonna Nate just putting up points in bunches for the Twin City Terrors. Nader's gonna Nate, very reminiscent of a young Shango Fett of the St. Louis Gatekeepers. If you're watching at home, Nader's gonna Nate, kind of similar body style, very similar skating motion. The way he gets through the pack and kind of the agile movement, not much of a big hitter, but very agile to avoid the hits. You see a lot of that of Shango Fett from the St. Louis Gatekeepers, or as they like to call him in Portland, Shanae Fett. But Nader's gonna Nate as a young up-and-coming derby skater. Last bout we talked a lot about Jackalope from the North Star Supernovas.
Yes.
And being kind of a blue chipper who is coming up and coming through the ranks and being given responsibilities to grow, not even just for the team, but the program in general. You see the same thing with Nader's gonna Nate. As he's been given responsibility, he's been able to step up, he's been able to fulfill the role that they need on the team. And in 3 to 4 years, when some of these older guys kind of get to the end of the line, you're going to see Nader's gonna Nate be, a captain or a figurehead for this team. And that's really great to see when we talk about systems in cycling and roller derby, the old school and the new school meeting. And the Midwest really has that going on quite a bit. So. And here's Camel Joe putting up some points at the end of the game. He's got 2 Grand Slams. He's going to look for one more. We're up to 1 minute and 10 seconds left. The Twin City Terrors on a power jam because Egon Strangler went to the box. He's going to come through, try and make his way through the pack, and I think he's going right back for... He's going right back to the box. So here's what you can take with you for the rest of the weekend if you're the Sioux City Cornstalkers, is you can have a really nice jam to end this game and end the game on a 20-point jam or a 15-point jam. And that's going to be the, what they need moving forward, the motivation. You'll see the exuberance of their coach down on the sidelines for winning that jam. Those are the little battles that you take with you. And hats off to the Sioux City Cornstalkers for playing a great game, being undermanned. The final score here, unofficial final, 373 for the Twin City Terrors, 75 for the Sioux City Cornstalkers. And right now, you have a round of applause for the Sioux City Cornstalkers from the entire crowd. Absolutely great to see for the Sioux City Cornstalkers coming here undermanned, never quitting the entire bout, putting up a great fight. And though they fall 373 to 75, they have earned the respect of everybody here in this building.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow.
And speaking of tomorrow, you can catch the Sioux City Cornstalkers right away in the morning, 9:30 Central Time. They're going to have their dance with the Rock City Riot. And then again, they're going to have a break until 5:30 where they take on the Bisman Bombers, the team everybody around here is talking about after their big win over the Rock City Riot. So the Twin City Terrors, who we have just seen here, off for the rest of the day. They're going to come back at 11:30 on Sunday for the Bisman Bombers bout. So make sure you catch it right here for the live stream of Rolling Along the River. We'd like to thank Bauhaus Brew Labs, Mojo Monkey, Roller Revolution, the Larkspur Acupuncture, Pink Zebra, Plexus Worldwide, the Croatian Hall in St. Paul, and all of you for tuning in right now to the 7th annual Rolling Along the River from right here at the Wakuta Ice Center in St. Paul, Minnesota. I'm Joe Bukowski along with
Screamin' Mimi.
Screamin' Mimi. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to stick around for the rest of the schedule. We've got the Rock City Riot and Bisman Bombers coming up next, and that's the match you're going to want to see as the Rock City Riot are looking for revenge against the Bisman Bombers, who surprised them at Spring Roll and have affected the mid-tier MRDA rankings in quite a big way. So make sure you catch that. That'll be followed by the replacements in North Star Roller Girls at 5:30, with co-ed action starting at 7:30 from Fargo's Team Love Machine and Sioux City's The Goonies. For everybody here at Spring Roll, Rolling Along the River. Oh my God. For everybody here Rolling Along the River, 7th annual. Thank you so much for tuning in. It has been a pleasure to call this bout for you guys. Bonus coverage here of the 2015 Rolling Along the River tournament. We are about 17 minutes away from the Rock City Riot taking on the Bisman Bombers. Joining me now is the person who will be calling the next bout, Smack Truck, whose home city is the Rock City Riot. So now, Smack Truck, I have to ask you, given the first bout with the Twin City Terrors playing as well as they did in the first half, taking advantage of the penalties and things like that, and then losing the way they did with Rock City, what can you tell me about what to expect in this second bout versus the Bisman Bombers?
Well, this is going to be a hard bout for these guys. Here a while back, the last home bout that Rock City had against Bisman, Bisman came in and actually beat them with this same 7-man roster. So Rock City's looking to get a little redemption with the hometown crowd. Bisman looking to capitalize on it and go for that big W again. That loss to the Terrors, the Rock City stuck with them there for about the first half, and then after the halftime break there, the Terrors just really came out and opened it up against Rock City. So Rock City looking to make some adjustments on their defense. Everything they're doing there looking good, but just this Bisman team, they practice with them, they play with them on our home turf. They do fill-ins and everything back and forth. So going to be a really good bout, I believe.
So two teams that know each other very, very well, kind of inside and out. It almost harkens back to the days before the MRDA. MDC was just a thing out on the East Coast, and you had the Twin City Terrors, which is where I've come from. So as the Twin City Terrors and the Milwaukee Blitzkrieg or the Sioux City Cornstalkers just kind of getting started, and you'd always supplement those guys, even the Green Bay Smackers. So when you got to play against that team, you were like, man, I've practiced with this guy all the time, and it almost had a home season feel to it where you're just so used to the other guys on the track. Is that something that these guys are going to experience or that these guys are going through?
Oh, absolutely. Like I say, the fill-ins that they've been doing since Bisman started with the women's league out there in Bismarck. They've been doing a lot of mentoring, going out there doing some coaching clinics and things like that. So yeah, both of these teams know each other really well inside and out, and it's really going to be hard for both of them to find something in their repertoire that the other guys don't know about.
Sure, and a 7-man roster, that is something that if you have lost to a 7-man roster, you never really forget it, right? But Bisman brings that almost flaunts it, like this is their team, and that's what they're going to do. They definitely bring a more physical style for being a short man team. So I think Fargo is going to be able to match up really well with that, with guys like Austin Plower, Devastator, some of the bigger guys, and even some of the veteran guys like Chris York and Craven Moorhead, guys who've been around for a long time. We're really going to have to step up, and we'll see that one-on-one game maybe wear down some of these individual players here on Bisman.
That's right. Like I said, in that last bout that Rock City had with Bisman, Bisman actually experienced one point where they skated with a 6-man roster there. One of their skaters ended up getting a little bit of an injury and didn't even phase them. They just kept on going and rolling with it until their skater was back and ready to go. And Rock City really had a hard time trying to overcome that, and very demoralizing loss for them, really, considering the background that they have together. And I know Rock City went over to Fort Wayne to spring roll, looking for some redemption there, and had a tough go of it there as well. So this tournament for them is kind of that road to getting back where they were about a year and a half ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Fargo Spectrum, the league, the Rock City Riot may have changed quite a bit, but you still see some familiar faces. It looks like I can see CU Hit the Ground down there. Is that it?
No, actually,
no, Craven or Devastator.
Devastator, yeah. CU Hit the Ground. One of our big hitters and a real physical jammer. Actually, here about 2 years ago, decided to take a break and just really never came back. Been a rotation on some of the faces. Another big hitter that we had, Chase McKeester, also just kind of stepping back and away. So some of the newer guys coming in and replacing. We've got Zarchasm, who's one of our more premier jammers now, along with Craven Moorhead. So yeah, these guys, they're all going to have to start stepping it up a little bit more. Some of the older guys like the Wretched and York, they're getting kind of road weary and beat,
Oh, sure, absolutely, and that can take its toll. The travels, you know what I mean? Roller derby, as some of those who are playing will tell you, I mean, it's a 24/7, 365-day-a-year sport, and you'll have these guys like the Wretched, like even Austin Plowers, who've been playing for years and years and years, and you start to see that kind of wear them down. And interesting enough, though, one person I would like to talk to you about is Austin Plowers himself. Seeing the transition of this guy who, as a guy who skated against him, I can say it laughingly and jokingly. I got a lot of respect for the guy, but when he started, he was kind of the goon. He was kind of the goon of the team. He was a young guy, came in, he was a rugby player, very physical, not really knowing a lot about roller derby, but he has turned into one of the better derby minds in Fargo and really a leader for the team. And if you could talk to kind of the transition that we're seeing now with Austin Plowers and him taking more of a mentorship role with the team, I think it's been really amazing.
Oh, absolutely. Like you say, he started out coming from a rugby background, playing for NDSU and their club team, and everybody knows what rugby is. It's basically a lot of hard hitting, drinking, basically a legal fight. And he came in there into Rock City kind of with that mentality, and it worked for a while, but he started to figure out you have to start to play the game. Of course, there's going to be that physical element, but it's almost like that mindset or that chess match in the mind. You got to be able to look at what's going on the floor and adjust and be fluid to that. And that's really something he's stepped up in the last couple years here, where, like you say, mentoring some of the new guys, just being a much smarter, cleaner skater.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's even found coaching roles in Fargo. I believe he coaches for one of the girls' teams up there.
Yeah, he's done some coaching with the women's team, just working back and forth with the women's team. As you know, Bolt Action from FMDG is the men's coach here. She's been with that league for, I believe, 3 years now. So a lot of good partnership going on there. And they actually both are practicing in the same facility there in Fargo and Skateland now, and holding practices and just basically, running a rec league, doing all kinds of things together. So it's turned into a really good relationship, being able to work with the women like that and kind of learn that finesse, where the women, it's a little less physical, it's more finesse.
Absolutely, and that's one thing when we look at the progression of men's roller derby and the MRDA is there has been a move to the more physical play. A lot of the amoeba defense, a lot of the the scrum type starting. You're seeing jammers move from being these little agile guys who would move around and get through the pack to these bigger guys like Freight Train from the Twin City Terrors or Austin Plower for Rock City. But being able to integrate both sides of it. Like the Terrors have Nader's Gonna Nate, who is able to be the agile jammer while Freight Train is able to be that hammer. And with Fargo, they seem to have that hammer in Austin Plowers, but who is that guy who kind of harkens back to the old school, the agile guy that we're going to have to look out and watch for in this game between Fargo and Bisman?
I'm thinking we're going to be looking at Craven Moorhead. He's been here since the start. And he has that agility in those moves. He's lost, just that growth as that jammer. And you're going to see him out there probably every third jam or so, between him, Sarcasm, and then they're probably going to be rotating through like Austin. Sometimes you're going to see Booze Traveler out there too. Booze Traveler, kind of harkening back to that really thin, just agile, gazelle-like, just trying to get the moves, get the speed, and get around on that inside turn of turn one with that big burst of speed. So that's what I think we're going to see coming off of Rock City.
Absolutely. So same question. I got to ask for Bisman, not being familiar, just hearing the stories, right? What can we expect from Bisman in that same vein?
You're going to see, it's going to be a lot of muscular jamming there. You're going to see Sacre Bleu He's their, I would say, their premier jammer. Agile, but very hard hitting. You're also going to see a lot of just basic hard hitting off of Rock'em Sock'em on the blocking core. They kind of rotate everybody through there. With that small of a roster, they're just pulling double duty as much as they can. The big thing, that I'm thinking I'm going to find in this bout later in the day here is finding the heat in the facility is getting to be quite stifling. I was sitting behind the Cornstalkers bench for that last bout, and those guys were just drenched. Some of them guys were looking really, really tough, dealing with that heat in the arena here. And I think that's going to be one of the biggest opponents for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you run into situations like this where you're at a 6-man or an 8-man pack, a 8-man roster, a 6-man roster, that heat and the humidity of this place as the venue kind of evolves into what it's going to be for the rest of the weekend. That first bout with the Terrors and Rock City, the humidity wasn't what it is now. And it's going to keep going on until the end of the weekend. So you're going to see that humidity pick up. You're going to see, some more heat exhaustion like we did in the first bout, or in the second bout, the second MRDA, with some of the guys from the Cornstalkers. So having a thicker team is really going to, help you progress through the weekend. The North Star Roller Girls ran into that, having a bit of a deeper roster as well, where when some of the girls from Sioux City started to foul out, and then they're out there way too much. They had skated Mopane a lot. They had skated PBR. When it got to the 10 minutes and they needed something left in the tank, the venue had already kind of taken that out of them. So I think, is that something that Bisman, my question for you, is that something that Bisman is going to have to worry about in this game versus Rock City? Or is that something that you think they're already accustomed to because they always play this 6 or 7-man game?
It's really hard to tell. I know when in that last bout with Rock City there on our home turf, it actually got really warm in the venue really quick that evening, and I mean, those guys just seem to skate through it. Just I think, like you said, it's because of that working with this same roster day in and day out. They've gotten accustomed to it, just almost as a conditioning, and that's the big thing is the conditioning. If you do it all the time, it's going to be second nature, where the guys that do get that break a little bit more often because of the roster depth aren't going to be as conditioned to that, to dealing with that, the stress on the whole physical system of the sweating and the raised blood pressure and everything. So I think Bisman's going to do a good job with that.
Absolutely. Well, wrapping up the pregame show here, Smack Truck, I'm going to make way for Loose Change to step in here for this bout between the Rock City Riot and the Bisman Bombers. This essentially has the feel of Anaheim Ducks versus San Jose Sharks. This is Yankees Mets. This is White Sox Cubs. This can be kind of a knockdown, drag-out fight between an understaffed team and a team that's looking for revenge. So if you don't know anything about these two teams, now you do. This could be the most exciting bout that you'll see from the MRDA side all weekend as Rock City looks for redemption after losing the past two to the Bisman Bombers. They're going to try and pick one up here and right the ship versus their in-state rival here at Rolling Along the River 2015.
Looks like we've got just up over 2 minutes on our time clock for Time to Derby. Another chair up here to sit. I don't know what you want to do.
Can you grab that one? Or?
Yeah. Hey, Carl. Can you help move this one up? Yeah. Do you have enough space there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Try and make this so we can get in here without. Oh.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're good. I don't see a thing, but whatever.
You can hear yourself.
If I can hear myself, that means I'm good. I can hear myself all the dang time, so.
Well, you're good then.
Aw, thanks, Mac. Well, I am Loose Change. This is when you introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm not used to doing broadcasts like this. I'm always used to doing the house calls. So I'm Smack Truck. As we were doing the pregame here with Bustin, I'm the lead announcer for Rock City Riot, and then I also partner up on the FMDG, the Fargo-Moorhead Derby Girls announcer duties as well. So got a little bit of experience with everything, both sides, the WUFTA and the MURDA.
Excellent. Well, time clock says that we've got 12, 11, 10 seconds in their Time to Derby. Looks like we've got the Rock City Riot taking the track. And looks like from the Bisman Bombers, they're getting out there too. So for the Rock City Riot out there, we've got Johnson, Austin Plower, say that name for me.
Sarcasm.
I'm gonna get that right one of these dang days. York, Davis Strader, Booze Traveler, Liberal, Bachmeyer. Bachmeyer has a different two names?
His original Derby name was Craven Moorhead.
Okay.
But in the vein of trying to give a little more, what do I want to say, credence to the Derby world, just going to his last name, which is Bachmeyer.
Excellent. Calcutta and the Wretched.
Then out for Bisman, we've got Keefe, Orange Crush, Sacre Blue, Rock'em Sock'em, Evinrude, Senior Tingles, Fudwig Van Beethoven, G, and Black Mage.
And speaking of Bachmeyer, he is the first lead jammer.
Sacre Blue out there jamming for Bisman up against the three wall of Rock City. Bachmeyer out in front of Sacre Blue, coming back around on that next scoring pass. And with that, the first jam done there. Looks like Bachmeyer picked up 4 for that first blood for Rock City, holding Bisman scoreless.
This is going to be a very exciting bout. I'm given the storied history behind these two teams, I'm very excited for what both halves are going to bring.
That's right. And out there right now we got Sarcasm jamming for Rock City facing off against Keefe for Bisman. Keefe looking to get around Devastator out there. Got bumped to that outside back straightaway.
And Sarcasm gets called on a penalty, and he is in the penalty box.
Turns this into power jam for Bisman. A very good position for them already right here in the second jam of this bout. Keefe looking to get around the Wretched. Wretched with a nice shoulder into Keefe. Keefe coming back in behind the Wretched. Now Rock City bridging it out. Keefe gets past there finally, and he is your lead jammer. Sarcasm back into the bout for Rock City. Keefe tied up behind 3-wall of Rock City.
Sarcasm made quick work of that 4-wall. Fortunately, it doesn't look like he picked up any points.
No, it doesn't. Keefe wisely calling that off. Did pick up 1 point for Bisman there.
So this is the Rock City Riot's second bout of the day, and with Bisman Bombers being the first. So do you think that's going to play a part in attitudes, scores,
Yeah, I
heat
think so.
exhaustion?
Yeah, I think so. Bisman, you know, they're coming into this fresh, even though the venue is very warm and steamy in here. Being fresh, I think that's going to give them a little bit of an edge. And we saw it right there. Evan Rude for Bisman with that quick jump out and getting that lead jammer status.
Literally, that was a hop, skip, and a jump, and he was through the pack and established as the lead jammer.
Big hit by Austin Blower there. Put Evan Rude right down onto the floor. Evan Rude wisely calling that off, knowing that Booze Traveler was coming back around. Great track awareness on his part. I think right here too is the big matchup we're going to see between these two teams here all afternoon is Bachmeier facing off against Sacre Bleu. These guys know each other real well, so they're going to look for any and every advantage they can find.
Well, we've got Bachmeier up against a 3-wall, and he is through and established as your lead jammer. And Sacre Bleu actually was just part of a star pass, and looks like that is G, who is now the jammer for the Bisman Bombers.
Very smart move on Bisman's part. If Bachmeier wouldn't have had the track awareness that he did, that put Bisman back into a very good scoring position.
Alrighty, so looks like we've got Bachmeier. Is that Bachmeier again?
That's Sarcasm out there.
Sarcasm.
Very physically kind of the same look. The only real way you can tell them apart if you're not familiar with them is just Sarcasm is a little bit shorter than Bachmeier.
Big hit to the outside by Thugwig van Beethoven on Sarcasm.
Keefe got bumped to the outside of turn 1 there. Recycled all the way back behind York and Johnson. Weaved his way through that pack and across the back straightaway. He is your lead jammer. York and the Wretched doing a good job. Ended up having to let him go there. Got out of that zone of engagement real quick. Picked up a quick 4 points.
Just over 24 minutes remaining. I'm watching that clock to see if it's going to be updated, because currently we're seeing a tie of 8-8 between the Rock City and Bisman Bombers.
Devastator out there jamming for Rock City, facing off against Evan Rude.
Couple big hits there from Evan Rude before he even left the jammer line, and he is just fighting his way through that pack of red. He's just like, I feel like he's just going to vibrate off the floor at some point.
Very physical, up on them toe stops, not even skating, just basically running and pushing.
Well, evidently it worked, because he is your lead jammer.
Devastator still stuck behind Bisman there. One blocker to get by. He does finally. Bisman just not giving any quarter here. Really looking to keep building on the wins that they've had against Rock City.
And Evan Rude sees the Rock City jammer coming up and quickly calls it off. Looks like he was able to pick up 2 points, so we do have a score of 10-8 right now.
Sacre Bleu for Bisman facing off against Bachmeyer for Rock City. Just under 23 minutes left in this first half.
I feel like anytime you say Sacre Bleu, you really have to do it with the Sacre Bleu.
Sacre Bleu. No, I just sound like a bad Pepe Le Pew when I do that. Both jammers tied up in traffic going around turn 2 there. Bachmeyer does break free, and he is your lead jammer. Coming back around, running headlong into Rock'em Sock'em and the rest of the Bisman blocking crew. Sacre Bleu still looking to get around. Got bumped out there on turn 3, skating back in behind Austin Plower. G looked to get the big hit on Bachmeyer, but totally missed there. So Bachmeyer picked up a grand slam. Coming back around, already setting up on that next scoring pass.
That was a Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
That's right. I forgot about that from earlier in the day.
And it looks like Bachmeyer was able to pick up a couple extra points before he called it, because he saw that Sacre Bleu was coming around.
If you're inspired by these Pink Zebra Grand Slam,
Yeah, that all-important burst of speed at the end there, skating right up until that fourth whistle.
Absolutely. That is key.
Got Evan Rude and Sarcasm on the Roller Revolution jam line.
Evan Rude goes to the inside of turn 2 and gets through, and he is the lead jammer. It was at the same time. They were both going the opposite direction.
Just like NASCAR, sometimes that inside turn, that's where you want to be. Even though that outside corner is clear, that shortest distance around that corner, it's going to give you that extra couple seconds to get that lead jammer status.
It's all about the geometry, man. Right? That's geometry, right?
Yes,
Yeah, with the angles and the stuff and the
it's right. Just like NASCAR, go fast, turn left.
skate fast, turn left.
That's right. Got Keefe out there against Booze Traveler for Rock City.
And Booze Traveler is through, and he is your lead jammer.
Keefe tied up behind Rock City in that four wall. Austin Plower with a bump out on Keefe there going into turn 2. Going to recycle him all the way back to that old pivot line.
And with that, Booze Traveler was able to pick up a 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
And already back around and picks himself up another Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Keefe having a heck of a time getting around Rock City this time. These guys still in the early stages, kind of feeling each other out and finding what they can do and what they're not going to be able to do.
I was just looking for the jammer star, and I couldn't find it, and I think I just realized why, because there was a jammer pass. There was a star pass, so we've got G right now for the Bisman Bombers. He is the jammer.
And Booze Traveler, weaving his way through turns 3 and 4, picks up another Grand Slam for the Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Extends that lead out right now, Rock City with a score of 30 to Bisman's 10.
Big hit there by Rockin' Sock'em to... Who was the...
Booze Traveler.
Booze Traveler. There's a big hit on Booze Traveler. He ended up on his back, calling it off at the same time as he was actually being fallen on as well.
Booze Traveler with a nice showing in that jam, picking up 17 points for Rock City there.
With just over 18 minutes, we've got the score of 32 Rock City, 10 for the Bombers.
right now for Rock City, that is Bachmeyer. For And it looks like we've got Sacre Bleu out there for the Bisman Bombers and Bachmeyer for the Rock City Riot.
Bisman with a nice floor wall on Bachmeyer there, just not letting him through at all.
Not at all.
Sacre Bleu blew through the defenses of Rock City there, picked up that lead jammer status and already coming back around into scoring pass.
Sacre Bleu picks up a couple points, calls it. Looks like Rock'em Sock'em took a big hit to the back and hesitated in getting up. Good to see that he is up and about, just doing a little stretching.
Austin Plower picking up a penalty there right at the last second for Rock City. So Rock City going to be starting this next jam one blocker down.
And so is Bisman Bombers, because they've got number 99, Black Mage, in the penalty box. So it will actually be a 3-3.
Coach Bolt Action out on the floor looking to dispute something going on. I didn't quite see what she might be talking to them about. I want to do a big thank you to our sponsors here. Bauhaus Brew Labs here in St. Paul. They are the official beer sponsor of Rolling Along the River 2015. They're locally produced, and you can find them online at BauhausBrewLabs.com.
They have good beer.
They have good beer?
Some. Have you tried any?
No, I have not tried any yet.
So there's a whole little like Bauhaus setup over there, in kind of in the middle of Vendor Village. You should definitely go and grab yourself a beer at some point.
As warm as it is in here, I think I will be partaking of a cold adult beverage after this bout. And also I heard Mojo Monkey, they're one of our official sponsors as well, and I found out they're going to be here tomorrow morning.
They will. I heard that they were one of our sponsors, and I heard somebody mention them, and I was like, where are the donuts? Where are the donuts? Where are the donuts? And they're like, oh yeah, they didn't have any this morning, and I was like, oh.
So, yes, we are definitely going to have Mojo Monkey donuts tomorrow.
Donuts, donuts, donuts.
And they are fresh donuts from real recipes made by real people, and they're also on the net. You can find them at mojomonkey.biz. So stop on their webpage there, give them a check out, like them, follow along, and I'm sure from what I've been hearing, you'll be as excited to try them out as I am.
All right, so it looks like the official review is over? Question mark? We've still got some officials discussing different things, but...
From our vantage point here, seeing Bolt Action, speaking with Austin Plower down in the penalty box, Austin Plower looking a little upset about that last penalty call, kind of motioning towards his side. Looks like his jersey possibly got tore. And now looks to be being escorted off the floor. Very devastating for Rock City.
I'm hoping that we'll be able to have an official come up and tell us what exactly happened.
I believe that it had to have been from that last contact with Rock'em Sock'em there.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Sarcasm is in the penalty box right now for the Rock City, so there is a power jam going on for the Bisman Bombers.
Evan Rood already, he is your lead jammer, picked up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam, looking to chip away at that lead that Rock City did build up off of Booze Traveler's last jams out there.
Looks like he picks up another Pink Zebra Grand Slam and calls it off before Sarcasm is able to exit the penalty box.
So we are going to start this next jam as a power jam. We've got Healy out there for the Bisman Bombers. And both sets of defense and offense are at full capacity, so it is a 4-on-4 pack.
Bisman going to start out with that passive offense, capitalize on that as much as possible, but yet build that nice four wall now that Sarcasm is back into the bout.
They were just waiting for him.
Sarcasm through the pack, but not your lead jammer.
Healy was established as lead jammer. Unfortunately, he got out to the outside and was recycled almost all the way back to the jammer line once he realized that Sarcasm was out and almost about in a scoring point position, decided to call it off.
Probably smart on his part. Just let Sarcasm burn a little extra energy off and get himself just that much more tired. With that limited bench that Bisman is fielding, they definitely got to use everything they can to their advantage. Even that little extra work that they made Sarcasm do now definitely will probably end up paying off in the long run going into that second half.
So Bisman has 7 skaters. I'm counting 7, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that nobody was hiding.
As far as I know, this is the same team that they fielded when they came to Fargo about 2 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in a very limited position right now. Kind of like Rock City. Rock City, they're fielding a little bit bigger roster. Trying to recruit as much as possible, but both towns with a really storied history in all different sports and things going on. So it's really hard to get guys to want to come out and play.
It would be so nice if all derby teams were just super close to one another and had giant populations to pull from for volunteers and skaters and officials and EMTs, and you never had to worry about, well, can this person make it or that person make it? But guess what? Life isn't that easy. Why would roller derby be that easy?
That's right. That's the part of living out in the Midwest. We've got Bachmeyer out there jamming for Rock City, and he is your lead jammer.
And it looks like we've got Sacre Bleu out there for the Bombers.
Bachmeyer picking up 4 more for Rock City.
Calling it off before any other points can be scored by Sacre Bleu.
Going back to what we were speaking about, living in the Midwest like this, all these teams having to travel at such distance to be able to play different teams other than having to play the same ones all the time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely would be nice. I know a few years ago I was over at Spring Roll in Fort Wayne, and speaking with some of those leagues over there, they got 5, 6, 7 teams all within, a couple-hour drive. So, yeah, definitely makes a different flavor of derby when you go, over into the Detroit area, the Fort Wayne area. You get over into New York and that. A lot more depth and teams to play.
That's why it's so great that, there are tournaments like Rollin' on the River and what was the one that you had just mentioned, Spring Roll, that really gives the opportunity for teams that maybe don't play each other as often to come in and really make it worth their while and, just really get their money's worth, so to speak, especially when it comes to travel and hotels and gas mileage or flying or anything like that. So having that opportunity to come in and really do that, it's really great, and that's how the roller derby community grows. Because you're gonna play new people, you're gonna learn new things, you're gonna make new friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, the growing with everybody. It's fun seeing the same teams all the time, and the friendships and the friendly rivalry that's built. But yeah, it would be nice to have a lot more leagues out in the Midwest here.
So it looks like we've got bolt action out there again. It appeared to be another challenge. Going to see if I can find some sort of official to tell us what exactly was going on.
The official decided that yes, that should be assessed to the blue jammer. From the end of that chance, Louisiana will start the box and Rock City will retain.
Ready to get back to the action here. Zarkasm on that Roller Revolution jam line.
So if you notice, Zarkasm is the only jammer out there. Apparently, the challenge was in regards to a track cut on the Bisman Bombers Sacre Bleu as a jammer. So he is currently sitting in the penalty box serving the penalty.
Big opportunity for Rock City to extend that lead. Currently only with 44 on the scoreboard for Rock City, 23 for Bisman, and just under 14 minutes in this first half. So still definitely anybody's bout. Zarkasm picks up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam there, adding to that lead. Already coming back around, weaving his way through the pack one more time. Picked up another Grand Slam, so picking up 10 on that jam, extending that lead just a little bit more.
And it looks like we're going to be starting with a 3-4 pack advantage for Rock City.
Evan Rood out there jamming for Bisman, facing off against Booze Traveler. Evan Rood up on his toe stop, sneaking past York there, and he is your lead jammer. Evan Rood tried to go for an apex jump, slammed into his own blocker, Rock'em Sock'em.
There were 0 points scored at that point, and I'm seeing one of the Rock City Riots.
Booze Traveler did not see what happened. Obviously took a real hard hit there. Our medic staff kind of getting a workout here today. Started right in that first bout of the day, and been busy all day throughout. Definitely could be devastating for Rock City if they lose Booze Traveler here to an injury. Already having lost Austin Plower to a skater ejection. Definitely not a situation Rock City wants to be in at this point.
Booze Traveler is up, and the medics are rolling him away. So hopefully we will be seeing him again later. But it's always nice to know that there's nothing needed in regards to a wheelchair or anything like that when it comes to...
Getting back to the action here, Rock City sending Devastator out to the Roller Revolution jam line, facing off against Keithy. Both teams ready to go.
Just needed to make sure that the officials were all ready. They got the go-ahead.
Another one of those scrum starts where both teams just jumbled up going across that old pivot line.
Both teams have their full contingents of blockers out there. Definitely giving the other jammer a run for their money. We've got Keithley stuck behind and working his way through the Rock City Riot. And of course, just as I say that,
Devastator had a heck of a time getting around there. And unfortunately for Rock City, it allowed Keefe to get around there first. Even though he wasn't that lead jammer, it forced Rock City to call that jam off, holding both teams scoreless. There again, just allowing Rock City to expend some extra energy that definitely nobody wants to be doing right now. Bizman sending Evan Rude to the jam line, facing off against Zarkasm for Rock City.
Evan Rude, he is just one agile dude.
Rock'em sock'em for Bizman, looking to put the big hit on Zarkasm and missing there. Zarkasm got by, and he is your lead jammer. Already coming back around that back straightaway, setting up for that first scoring pass.
He is able to pick up, it looks like, 4 points for Rock City.
Black Mage did a good job there, stopping Zarkasm from totally breaking free there.
It looks like we've got Bachmeyer back out on the track again, going up against Sacre Bleu.
Both of these teams just piled up on that Roller Revolution jam line.
Sacre Bleu is able to find an open hole, just zoops right through it. He is established as your lead jammer with Bachmeyer not too far on his heels.
Sacre Bleu doing the hit it and quit it. Got, looks like maybe, only showing 1 point on that. I thought he was going to pick up a couple more there. It looked like he'd gotten around, but yeah, only 1 point. Rock City able to tack 4 on there at the very end. Rock City with a score of 58 over Bizman's 24. Just a little over 9 minutes left in this first half.
.34 differential, not unsurmountable by any means. Especially when you take into consideration that there's still a whole nother half.
That's right. And as long as they keep playing as hard as they are and ratcheting this up, that second half is going to be interesting to watch, just to see the conditioning of both of these teams and who's actually going to be able to hang on.
It will indeed. Who's going to be able to hang on to the heat and actually continue to bring 110%? Because I can tell you, just standing up here talking, I'm hot and sweaty. I can't imagine what it must be like in full uniform, full gear, skating around, hitting one another, and really only having small little breaks in between. Because when you look at the roster of these two teams, you're basically going at least every other.
That's right. It's just going to be a war of attrition between these two teams. Who can hold out the longest with the conditions down on the track for the heat and the humidity? Looking at the whiteboard in the center there too, actually been a very clean bout penalty-wise. Looks like Bizman has one skater carrying about 3 penalties. Everybody else is looking pretty good so far. Bachmeyer out there jamming for Rock City. Blew through that pack, and he is your lead jammer. Evan Rude being sent to the penalty box for Bizman, so this is a power jam for Rock City.
And Bachmeyer picks up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Bizman doing a good job. Set up that 4-wall going into turn 2. Shut Bachmeyer down for a few seconds, but he does get by there and picks up another Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Evan Rude is standing in the penalty box, so he has less than 10 seconds, and he has been released.
Rock'em Sock'em bumped Bachmeyer out there, forced him to do a little recycle. Just gained him a couple seconds there. Evan Rude now out there as well, playing a little defense on Bachmeyer. Evinrude went for the apex jump, ran into York. York picking up the penalty off of that hit.
That was York for Rock City picking up a blocking out of bounds for hitting the air. Evan Rude didn't stop. Rock City picking up another 3 points.
Coach Bolt action out there contesting that last call, I think. Both of these teams very physical. Rock City opened up that scoring differential there. They're up to a score of 81 against Bisman's 24. Just a little over 6 minutes left in this first half.
Looks like there's a little bit of track maintenance going on, and that has been completed as well. So we've got Sacre Bleu out there for the Bombers.
Sarcasm for Rock City bumped across the jam line there into the inside. Recycles in behind G and Rock'em Sock'em.
Sacre Bleu fighting against that 3-wall of Rock City at the front of the pack. Sacre Bleu is able to clear it. He is established as your lead jammer. And Sarcasm real close on his heels. So Sacre Bleu turns around and says, "Let's dance," but calls it before any points are able to be scored.
Bisman using some of this as a clock management tool. Let those guys burn off that energy, work towards that halftime, get a nice little break, cool off, come out refreshed and rejuvenated.
When you're dealing with this type of a heat situation, number of roster situation, it is definitely a good idea to ensure that clock management is key and at the top of your list.
That official review is being used as a timeout. You get one official review per half. You only get 3 timeouts per game. So sometimes you want to use that review to stop the clock, take a minute, take a breather, and that's what the Bisman Bombers are doing right now. It's a good time for me.
Want to say a big thank you to Wakota Arena, one of the oldest, most historic arenas in Minnesota and the proud home of Rolling Along the River 2015. Just a big thank you to them for hosting the venue or the bouts here today.
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow, another big day of roller derby action starting at 9:30. Going to be a very interesting day after today's events.
We've got all sorts of fun and exciting. More roller derby happening tomorrow. More women's derby, more men's derby, and more co-ed derby.
That'll be fun, seeing some co-ed derby here. We don't get to see that a whole lot, so it should be very interesting. G out there jamming for Bisman, and he is your lead jammer. Bachmeyer being sent to the penalty box, got picked up on a track cut. He'll be sitting down for 30 seconds, so we got a big chance for Bisman to pick up some extra points here. G did pick himself up a pink zebra, grand slam that first time around. And as I say that, he picks up a second one, so he's going to start chiseling away at that lead that Rock City has built up, working towards that halftime. Rock City, though, with a big 4-wall across the center of that back straightaway. Bisman entailing that passive offense there, just waiting for Bachmeyer, getting a good chance to get set and ready for him. G breaks through there one more time, so that's 15 he's tacked on for Bisman. Bachmeyer back into the action. G calls it off, so a real good showing for Bisman in that jam. G put on 19 points for Bisman. So big burst for them. Looking to ignite the fire for Bisman.
Absolutely. With just under 3.5 minutes left, we've currently got the score sitting at 81 for Rock City Riot and 43 for the Bisman Bombers.
Got Sacre Bleu and Sarcasm starting out on that Roller Revolution jam line. Rock City with a 3-wall up against Sacre Bleu, now starting to bridge it out.
Sarcasm is able to get past, and he is your lead jammer.
Sacre Bleu through that pack as well, coming back around. Ducked around that outside corner, does not appear to have scored any points for Bisman on that one. Rock City looks like they tacked about 4 more on.
And yet again, we see Bachmeyer going up against Evan Rude.
Bachmeyer shuffling to the inside of the straightaway, runs right into that 4-wall of Bisman.
You know, Evan Rude tried to follow him in hopes that he'd be able to sneak past the other Rock City Riot, but unfortunately, that just wouldn't work, and they were able to shut him down.
Evan Rude bumped to the outside of turn 1 there by the Wretched, recycles back into the pack, now takes a hit to the inside. The Wretched just not going to let him have an inch. Bachmeyer does finally break free coming out of turn 2, and he's your lead jammer.
And it looks like we've got a star pass. And so it looks like Keefe is attempting to be his hand. Is not.
Bachmeyer picks up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Comes back around the inside of turns 3 and 4 and makes it look easy this time. Picks up another Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Bisman reset at the Roller Revolution's jam line. Bisman losing 2 blockers. There was no pack situation, called on a failure to reform. So they're going to be sitting down for 30 seconds. Big opportunity for Bisman. Or for Rock City, I mean. Bisman also losing Rock'em Sock'em there. Just totally decimating the Bisman blocking core.
And Rock'em Sock'em will be, and that is halftime. Well, what I was going to say is, because the penalty box is currently full for the Bisman Bombers, Rock'em Sock'em will have to start on the track. And then as soon as one of the other blockers in the penalty box stand up, at that point in time, he will be allowed to come back into the penalty box to actually serve his time. However, that's not going to happen right now because it's halftime.
Looks like we've got Coach Bolt Action out there for Rock City contesting something once again. Coach Bolt Action and Devastate are both standing out there. Not sure if they got the answer they were looking for, but as we said, we are into our halftime here.
It does appear that the officials are still talking. However, we don't know if they're talking about if it was a challenge, if it was just a question, if it was just asking for some clarification, or if they're just talking about who gets to take the first cold shower.
So at halftime here, Rock City's got a score of 104 to Bisman's 43. Rock City tacked on 19 points that last jam. Big scoring run there for them. So it'll be interesting to see how Bisman's going to come back in the second half here, what they're going to do, and what they're going to try and pull out of the bag of tricks, as it were, since these guys have skated so much together. So we'll be back here in roughly about 8 minutes for the call of our second half.
Sounds like a date to me.
welcome back to Act 2 of the game between the Rock City Riot. It's hot.
Yes, it is.
I came back. I thought about just going home and taking a cold shower. But I came back. You're welcome.
I was told it's much cooler in the ice arena next door where they still have a sheet of ice.
Why can't we play roller derby on ice? Oh, wait, that's right, because that is hockey.
Yes. They would require very sticky wheels. Did a little checking over halftime. Booze Traveler going to be back into the lineup for Rock City.
Good to hear.
Yeah, the medic said he just took a pretty hard shot to the head, had an ear ring in there for a little bit, but he's good to go, it sounds like. So we should see him back in the second half here.
That is fantastic. It's always something that you need to be really, really cautious and cognizant of, is the potential for any type of concussion or any injury like that. So getting the okay from the EMT, that is always what we want to hear. And we are back at it.
First jam of the second half, we've got Bachmeyer jamming for Rock City facing off against Sacre Bleu for Bisman. Bachmeyer goes around the inside of turn 2, and he is your lead jammer. Sacre Bleu threw that pack as well, coming back around, setting up for his first scoring pass. Bachmeyer checks that left shoulder, calls that jam off right away. Yeah.
As I was walking up, I saw a number of Bomber skaters just sitting in front of our giant fans, just sitting and trying to cool themselves off.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know what the temperature is inside the venue here today. Definitely was down there talking with some of the guys, just kind of seeing how they were feeling, and they were saying that the heat is getting to them. They're trying to stay hydrated as much as possible, but with that limited bench that Bisman has, very difficult.
You want to know what the temperature is? It is boiling. It is hot. It is warm. There's so many different synonyms or adjectives I could use.
That's right. Sarcasm jamming for Rock City, and he picked himself up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam that first time around.
And we've got G out there as well. Wasn't able to pick up any points before Sarcasm called it off.
And I did also check out what happened with Austin Plower there for Rock City earlier. He was called on a gross misconduct. I was looking away from the area where it happened, but apparently he kind of went after Rock'em Sock'em there, and I was told there was nobody around Rock'em Sock'em at the time, so it was kind of a blindside hit.
Oh.
So that's why he was ejected from this bout. So hopefully cooler heads will prevail, and he'll be able to come back into the next bout that Rock City has.
And going back to our earlier conversation, we've got Booze Traveler out there for the Rock City Riot, and he is your lead jammer after fighting through the pack of Bisman Blue. Bisman in blue.
G still looking to get around that pack the first time.
He took a big hit to the outside by Devastator.
Devastator.
Devastator. And so he was recycled almost all the way back to the pivot line.
G playing some smart defense there. Bumps Booze Traveler to the outside of turn 1. Gonna recycle him all the way back around turn 4? Turn 3?
Is he gonna just recycle him all the way back to... Oh, no, he's not. I was wondering if he was gonna go all the way back to turn 2, where the rest of his Bisman Bombers are.
Bisman in total defensive mode right now. Now G got back up to the pack there. Bumped to the inside. Ended up coming back in behind Calcutta.
Both cameras back in the frame. 30 seconds left in the jam count.
We've got under 30 seconds remaining, and so much fighting going on.
Bisman really stepped up their defense coming back into this second half. A very hard, impenetrable floor wall. Both jammers scoreless.
Oh, was that 1 point? Was that 1 point for Rock City?
Yep, possibly.
We're just far enough away that you can never quite tell.
Couldn't be the heat mirage coming off the floor, could it?
Oh, that would explain the wavy lines and the fact that I saw a camel, too.
Go back to the action. Bachmeyer jamming for Rock City. Blew through that pack, and he is your lead jammer.
And Keithley is just fighting his way through that wall of red. He is free and clear by turn 2.
Wretched tried to go for a nice hip check and totally missed there coming out of turn 2.
Bachmeyer is able to pick up 4 more points, calls it off. Looks like we've got
Sarcasm and Sacre Bleu.
Sacre Bleu. The whistle blows and they are off.
Rock'em Sock'em with a nice bump it to the inside forces Sarcasm to recycle.
All the way back to turn 4.
Sacre Bleu using that to his advantage, jumps out there, and he is your lead jammer.
Another big hit by Rock'em Sock'em. Sarcasm took him to the outside this time and then recycled him back.
Sacre Bleu just goes right over the top of Libral.
Looks like Sarcasm somehow ended up with having the helmet cover come off.
Was that a botched attempt at a star pass, or?
I am unsure, and as the fact that Rock City Riot's pivot is going to the penalty box, and he put the jammer star back on his helmet, only Sarcasm knows. Was he just teasing us? Or did he have to change his mind when he saw that his pivot was going to the box?
Yeah, seeing the Wretched go to the box as their pivot, he's been with the team since the inception, and
is this the first time he's gone to the box? This I feel like it is. I don't think I've seen him in there yet before.
Looks like he's got a couple marks on the whiteboard down there. So
yep,
he's usually one of the more clean skaters for Rock City. So one to keep an eye on here as the bout goes on. Blues Traveler out there jamming for Rock City, and he is your lead jammer.
And G is stuck behind that wall of red.
G coming back in behind York and Calcutta and Johnson.
G has cleared the pack, and Booze Traveler is working his way through the pack, decided to call it off rather than try to expel the energy.
Yeah, it took a pretty solid hit from Black Mage there, decided to just call it off and do a reset.
You know, you get that 30 seconds in between, and sometimes that's all you need for just a little bit of oomph to get yourself back under control. And
Bisman calling a team timeout here. Time to rehydrate, kind of regroup. Doing pretty good here. They've chiseled away a little bit at that Rock City lead.
Yep, we've currently got a score of 132, Rock City 53, Bisman Bombers.
Looking at the whiteboard down there, looking like Bisman's got a couple guys in some penalty trouble there.
I guess I wouldn't necessarily call it penalty trouble. We've got, just over 20 minutes left, and looks like there's one person that's got 4. It looks like we've got one that has 3, a couple 2s. As long as they're able to stay relatively clean, there shouldn't be any, foul outs.
Yeah.
However,
but with this limited bench, One of those things you really got to watch. 4 can turn into that 7 real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with these scrum starts we've been seeing from both teams. You know, you get that pushing and shoving going on in there, and pretty easy to pick up a back block without even thinking about it.
Back block here, low block there. Got some good back bridging going on from Rock City in order to keep number 15, Keith Lee, out of establishing himself as lead jammer.
Devastator jamming for Rock City's having difficulty as well. Got bumped to the inside of turn 1, recycled. Now still back against a 3-wall that Bisman has set up.
And we're currently seeing a 4-3 pack advantage for Rock City because we've got Black Mage in the penalty box.
Devastator finally broke free there. Sacre Bleu was doing a good job working out that bridge on that back straightaway, but finally had to let Devastator go. Devastator capitalizes on that and picks himself up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Let's watch him do it again.
Went to the outside, picked up a little bump from Rock'em Sock'em and got clipped on a track cut. Turns this into a power jam for Bisman.
Definitely something that if they can capitalize on is going to chip away at that lead that Rock City has established.
That's right, Keefe, the last time he had that power jam, he was able to pick up 15. So we'll see if he can tie a few of them together here in this quick 30 seconds.
Whistle blows, that is the full 2 minutes. Jam ends.
Keefe hanging his head there, looking kind of spent after that jam. Rock City really wearing him down that time. G and Zarkasm out there jamming respectively for Bisman and Rock City.
Big hit by Evan Rude to Zarkasm. As he falls, he sort of takes Evan down with him.
G recycled all the way back behind Johnson.
Zarkasm gets out. Unfortunately, he's called on a track cut, so he is going to be reporting to the penalty box. And so that means it is a power jam for the Bisman Bombers. And G is out there to take advantage of it.
G is the lead jammer as well, so he's in the driver's seat here for the next minute or so left on the jam clock. Rock City doing a good job tying him up on that back straightaway going into turn 3.
Absolutely, giving him enough time for Zarkasm to spend his 30 seconds in the penalty box and get through. He's released, it's through the pack again, and
G took a real hard hit there going into turn 4 as he was trying to motion to call the jam off. Looking a little winded talking to the ref there on the corner of turn 4.
making sure that he is indeed okay. He sort of ended up like on his head because he couldn't quite balance himself trying to call it off and the forward momentum. So it's always nice to know that the refs are out there just double checking to make sure that, yep, you're really okay. It was just that darn gravity.
Booze Traveler jamming for Rock City, dancing around the outside of turn 1, and he is your lead jammer. But Sacre Bleu, he's already broke free of that pack as well, so he's going to try and chase Booze Traveler down.
Booze Traveler can tell that he's coming. Decides to call it off before Sakurai Blue is able to score any points.
Just under 17 minutes left in this second half. Rock City with a score of 141 to Bisman's score of 58. Bachmeyer and Keefe out there on that Roller Revolution jam line.
Both coming up against strong packs of 4.
Bachmeyer recycles to the back of the pack. Bisman with a pretty good 4-wall going into turn 1. Bachmeyer does elbow and shoulder his way through there, and he is your lead jammer. Keefe still tied up by Rock City, bumped to that outside of turn 2. Gonna recycle all the way back around behind the Wretched. And there we have it. Bachmeyer, not a good move, ran right into Bisman's blocker. Got called on that back block, so this is a power jam for Keefe. Calcutta and Black Mage also being sent to the penalty box for Rock City and Bisman, respectively. So Keefe with one blocker to get by does finally get past the Wretched. Wretched having to let him go out of that zone of engagement.
We're currently seeing a 3-on-3 pack situation right now as both teams have one blocker in the penalty box.
That is 2 points for Keefe.
Keefe picks up a couple points there for Bisman, pushing them to 60 on the scoreboard. Rock City picked up 9 that last jam there. They're at a score of 150. Just a hair over 14 minutes left in this second half. Zark. Jam was called off there, but Sakurai Blue gonna make Sarcasm burn off a little extra energy there.
How these guys have any extra energy to start with is beyond me. But it was cute because they were all running next to each other. It's like, hey, you want to play a game of tag? Tag, get it.
Want to highlight what's coming up next here. We've got Women's Derby up next. We've got the replacements. They're going to be taking on the North Star Roller Girls. Those are your ladies, aren't they, there, Loose Change?
They are. This is actually going to be, so we saw the Supernovas play earlier today. This, I believe, is the Northern Lights, which is considered sort of our B team. Okay.
And do you know anything about the replacements? Is this just kind of a hodgepodge of people that have been thrown together?
That's what I know of. So.
Okay, so.
That's my assumption.
Should be a very interesting bout. Never having seen a team that's skated together before, so looking forward to that one. Sakurai Blue was the lead jammer out there. Called that off before Booze Traveler could get back into scoring position. Does pick up 4 points for Bisman.
Looks like they both picked up 4 points. And we've got Evan Rude out there for the Bisman Bombers.
Up against Devastator. Evan Rude trying to go to the inside. York with a nice push in. Forces him to recycle. Now takes a shoulder from Bachmeyer, recycles to the back of the pack, allows Devastator to get towards the front, and he is your lead jammer.
Evan Rude was trying to take the outside line there in hopes that he'd be able to sneak past that last Rock City Riots blocker. Unfortunately, what didn't happen, he was hit to the outside and then has to recycle all the way back to the pivot line.
Devastator picks up another Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Stretches that lead out. We're over the century mark on the lead for Rock City. A score of 164-64 for Bisman. Just a bit over 11 minutes left in this second half.
It looks like Devastator picked up another 4 points. Evan Rude appears to be getting a little bit winded from all of his attempts to break through that Rock City Riot wall.
He's trying a little bit of a shirt whip off of Rock'em Sock'em there. Failed at it. Recycling to the back of that back straightaway there coming out of turn 2. Devastator just bowling his way by Black Mage. Picks up 4 more points for Rock City.
Devastator called on a cut in just the last couple seconds. So looks like the Rock City will be starting with their jammer in the box. So Bisman will start on a power jam.
And looking at our whiteboard down there, Loose Change, looking like Bisman might have one guy in some serious penalty trouble.
A little bit. So if you're listening and you're in the Twin Cities area and you would like to come down and see some roller derby action live and in person, there's plenty of seats left still. You could come hang out with us at the Wakota Arena.
Lots of fun to be had. Yeah.
We've got beer.
There is beer, yes.
We got beer. We've got Roller Revolution, so they take care of all of your roller derby needs.
That's right. Bauhaus Brew Labs, the official beer sponsor of Rolling Along the River 2015, in the house. Purveyors and sellers of their fine malt beverage. Also, I saw they're selling mixed beverages down there.
Ooh, are they?
Yes, I thought I saw some liquor bottles down there, so if you're looking for an excuse to come out and drink and hang out, this is the place to be.
Definitely. All right, looks like we are going, and we've got Sacre Bleu out there starting. He is your lead jammer. Devastator just stood up, so he's got less than 10 seconds in the penalty box.
York being sent to the penalty box for Rock City. So swap their jammer out for their pivot. Sacre Bleu picks up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Look to go around the outside of turn 2. Bumped out there by Calcutta, just deciding to call that jam off.
Just under 9 minutes remaining. Looks like we've got a score of 185. Rock City Riot 71. With the Bombers.
Both of these teams definitely look like the heat's starting to take its toll.
Absolutely.
Seeing a little less energy on line changeouts here. A little less energy just going around getting ready for that reset. Sarcasm, though, showing a big burst of speed there, and he is your lead jammer for Rock City.
He was out before he even hit the pivot line.
Picks up a pink zebra grand slam there.
Keithley took a big hit to the inside, was a little bit slow to get up, but he was able to get up and continue. You can definitely tell, you know, there's just that slight lag in reaction time. There's just not quite that same amount of hustle that we were seeing, you know, 40 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago. The heat is most definitely starting to get to these guys.
We're just about a little over 7 minutes left in this half.
We've got Bachmeyer out there for the Rock City Riot and Sacre Bleu. Sacre Bleu is through, and he's your lead jammer.
Did a nice job of getting around there on his toe stops. Kind of having a little fun with Bachmeyer there going around. He knows he's going to call it off, so he's just letting Bachmeyer burn off some extra energy.
Absolutely. Just as you start talking about there's not just quite that same amount of gumption, well, then that happens, and it's just like, boo, 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 and they're through.
Yep. So on the reset, we've got G out there for Bisman facing off against Devastator on that Roller Revolution jam line.
G's become quite the go-to jammer for the Bombers.
Between G and Sacre Bleu, I don't think we've seen anybody else out there for a few jams anyways.
Both G and Devastator hit to the outside circle and have to circle all the way back past the jammer line in order to re-enter.
Devastator made that quick step around the inside of turn 1, and he is your lead jammer. G through there as well. Bisman right now, real trouble there with only 2 blockers on the floor.
Devastator is able to get through, scores, is able to pick up 4 points and then calls it.
And as we were talking about it earlier here, looks like Bisman's going to be losing a skater. Looks like Black Mage is going to be fouled out here. And now being escorted from the venue. Just showing you how physical of a bout this has been.
Looks like we've got Sarcasm called on a penalty. So he is going to the penalty box. Sacre Bleu is out there. He is not your lead jammer.
No lead jammer in this bout in this jam right now, so we'll be running for, looks like I'm betting the full 2 minutes on this one. Bisman still with only 2 blockers on the floor. Sacre Bleu looked like he thought he was the lead jammer.
He did. He attempted to call it off, and luckily, no, you know, he was lucky that nobody actually called him, because that would have been a penalty then.
Rock'em Sock'em bumped Sarcasm out to the outside of turn 1.
But Sarcasm is able to find that inside line and just skates right on past the rest of the pack.
Sarcasm very deceptive with that speed. Still looking really quite fresh.
Keithley definitely has his eye on Sarcasm.
Sarcasm taking a spill to the inside of that back straightaway. Going to recycle to the back of the pack once again. Gave Bisman a chance to reset that 3-wall.
Sarcasm hit to the inside, recycles to the back of the pack, and is attempting to make his way through. And we hit the 2-minute mark, and the jam is called off.
With that jam, Rock City's now over the 200-point mark. They've got to score a 201 to Bisman's 74. Booze Traveler jamming for Rock City up against G for Bisman. G running headlong into that 4-wall of Rock City. Booze Traveler up towards the front of that pack, fighting against Rock'em Sock'em and Evan Rude. Booze Traveler finally breaks free of that pack, and he is your lead jammer.
Booze Traveler is through the pack, picks up 5 points. That is a Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
The Wretched taking a seat in the penalty box there for Rock City. Rock City running a few more penalties than normal for those guys. I think that a lot of that is the physicality of them just dominating this bout. Really letting Bisman know they're back in no uncertain terms.
A little bit of a pileup over there on turn 3. There appeared to be just a little bit of confusion as if someone was seriously injured or not, but thankfully everyone was up on their skates within just a matter of seconds.
G was bumped to the outside of turn 4 there, does a quick recycle, back up towards the front of the pack. Bumped to the inside by Bachmeyer, now is tied up behind the Wretched.
.40 seconds left on the clock.
Bisman did tack 4 more points onto the board there, so they've got a score of 78. Rock City with a score of 208. That's a correction. Bisman with a score of 80 now. Added a couple more on there.
Looks like we've got an official timeout. Oh, I stand corrected. It is a official review.
.29 seconds remaining on the game clock. So coming up next, we've got the replacements taking on the North Star Roller Girls Northern Lights. Kind of excited to see this one. I've seen the Northern Lights play before. Had the pleasure of watching them up in a B skater tournament up in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Very good showing by those gals. So it'll be interesting to see what they're going up against in the replacements, where they've pulled all those ladies from.
We've come to the end of the timeout. Looks like we've got Sacre Bleu out there for the Bisman Bombers. And Sarcasm for Rock City Riot.
Sacre Bleu playing up to the last whistle here. He's fighting up on his toe stops, working on getting around Rock City there. Does break free. game clock is expired, but still we're going. Now Sarcasm calls that jam off after he picks up 4 more points for Rock City.
We've got the unofficial final right now as 2-12 for the Rock City Riot, 80 for Bisman Bombers.
Very hard fought bout for both of these teams. 2 ejections, losing Austin Plower for Rock City on a gross misconduct call. Black Mage being called out on fouls here towards the end of the second half. So just showing you how hard of a fought bout this was.
Bisman Bombers, they have 6 skaters. 6.
Yes.
6 skaters.
Definitely some Iron Men there.
You're telling me there is nothing but the utmost amount of respect to be able to not only do 2 full 30 minutes in a non-air conditioned arena. Like, man, whew.
And still come off the floor smiling.
Right? like that's what those are the people that you want to play roller derby with, though, because like no matter what, they're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, also at the end of the bout here, as you saw out there, Austin Plower coming out and speaking with Rock'em Sock'em, who he got called out on the gross misconduct earlier for the hit that he put on him.
Yep.
You know, showing that, you know, it happened on the floor. It's past. You know,
hugging it out.
Yep, hugging it out. You know, these guys are all brothers. Like I said earlier when we did the pregame here, they skate together. They come and fill in both ways. They've held clinics and coaching and camps together. You know, working with the women out there in Bismarck, working with FMDG, even taking trips down into South Dakota and helping out the Aberdeen, the A-Town Roller Girls down there, you know, doing some clinics and stuff. And these guys all ref together and everything. So they work, they play, you know, and they're still able to have good, clean fun out of it.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, that's what matters.
That's right. You know, these guys are all out here just doing it for fun. And yeah, that's what makes it awesome. Roller derby, it's just kind of an anomaly, you know. You're playing as hard as you can against these guys, and then at the end of the bout, you're buying beers and sitting down and laughing and comparing black and blue marks.
And be like, oh man, that one hit that you gave me, and I was like, whoa, and you were like, what?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I don't know if you see that in any other sports for real, you know, or you know, in football or baseball, if them guys get along off the field, or if they kind of stay segregated and they're sticking to their own teams, and you know, so like everybody says, roller derby is a family.
It really is. And with that, I am going to say au revoir, auf Wiedersehen. I'm out, yo. Actually, I am very excited because I get to go call in-house for this next bout here. So if you're in the area and you want to hear the dulcet sounds of my voice even more, you can come to the Wakota Arena and watch me. Listen to me.
That's
throw
right.
Stuff at me. If you have cookies, I will gladly allow you to throw cookies at me. Also, ice packs.
That's
I would
right.
be okay with you throwing ice packs.
So Loose Change, she's going to be handling that house call for that next bout of the replacements taking on the North Star Roller Girls coming up here at 5:30. On the broadcast, we're going to be seeing Sequins in October up here in the broadcast booth. Looking to cut a little weight, sweating it off up here where it's so nice and warm. I'm going to be taking a break and sitting down and maybe having myself a cold adult beverage.
I think that sounds like a plan to me.
And then after that 5:30 bout, we're going to be coming back for some co-ed derby.
Co-ed derby.
That's right, co-ed derby. We've got Team Love Machine taking on the Goonies.
I really like co-ed derby.
Co-ed derby is awesome. I wish they would actually bring that out as a regular league. I think that would be amazing.
I fully understand where you're coming from because it's so great to watch constantly. But because they're pulling from the dudes and the ladies already, can you imagine the extra time and effort that would have to go into that? Because, let's be realistic. When you're committed to Derby, you're committed to Derby. There is practice requirements. There's all sorts of stuff. And then to try to add a co-ed on top of that, I mean, if anybody's out there that wants to start it, I am a 110% supporter, and I will come and I will announce, I will cheer, I will do whatever you need me to as long as it's not on skates. I'm just saying, it's a big commitment.
That's right. I'm with you on that one. And with that note, I'm Smack Truck.
And I'm Loose Change.
And we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Wakota Arena. It's one of the oldest, most historic arenas in Minnesota. It's also the home of Rolling Along the River, which you are watching right now. This is going to be a game between North Star Roller Girls and the Replacements. I'm October Revolution.
And I'm Fibonacci Sequins.
And we are bringing you this game in just 46 seconds. Do you want to go through rosters real quick while we have some time?
Would love to. For the North Star Roller Girls tonight, we have number 11, Pop Roxy, number 12, Rosalind Shanklin, number 120, Faye Smelter, number 20, Natasha Romanoff, number 21, Flava Train, number 22, Honey Vice, number 2x4, Slash a Vein for Ya, number 314, Rude Barb, number 45, Scarlet Raven, number 58, Salty Maud, number 608, Rage Deanne, number 89, Kitten Boots, number R19, Helen Gone, and number 9, Kill Valentine.
For the replacements, we have number 09, that is Cherry. Number 11, that's Sass. 13, JRO. 15 is Bolt. 19 is OCD. Number 21 is Tara Skates Off. Number 24 is Yaya. Number 31 is Blazin. Number 40 is G-Nuts. Number 42 is Polly. 5 is Pitbull. 55 is Mercy. 72 is Farah. 76 is Rexy. 84 is Gagher, and 99 is Noxer.
This should be a real fun bout. You know, we've got kind of a mixer going on here. We've got a variety of skaters from around the Midwest and even one from Australia on the replacements this evening. Up against, you know, a handful of skaters here from North Star across all of our travel team, our home teams. Should be a real fun bout here tonight.
Yeah, a good number of these North Star skaters did skate this morning. They played Sioux City Roller Dames. They had won by about 40 points. I don't remember the score offhand, but some of them are on their second bout here today. Some are not. That is Scarlet Raven. She is jamming against Gagher. Both skaters pushing through. Gagher finding a roll on the inside. Pushing back against Ragedy Ann. She is able to get around her in Flavor Train. Both jam reps calling lead jammer. Looks like the North Star Scarlet Raven is going to keep the lead jammer roll. A little bit of confusion among the jammers.
But Scarlet Raven does call that off before anyone scores any points. We are sitting at 0-0 after our first jam with 29 minutes and 30 seconds left.
It is very warm in there for those of you who have not been to this arena or are watching from somewhere not very warm. It's probably somewhere in the high 80s and pretty humid.
It is definitely taking a toll on these skaters. We've seen a couple skaters go down throughout the day with some heat exhaustion issues. So hopefully everyone has been staying hydrated, staying healthy, and we'll have a great safe bout tonight.
Yeah, jamming now for the North Star Roller Girls, that's Salty Maud. She is jamming against Yaya from the Replacements. Yaya pushing up front against that wall of North Stars. She is trying to get through. There's a little bit of a bridge going on as Salty is stuck in the back.
Solid blocking there by Pop Roxy and Bossy Nova for North Star Roller Girls up in the front of the pack. Very well done.
Yeah, that is lead jammer for Yaya. You know, they weren't able to hold her just because they had that pack stretched out, lost some space for in play, so Yaya is now in scoring position.
Yaya able to get through on a Pink Zebra Grand Slam there for 5 points. Those are the first 5 points of our game.
Salty Maud is able to break out of the pack. She has completed her initial pass. She is now also scoring eligible. Yaya is going to get through that pack. She's going to pick up 4 points, call off the jam, and we're going to reset.
After that first jam, looks like Yaya picked up 4 additional points. That will bring our score to 9 points for the replacement. Still scoreless for the North Star Roller Girls with 28 minutes left.
If you look real carefully to the upper left-hand side of your screen, you can sort of kind of see the scoreboard. The replacements are the one on the left. The North Star Roller Girls are on the right. In case you don't know, too, North Star is playing in black and the replacements are playing in white.
We are about to start our third jam here. We've got number 15, Bolt, with the star for the replacements, who grabs a quick lead jammer.
That is Kill Valentine jamming for the North Star Roller Girl. She is stuck between a 2-wall in the front, pushing to the inside now, able to get her hips around, but she is just struggling against OC Devious.
Meanwhile, we've got the replacement jammer Bolt around the outside for another Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Kill Valentine is a rookie with the North Star Roller Girl. She is still unable to break through the pack so far. She is stuck behind Blazin and OCD.
Meanwhile, that is a second Pink Zebra Grand Slam for Bolt.
That's going to extend the lead for the replacements to 19. North Star Roller Girls are yet to score. Bolt is now back in the pack. She tries to get her hips around on the outside there around Pop Roxy. She's only able to pick up one, but that's before Kill Valentine was able to reach the back of the pack.
So still scoreless for the North Star Roller Girls. While the replacements have edged their lead up to 20, we have got 26 and a half minutes left in this first half.
That is Kitten Boots jamming for North Star, I believe. And she is jamming against Gag Her from the replacements. Looks like both teams are rotating through all of their skaters as jammers, or at least a large amount of their skaters as jammers.
Always a good thing to do in a fun bout like this. Get everybody some time with the Star.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for both teams. You know, it gives people some chance to work with people they don't normally play with and to play against people they won't often have the opportunity to play against.
Gagher has grabbed that lead jammer position and is back in scoring position, looking to pick up a few points here. Looks like she's got at least all 4, and she'll call it off.
Kitten Boots is able to break out. You know, the North Star Roller Girls are doing a very good job of getting those jammers out of the pack, but they have not yet been able to keep the replacements jammer from scoring. The score right now with 25-35 left is 24 for the replacements, 0 for the North Stars.
The replacements have been lucky enough and talented enough to get lead jammer every jam so far this half, which is definitely helping to keep North Star off the board.
Yeah, but if you look at this North Star team, you know, none of their big jammers from this morning are playing. A few of them were hurt or probably, you know, either hot or tired, so they're trying out some new jammers here. This is Yaya for the replacements. She is jamming against Helengon for the North Star.
Lots of defensive action in the pack there. Both Yaya and Helly stuck in the pack, but Helengon is going to grab that lead jammer position and hopefully pick up a couple points here for the North Star Roller Girls.
That was the first time they were able to pick up lead, as you just said. And now they are in scoring position, and there's a little bit of space there between Yaya and Helengon. Looks like she's going to go for it. She hits the pack, calls it off. Good timing for her, but it's a 0-0 jam.
Slash of Vein for you sent to the box there. Didn't see what the call was, but looks like North Star is going to be starting with 2 skaters in the box.
Yeah, they have. It looks like Natasha Romanov is standing in the penalty box right now. You can sort of kind of see it if you look to the bottom right of your screen, but not as much as you would like. So there are 2 blockers on the track for North Star right now.
We've got Salty Maud jamming for North Star up against number 15 Bolt for the replacements. It's her second time to the jammer line.
Pop Roxy and Rosalind Shanklin having some good teamwork at the front, able to keep Bolt back. Looks like Salty Maud picked up lead jammer in the meantime, but Bolt was able to get around, get free, and she is now in scoring position with Salty Maud caught behind OC Devious in the pack.
Salty Maud wisely calling it off there before Bolt able to catch the back of the pack. We're going to keep this one scoreless, and our score will remain at 24 for the replacements, 0 for the North Star Roller Girls.
That is Scarlet Raven on the Roller Revolution jammer line for the North Star Roller Girls. She will be jamming against Gag Her for the replacements. Scarlet Raven did not play this morning, but I guess she wanted to get a game in today. Real spread out pack here. You have Rude Barb and Kill Valentine in the front. Gag Her is able to get around the back of Rude Barb. She is lead jammer.
But Scarlet Raven putting on the afterburners and running out the front of that pack in scoring position.
This is a very thin pack. It looks like the penalty box is starting to empty out, though, and we should get some skaters back on the track. Gag Her gets through. She picks up 4 points and calls off the jam. Still scoreless for the North Star Roller Girls.
That's going to bring our score to 28 for the replacements, 0 for the North Star Roller Girls. 22 minutes and 45 seconds left in this first half.
You know, considering that the North Star Roller Girls haven't scored in the first 8 minutes, this is a very low-scoring game. Usually when you see this sort of like scoreless run by a team, you'll see, you know, a much higher score, much bigger jams. I think North Star has shown today from their game this morning and this game here that they are really a defensive team and they're working very hard on their defense.
Have to agree with that. Speaking of great defense, looks like we're going to start with some right off of the Roller Revolution jammer line as we have Sass for the replacements with the Star up against Helen Gunn for the North Star Roller Girls.
Rosalind Shanklin clears the penalty box. That means there's only one player left in there. That is JRO for the replacements.
Helen Gunn picking up a track cut. That will be the first power jam of the game.
That is going to leave Sass open to pick up lead jammer. She's now lead for the replacements. This is not the kind of situation that North Star needed if they wanted to kind of pick up some momentum and start scoring some points and getting back, narrowing that lead of the replacements. But we'll see what their strong defense can do. Yeah, that is a pairing of Paparazzi and Rosalind Shanklin that is able to draw the cut on Sass. She is going to be sent to the penalty box. That means we have no lead jammer. This will be a 2-minute jam. There's 57 seconds left. Helen Gunn released from the penalty box. She is running that turn 4 and coming back into the action. So she set almost a full 30 seconds, so will Sass. She will serve the amount of time that Helen Gunn served, but Helen Gunn still hasn't completed her initial pass, so she will not be scoring eligible until she does. Helen Gunn finding solid defense by all of the replacements blockers right now, really struggling to get through. Meanwhile, Sass has been released and is in scoring position. That's Rosalind Shanklin that just head to the penalty box for North Star Roller Girls. Helen Gunn is free and is finally back in scoring position. Let's see if she can pick up a couple for the North Star before this jam runs out. She's got 5 seconds left to do it. That is points that set that Helen Gunn picked up for the North Star Roller Girls. And after all that action, our score is 36 for the replacements, 1 for North Star Roller Girls. We've got 20 minutes left in the half. I think right now what we're seeing is the replacements are doing a better job of gelling together as a team of people that don't normally play together, while North Star is really struggling with adapting to playing with people who aren't normally teammates. It is really interesting to see how you get a couple teams that are a mixed mux of skaters and how sometimes they can really come together quite fantastically. That's Salty Maud. She is your lead jammer. I agree with what you were saying, and I think that part of it is that, you have a different mindset when you're out there with a bunch of people you never skate with as opposed to people you sometimes skate with at league practice. Meanwhile, Salty Maud has lead jammer, and she is going to pick up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. That is the first Grand Slam for North Star this game. Yaya just headed to the penalty box, though, so this will also be a power jam for her. Looks like Yaya picked up a blocking with the head. And that's another power jam for Salty Maud. So this is going to put the North Star Roller Girls at 11 to the replacements 36. They still have 1 minute and 3 seconds on the clock this jam. Oh, it looks like Salty Maud hit her hips once, but the ref didn't quite see that she decided not to, so she called off the jam. I guess that is the risk of tapping once. It is indeed. Yaya is still standing, so the North Star Roller Girls are going to start with a power jam in their favor here on the Roller Revolution jammer line. They put a strong group out there that is Scarlet Raven, Kill Valentine, Rachel Deanne, and Natasha Romanov standing on the line there for the North Star. The replacements have a full pack though. Scarlet Raven looking for a hole on the outside, not finding it as Noxer is putting down some solid blocking there, along with number 40. That was G Nuts for the replacement, but she's able to sneak through on that inside line and pick up lead jam. Meanwhile, Sass has been released from the penalty box and is one-on-one with Bossy Nova at the front of the pack. Just got to let her go. That is Scarlet Raven reaching the back of the pack. She's headed back through. She gets a little bit of help from Kill Valentine. Decides to crawl off the jam. She was able to pick up, I'm just waiting to see here. It looks like 2 points. That'll be 13 for the North Star Roller Girls, 36 for the replacement. You have to excuse me, that was Natasha Romanoff, not Bossy Nova. They both have very similar spangly derby skins that make their tushies look fantastic, and have to give credit where credit's due there. Sorry about that one. On the jammer line right now, that is Paparazzi for the North Star Roller Girls. She's jamming against Gagher for the replacement. That's a multiplayer block for Honey Vice from the North Star Roller Girls. She's off the track and headed to the penalty box. Paparazzi is your lead jammer, but Gagher is right on her tail. Gagher pushes Paparazzi to the inside. Paparazzi doesn't want to get in a foot race with her, calls it off, and we'll get a new lineup on the Roller Revolution jam line. Our score is currently 36 for the replacements, 13 for North Star Roller Girls. We've got 16 minutes and 40 seconds left in the half. On the line now for the replacements, that is Bolt. For the North Star Roller Girls, that is Kitten Boots. This is her second time jamming today. She doesn't normally jam, and she did okay in her first jam, able to get out of the box. Now she is stuck behind Cherry and OCD. That's a rough wall. I wouldn't want to be behind that wall. I don't think anybody wants to be behind that wall. Bolt able to sneak through on that inside line. She has picked up lead jammer for the replacements. Kitten Boots is not far behind her, though. She is clear of the pack. She's completed her initial pass. Looks like Rosalind Shanklin's headed back to the penalty box. She normally doesn't get penalties like this. This has been kind of interesting to watch. Yeah, that was a big hit by Salty Mod to push Bolt to that outside line, forcing her to call it off. Looks like there was no score that jam. Score is still 13 for the North Star Roller Girls, 36 for the replacement. We now have 15 minutes and 34 seconds left in this half. Looks like we have Scarlet Raven for the North Star Roller Girls going up against Sass for the replacements on this next jam. Scarlet Raven looking for a weakness in the middle of that wall. Sass is finding a hole on the outside. Just not quite fast enough to block her. She is lead jammer. Big hit there by number 40. That was G Nuts again for the replacements, pushing Scarlet Raven to the inside. Sass was able to sneak through the inside there and has picked up another Roller Revolution Grand Slam, or excuse me, a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Scarlet Raven picked up a cut over there in between turns 1 and 2. She is headed to the penalty box. This is a power jam for the replacement. Flash of Bane for you, forcing Sass to the outside line, making her recycle all the way to the back of that pack. Meanwhile, Rosalind Shanklin is also playing some solid defense, keeping Sass from scoring on this power jam. You know, this is a very strong line of blockers in the front for North Star Roller Girls, and they were really able to hone in, pick it up. Sass gets through. She calls off the jam as soon as she feels that she's picked up those 4 points. She did not want to take another go-around. She's going to pick up, I believe, all 4 points for that. That's going to bring the replacements score to 46. The North Star Roller Girls still sitting at 13. We've got 13 minutes and 50 seconds left in this half. This is still a power jam for the replacements. That is Yaya on the Roller Revolution jammer line for the replacements. Penalty box is empty though, so we will have 4-on-4 in the pack. The North Star Roller Girls recycle Yaya to the back. They're able to kill some time. Scarlet Raven is out of the box now. She is eligible for lead because she didn't go to the box this jam, so this is still a race for lead. She gets out first and is lead jammer for the North Star Roller Girls. Yaya not far behind though as she finds her way around the outside, about 1/8 of a track behind Scarlet Raven. Scarlet Raven is taking a look to see if she's going to attempt it. She thinks that she is. She hits the pass, immediately calls it off. We'll see how many points are awarded here. It looks like we've got 2 for Scarlet Raven and 3 for Yaya. Also an illegal procedure being called there on someone. That looks like it was on Yaya. Possibly a late hit after the whistle. I didn't quite see what happened there. I didn't either, but whatever happened, Yaya nodded her head at Gorham Reaver when she called it, so she knew that she did it. She was like, yeah. So North Stars will start this on the Power Jam. Current score is 48 for the replacements, 14 for North Star Roller Girls. Pile up right there at the Roller Revolution jammer line. That is Flava Train for the North Star Roller Girls. She jams for home team, but doesn't normally play on travel. She is pushing up against a strong wall in the front there. It looks like Cherry and Mercy, and I can't quite see who the third replacement blocker there was, but very solid defense to start this jam. Flava Train able to stay inbound. She kind of made it look like she was going to go out of bounds, and Pitbull let up on her a little bit, and she was able to get around and got lead jammer. Yaya has just been released from the box, so she is still on her initial pass. Meanwhile, Flava Train is in scoring position. Don't think Flava Train knew that she had a whole nother round there, but looks like Pitbull just gave her a hug. You know, I know that some of these skaters are from Fargo, and that I think Flavor Train played in Fargo, so she probably has some friends here.
There's friends anywhere in the Derbyverse, no matter where you are or where you're from. All right, after that Power Jam, our score is standing at 48 for the replacements, 14 for the North Star Roller Girls, 11 and a half minutes left this half.
That is Kill Valentine jamming for North Star, and she is jamming against Gag Her for the replacements. Kill Valentine able to find a little bit of a hole on the inside, but she gets stuck behind a pretty strong tripod right here up in the front. North Star Roller Girls replicate that, except they've got 4 blockers holding back Gag Her in the back. That is Scarlet Raven and Rosalind Shanklin working together with a pretty strong brace in the front.
Looks like Kill Valentine was able to get around the outside, and she's going to take lead jammer. Meanwhile, Gagger is about a quarter of a track behind. Flavor Train has called it off, picking up, is that 3 points?
That it looks like 3 points to me. She rode that outside line to get those 3 points. You know, I said earlier, and I'll say again, that that's almost more dangerous than the apex jump when people, kind of put their legs out and ride around the outside line. People don't see it happening, and you can pick up those 4 points just as quickly that way. It's not as sparkly looking, but it's certainly as effective.
On our Roller Revolution jam line now, we do have Helen Gone for the North Star Roller Girls up against Bolt for the replacements.
Helen Gone has jammed a couple of times today. She was unaware that the other jammer started with a position better than her. She picked up the cut. Helen Gone is headed to the penalty box.
Bolt tiptoes around that outside. She is on a power jam.
She approaches the North Star wall backwards, is able to pop Roxy out of the way and get through. That's a good way to avoid picking up a penalty while still being able to open up that hole.
And that is a Pink Zebra power jam.
A lot of bridging going on here. That's 5 more points for Bolt. She picks up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Scoring now, if you can't see, is 17 for North Star, 58 for the replacements. We got 9 minutes left.
Bolt picking up her 15th point for this particular jam as Helen Gone is released from the penalty box and sneaks through the middle to get herself back into scoring position.
She didn't even slow down there. She was able to get right through.
Meanwhile, Bolt picks up an additional 4 that will bring her total for this jam to 19 points. Phenomenal run there for Bolt, bringing the replacements total to 67. North Star is still at 17, 8 minutes and 40 seconds left in the half.
That was one of the larger jams we've seen so far. Bolt does not seem affected by the heat. She's able to really put on some speed and scoring more points in one jam than the North Stars have scored so far in this game. That was a very impressive jam for her.
Definitely speaks to the athleticism of all of these ladies, but especially Bolt from the replacements.
That is Salty Maud pushing up against the front. She picks up lead jammer with her patented spin around the front.
Yaya has snuck through, and she is about half a track behind. Salty sneaking around the outside. She's picked up a couple points. We'll call it off before Yaya is able to pick up any of her own.
That was really good track awareness by Salty Maud. Being able to see that jammer come up when you're in the apex, it's really hard to judge distance, and it's really hard to judge location in the apexes. So that she was able to do that is, good for the North Star Roller Girls, good for her. She only picked up 1 point, but she held the replacements scoreless, which is important in this situation.
Very much so. If they can keep, nickel and diming, they can definitely edge themselves back up into this. A couple power jams wouldn't hurt, though, either.
That is Scarlet Raven jamming for the North Star Roller Girls. She is jamming against Gag Her for the replacements.
Solid defense there by Betsy Rexy, pushing Scarlet Raven to the inside line, but she is able to hop, skip, and jump back inbounds. She picks up lead jammer despite being behind Gag Her. We'll see if she catches her before they catch back up to the pack.
I think she decided she didn't want to waste the time to try. She took a look at the pack, saw where the blockers all were, saw her, her skaters mostly in the back. She called it off. That was a good move, I think, by her. It was a great move by Gag Her forcing that call off. So we're going to get a set of fresh legs on the Roller Revolution jammer line. Looks like we have number 21, Flava Train, taking the star once more for the North Star Roller Girls. And that is number 11, Sass, for the replacements. Right now, the replacements have a pack advantage. They've got 4, the North Star Roller Girls 3. It looks like the replacements are implementing a traditional wall, but now they've got a tripod as well. Then recycling Flavor Train, but Sass is able to get through. Rosalind Shanklin trying to race her to the front, can't make it. Sass is your lead jammer. Flavor Train getting a hit to the outside, but Rosalind Shanklin trying to defend her by hitting Blazin, the skater that hit Flavor Train out in the first place. Flavor Train looks like she is having a skate malfunction. She puts the jammer panty on the floor. That is unfortunately an illegal procedure since Flavor Train cannot take the panty off while she is out of bounds. She would have needed to crawl back onto the track to have legally made that star pass. Not sure. Looks like they waved Kitten Boots back onto the track though. Maybe.
Yeah, but well, it's not illegal for her to take the helmet panty cover off. It's illegal for Kitten Boots to put it on her head because she's not allowed to throw it. Because Kitten Boots picked it up, that's totally legal for a pivot to do. A pivot can pick up the helmet panty, hand it back to the jammer. So that wasn't illegal for Kitten Boots to pick it up, and it would have been illegal though if she put it on her head. So the ref almost did her a favor there.
Wonderful. Thank you for that explanation, Tober.
Yeah, I think it was maybe a year or two ago where that rule was changed where the pivot can pick up the helmet cover off the track, which can be important if it falls, like we saw in the first game today where, it fell off the jammer's head and he didn't know. The pivot can scoop it up before the other team can defend it if they happen to notice it on the ground first.
Lots of bodies on the floor at the end of that jam. Everybody feeling the intensity of this bout. After that jam, we are sitting at 92 for the replacements, 18 for the North Star Roller Girls. There was 25 points scored on that jam amidst the confusion of the helmet panty. We got 4 minutes and 46 seconds left, and looks like we have a timeout being taken by North Star.
Yeah, I think that was a very confusing and distracting jam. All of their blockers were trying to pay attention to who was the jammer, what was going on, was Flavor Train injured, was her skate malfunction, and at the same time, the replacements were just skating laps. And I think that they really need to stay focused. Certainly stay focused on stopping the other team's jammer if they're going to stop the bleeding here.
Indeed. While we are on this timeout, let's take a couple minutes to thank our wonderful sponsors. Rolling Along the River would like to thank Bauhaus Brew Labs, our official beer sponsor of the tournament this year. Locally produced suds, you can find them online at BauhausBrewLabs.com or in beautiful Northeast Minneapolis. We'd also like to thank Mojo Monkey, fresh donuts from real recipes made by real people. Find them online at mojomonkey.biz.
Those are tasty. I could use a donut right now.
Who couldn't?
And a beer. I could use a donut and a beer.
That sounds amazing.
I know. You should get a donut and a beer because you're at home and you can. Right now, that is Yaya. She picks up a cut at the front of the pack. This is a power jam for Salty Maud and the North Star Roller Girls.
This is exactly what North Star Roller Girls need to get back in this thing. Salty Maud, though, still kind of playing patty cake with number 40, G Nuts at the front of the pack there.
I don't know if she remembered she was the jammer, but she really wanted to lay her out before she took off.
It kind of seemed like it. I mean, Salty Maud living up to her name there and being a little salty with that blocker.
She takes a tumble, but she's able to get back up. She is in scoring position right now. That is Tara Skatesov getting sent to the penalty box by Spike.
And Salty has picked up a 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Salty Maud calls off the jam now.
Looks like Yaya had just been released from the penalty box, so we will start with both jammers on the Roller Revolution Roller Revolution jammer line for this next jam.
That is 23 points for the North Star Roller Girls, 92 for the replacements.
Just over 3.5 minutes left this half.
We see on the jammer line now that is Scarlet Raven. She is jamming against Bolt. Scarlet Raven is the only jammer in this game that regularly or ever jams in A-team games. So she's their only, kind of A-team travel team
jammer right now.
Can definitely understand why she would be their go-to person in this particular situation, and it pays off as she gets lead jam.
That is Bolt from the replacement. She is completed with her initial pass. She's about half a track behind Scarlett.
Meanwhile, Scarlet Raven has picked up a couple points, looking to get the last ones, calls it off, not quite sure if she did it in time. No, looks like Bolt was able to pick up all 4. What? That was 3 points only. Only 3 points for Scarlet Raven, so a little bit more track awareness there would have saved them that 4 points. Brings our total score here. Replacements 96, North Star Roller Girls 27, 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I was going to say, there it is again on the outside. You know, when you can get up on one skate and ride the edge, it looks to the pack like you're out of bounds, but you're not, and you can pick up all 4 points very quickly without anybody noticing. Jamming right now, that's Salty Maud for the North Star Roller Girls. She's jamming against Gag Her for the replacements.
Salty Maud able to push her way through the middle, pick up lead jam, while Gag Her was recycled all the way to the back of the pack by Kitten Boots and Slash of Vein for ya, but she finds a seam one-on-one in the front and is able to sneak through. Salty Maud, unfortunately, trying to call it off, but not watching her feet as she does so, re-enters the track and picks up a track cut. This is going to be a power jam for the replacements.
Yeah, this will also be a 2-minute jam because Salty Maud was your lead jammer, so there is 1 minute and 21 seconds left on the clock, and all 1 minute and 21 seconds will be played of this jam.
Lots of defense, lots of hard hits here on the north. Oh, looks like we have another jammer cut. We are going to play the jammer do-si-do in the penalty box.
That is Gag Her. She will sit. Salty Maud leaves the box. Gag Her will sit for as long as Salty Maud did, so not that long.
Yeah, it looked like maybe about 15, just shy of 20 seconds as she wasn't standing yet, but she will have about 40 seconds to score as many points as she can for the North Star Roller Girls.
That she gets through there, that is 5 points for Salty Maud.
That is a pink zebra grand slam. Solid triangle defense there as Salty Maud spins on the inside to get by. She picks up another 5-point pink zebra grand slam.
So far, the North Star Roller Girls are up 10-0 on this particular jam. So it'll be up to the defense in order to keep Gag Her from scoring, but she gets through. She picks up 5 points.
Yeah, nice moves to get around the outside of Flavor Train at the front of the pack there. As this jam will come to a close, that's going to bring our total 14 points, that jam, for Salty Maud of the North Star Roller Girls. Only 5 for Gag Her, but that's going to bring our total score 101 for the replacements, 41 for the North Star Roller Girls, and I believe that was going to be our last jam of the half.
Yep, that is we are at halftime, so here we go. The officials have signaled halftime. They're clearing the track. They're saying, go home, take a break. Go home, take a break.
Go drink some water.
Go drink some water.
Just stay cool. Have a banana. You know, get that potassium, those electrolytes back up. It's hot.
We need to wipe the sweat off the track. It's cool.
So we too will take a quick break. Again, our halftime score here: 101 for the replacements, 41 for the North Star Roller Girls.
So we'll see you in about 9.5 minutes. So go get some water, go to the bathroom, come right back. welcome back to the Lakota Arena. I'm October Revolution. I'm sitting here with Fibonacci Sequence. We are about to get underway with the second half of this game of the North Star Roller Girls versus the Replacements. After the first half, the Replacements scored 101 points. Lots of solid defense, lots of capitalizing on unfortunate North Star Roller Girls power jams. So able to come out strong to a very sizable lead here. 101 for the Replacements, 41 to the North Star Roller Girls. Yeah, I almost want to call this North Star Roller Girls team like the ABC team, because they're a mixture of your A-team skaters, your B-team skaters, and your C-team skaters. Pop Roxy clearly is a ham. She's waving to you if you can't see. She is going to start the second half on the jammer line, on the Roller Revolution jammer line for the North Star Roller Girls. She's going to go up against number 24, Yaya, for the Replacements. Yaya has had that jammer helmet cover on her helmet like almost 3 minutes. It's like almost 90 degrees in here. I have no idea how she has not passed out. But there she is. She's still happy and bouncing. So she must like being incredibly warm with a no breathing helmet. Some people just handle the heat, She has had a fantastic game so far. Unfortunately, I don't have official stats, but I know she has picked up a ton of lead jammers, a ton of points, and is a huge part of why the Replacements have been so successful so far this evening. Yes, there is Pop Roxy. She is zigzagging around in the apex, but she is caught behind a wall. Nobody's able to catch up with Yaya, and she is a lead jammer. Rhubarb was trying, but one of the Replacements blockers, I believe that was number 99 knocked her out, and was able to spring her jammer free. Well, good name for Noxer then. Pop Roxy able to sneak through on that inside line in scoring position. Huge thumbs up and smiles for the crowd as Yaya picks up a full 5-point Peak Zebra power jam to put the first points on the board this half. Pop Roxy is not normally, she is on the Supernova, it's the A-team. She doesn't normally jam, so she was super excited to have the chance to jam, and apparently very, very excited that she got out of the pack. It's going to bring our total score here for the Replacements to 106. North Star Roller Girls sitting at 41, 29 minutes left in this bout. If you were just joining us, the North Star Roller Girls are playing in black. The Replacements are playing in white. You can kind of sort of see the scoreboard if you look to your upper left, but not really. So we'll give you the score and the time as much as we can. Big hit there by number 9 for the Let Us Kill Valentine, pushing the Replacements jammer Mercy to the outside. Another big hit there by Salty Maud. Mercy really struggling to get through this wall of black. Yeah, but Scarlet Raven also hasn't gotten out. She is taking a big hit from Polly, but she gets by. She's able to get through, but just a second after Mercy. So Mercy is your lead jammer. We'll see if Mercy can catch up to Scarlet Raven or if she will call it off before they reach the pack. Yep, Mercy decides to call off the jam just as Scarlet Raven hits the pack. It is a 0-0 jam. Don't be fooled by that finger whistle on that jam ref's hand. That has been catching me all night so far. The finger whistle phantom point. Yeah. There's only 5 fingers on a ref's hand. The 6th finger has to come from the second hand. They're not like cats. All right, on the Roller Revolution jammer line for this next jam, we have Helen Gone for the North Star Roller Girls. And that looks like, is that Bolt? That is Bolt for the Replacements. Helen Gone is pushing up against the OC Devious in the front. Going to the right, going to the left, gets through the middle. Helen Gone is your lead jammer. Meanwhile, Bolt round the outside just like a Bolt and is also in scoring position. Yeah, she is really catching up to Helen Gone. She's putting on the gas. You can see on your screen Helen Gone hits the pack. Not that aware. She doesn't call out that jam until after Bolt gets past the line, I think. I think she did pick up all 4. Helen Gone, unfortunately, did not pick up a single point on that pass, despite having lead jam. That was 3 points for the Replacements, puts them at 109. 0 points for the North Star Roller Girls, that puts them at 41. We're quite a distance from the track, so bear with us as we try to see the teeny tiny fingers of these refs. You have the same vantage point we do, so if you can't see it, we're trying hard to see it. Looks like Bolt picked up a penalty at the end of that jam, so we're going to have a power jam for Pop Roxy of the North Star Roller Girls. Rude Barb trying to play a little offense to help Pop Roxy out. See if it And Pop Roxy has gotten out. She is your lead jammer. Pop Roxy doing little lobster claws with her hands as she approaches the back. I'm not sure if that's a signal or if that's just how she gets psyched up. Could be a little of both. Some passive offense there on the part of the North Star Roller Girls. Meanwhile, Pop Roxy was able to sneak around the front. That will be a Pink Zebra Grand Slam. That was a really good move by Pop Roxy. She knew, like, it looked so close that her wheel touched back out of bounds. So close. But she knew that she didn't touch down, and so she was able to stay in bounds, pick up those points before calling off the jam, and not pick up the cut penalty. I was very, very nervous for that, like, quarter of a second. Those 5 points for Pop Roxy. You're going to bring the North Star Roller Girls up to 46. The replacements are at 109. We've got 25 and a half minutes left of this bout. That's Salty Maud. She is your lead jammer for the North Star Roller Girls. That is Gag Her in the pack going down with Regine, able to get around Kitten Boots, and she has completed her initial task. Salty Maud coming up on the back of the pack. She sees a wall of black in the very back. We'll see if she can catch up to that wall of white in time to score a few here. And she does, but I don't think she did it in time to keep the replacements from scoring points. Looks like 2 for the North Star Roller Girls, 1 for the replacements, so she was able to pick up 1 point on that gym. It's definitely something that the North Star Roller Girls need to work on here. We've seen jammer after jammer not quite calling it off soon enough to keep the replacements off the board. You know, solid defense on both teams, solid jamming on both teams, but that little bit of difference, you know, could really have the North Star Roller Girls much, much closer in this bout tonight. You know, I think that's the difference between these two teams, too, is that a lot of the replacements jammers are normal jammers, and a lot of the North Star Roller Girls jammers aren't. And while that's Scarlet Raven, she just picked up lead jammer for the North Star Roller Girls, but while you're looking, you know, when you look at newer or less experienced jammers, you know, they could have the footwork, they could be fast, but it's really a matter of having that intuition of when to call off a jam, where the other jammer is on the track, if they're in or out of bounds, that they really need to work on in order to be at the same level as like an A-team jammer. Big hit by Rosalind Shanklin on Mercy there. That was the second or third time that she had Mercy's number this jam. Mercy taking a big fall there, but getting back up and going for more. Meanwhile, Scarlet Raven has scored 10 total points so far this jam and is looking for more. Looks like she will get a 3rd Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Yeah, you know, Mercy is really having a hard time. She gets knocked out by Pop Roxy, who goes to the box for that. It was a high block. Mercy doesn't get up. It looks like they're calling off this jam for the injury. Here come the medics. So Mercy, they're going to take a look at Mercy, make sure she's okay. That's Betsy Rexy sitting with her. Speaking of medics, we will take this opportunity to thank all of our volunteer EMTs, our officials, our non-skating officials, everyone here who is helping keep our skaters safe and make this tournament run smoothly. Yeah, the EMTs have done a fantastic job today. You know, I've seen them clean out. You know, I've seen people get hit in the head. They've cleaned them out. They have all sorts of supplies. There's 4 of them, so they're able to have one set, you know, helping somebody out while another set's still watching the track. And we couldn't play without them because this is certainly a real and full contact sport. And with the heat, it complicates things even more. Definitely. We also want to thank a couple of our other sponsors, including Larkspur Acupuncture, helping you down your healing path naturally. Find them online at larkspuracupuncture.com. You know, this game so far has been a really interesting game where you have one team with, you know, pretty experienced. Yeah, I think that the North Star defense is pretty experienced. They've been able to really work together, at least slow down these jammers. You know, when you haven't really gotten lead jammer more than maybe 10 or 15% of the time, and again, I don't have official stats, to have only be a 45-point game, it's kind of impressive. You know, that shows a lot for your defense. And for the replacements, you know, I think that they just have smart, fast jammers. Yep. Mercy did get up. Looks like she's got a smile on her face, just kind of got her bell rung. She will have to sit for the next 3 jams, but I do expect to see her back on the track later this game. Yeah, you know, it's real hard to get hit to the ground and get hit to the ground and get hit to the ground, especially when it's humid as it is and it's hot as it is. And every time you go down, you have to pick your entire body back up. So, you know, it's good to see that she's okay. She's putting some ice on her neck, and we'll see her back here later probably. All right, looks like we are back to jamming. We have number 9, Kill Valentine, on the line for the North Star Roller Girls, going up against 15, Bolt for the replacements, who has, like a bolt, shot through that inside line and picked up lead jammer.
Yeah, Bolt really has some great lateral movement, so it's very hard to block her, and you saw her do that right there.
Meanwhile, Kill Valentine has escaped the grips of the pack. Looks like we got 4 on 2 in the pack. We'll see if Bolt's able to make easy work of this and pick up a few more points.
Yeah, Kill Valentine is really putting on the pressure, though. Let's see if she got her hips around there. That was a very smart move of hers trying to. She did. So Bolt picked up all 4 points, but Kill Valentine picked up 2, so the replacements only gained 2 points on that jam.
That's going to bring our total score to 114 for the replacements, 68 for the North Star Roller Girls, 22 minutes and 40 seconds left in the bout.
Yeah, you know, we're really seeing a lot of, it's interesting when you see like different levels of players all playing together, how they pick up each other's moves. So I've never seen Kill Valentine do that along the outside before. I don't know if she picked it up from Bolt earlier or if she picked it up from one of her teammates, but it was effective.
Very much so. Speaking of effective, we've got Yaya back with the star for the replacements. She's been a very effective, very powerful jammer all night, and she proves it again as she picks up lead jammer for the replacements.
Hellengon is headed to the penalty box. Looks like she picked up another cut penalty. That will be her 3rd of the day. All 3 she had the star on her head. Oh, excuse me, that's her.
Yaya through for a 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam and looking to score some more. She's going to meet a wall of Honey Vice for the North Star Roller Girls, who pushes her down and back.
That's Betsy Rexy headed to the penalty box for the replacement. She had a high block.
While that was Face Smelter, front of the pack defense there. Yaya able to sneak around the outside, though, and call it off while Hellengon is still standing in the penalty box, so we will start with another power jam. 10 points scored on that jam by Yaya, bringing the replacements total to 124. North Star sitting at 68, just over 21 minutes left.
That was a 10-point jam for the replacements. They were able to increase that lead just a little bit. It's a 4-on-3 pack advantage for the North Star Roller Girls, but they don't have a jammer yet.
Meanwhile, Gagher on the line for the replacements. Gets tripped up on the outside line there by Flava Train, and Natasha Romanoff back on her feet, looking for a hold on the middle, still not finding it. As tough defense from Natasha Romanoff pushes her all the way back to the back of the pack.
Great blocking here with the North Star Roller Girls. Gagher is pushing hard to get through. They have a 4-2 pack advantage now as Hellengon rejoins the back of the pack. But she has a back block and is headed back to the penalty box.
That will give Gagher another power jam.
So this puts a lot of pressure on these blockers to hold her some more. You know, they held her pretty well for 30 seconds, and now they got to do it for 30 seconds more.
Gagher looking for a little bit of help from her friend Tara Skates off, but tells her to stay back while she's able to string out this pack, get around the outside. Paparazzi's got to let her go out of play, and she will pick up another 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Gagher calls off the jam, keeping Hellengon in the penalty box, keeping her on the track. I mean, I think that's what the replacements want right now. Hellengon has gotten 2 penalties in a row. I think they're hoping they can just keep her in the box and rack up these points, put some distance between these teams. And hopefully the bench has a plan for that, or has some sort of plan for what they're going to do during this jam.
Yeah, they did give Scarlet Raven the pivot stripe. I wouldn't be surprised to see a star pass here. Meanwhile, the replacements playing very, very smart derby, and we're able to kind of shut down the momentum North Star had starting. Looks like my prediction was correct. Scarlet Raven has the star in her hand as Gagher for the that's Bolt for the replacements, able to sneak on by and pick up a Pink Zebra Power Jam or Grand Slam in the meantime.
Yeah, that is, Scarlet Raven did get the star on her helmet pretty quickly. She is also scoring eligible. Bolt knows exactly where she is, though, calls off the jam before she can score any points. That is going to be a 6-point jam for the replacements. The score now is 68 for the North Star Roller Girls, 135 for the replacements. There's 18:40 left in this game.
Going to get some fresh legs on the jammer line for the first time for the North Star in 3 or 4 jams here with all of those penalties. We've got Salty Maud with the star. She's going up against Yaya for the replacements.
Yeah, we have an empty penalty box for the first time in a little bit. So we've got 4-on-4 on the track. Cherry doing a great job opening up a hole for Yaya. And it gave her some space to stretch out this North Star line, but Salty Mod was able to find a tiny, tiny hole on the inside, and she's your lead jammer.
Big hit by Pop Roxy there on the outside in turn 2, forcing Yaya out and all the way to the back of the pack.
Yeah, they're able to hold a pretty good amoeba there. Oh, there's a good recycle back. Yaya sent to the back of the pack, and the North Star Roller Girls have another chance to hold her.
Meanwhile, strong defense by the replacements, keeping Salty Mod from scoring on his first scoring pass of hers.
Yeah, Salty Mod has been doing a really good job of staying in bounds and also like absorbing those hits. You know, you would think that a jammer like her really can take those hits and stay in bounds, and that she just gets 5 points here.
It is the advantage of having a little bit of size as the jammer. You are able to kind of make people bounce off of you instead of going flying off like some of the smaller jammers do.
Yeah, and her counter blocks can actually knock the blocker who's trying to hit her out of position, and that's helpful. There's a star pass. Cherry now has the star on her helmet.
She's also coming up against tough defense by Pop Roxy, who has been all over the track this jam, doing a phenomenal job.
Happy to see Mercy's back on the track. She's blocking right now, number 55, so she is clearly doing okay.
Looks like Pop Roxy is going to the box for the North Star Roller Girls. Meanwhile, Cherry up against Face Melter and Kill Valentine at the front of the pack, but able to get by and is out and in scoring position.
Salty Mod gets through again. She picks up a 4 points this time and calls off the jam. That is 14 points that the North Star Roller Girls were able to pick up there. The score now is 82 for the North Star Roller Girls and 135 for the replacements with 16:30 left in this game.
It was a great momentum shift there for the North Star Roller Girls. You had those couple problem power jams against them, but able to come out strong, get some fresh legs in the jammer line, and really make a statement here this last jam. If they can keep playing like this, we could see a real close game by the end of it yet.
Yeah, you know, they really haven't been able to put up big jams like that yet, and so knowing that they can against this team, I think is going to be a good confidence booster for them going into the second half of the second half. That's Kitten Boots jamming for the North Star Roller Girls. That's against Gag Her for the replacements.
Big hit by Blazin on Kitten Boots, recycling Kitten Boots all in the back of the pack, but she is going to get a forearm for that, so that will be Blazin sitting in the box for the replacements.
Kitten Boots fights through the front. She's able to pick up lead jammer. That is Scarlet Raven giving Gag Her a run for her money. Pop Roxy sending her back again. You know, good job here recycling and recycling Gag Her.
Kitten Boots has re-entered the pack. She is in scoring position, looking for a couple here. Gives a quick little bit of jammer defense on Gag Her, and then round the outside to pick up. Looks like that's going to be all 5 points. That is a Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Gag Her is right behind her. Kitten Boots is thinking about it. What's she going to do?
Looks like she's trying to burn a little bit more clock time, hopefully to maybe spring one of her blockers from the penalty box here. Not quite able to burn off enough to get them out, but it will help next jam.
Yeah, you know, I think that she wasn't quite sure because she saw that the replacements were in the back and that she might have a chance, but I think she also knew that Gag Her could really put on the gas in a way that maybe she couldn't, and so if she did hit that wall, she wouldn't have that time to call that off and hold her scoreless. And instead, she was able to pick up 5 points, you know, and hold the replacements to 135.
Indeed, 135 for the replacements, 87 for the North Star Roller Girls. 14 and a half minutes left in this bout as Bolt gets through on the inside line and picks up a quick lead jam.
Yeah, that is Kill Valentine. She is stuck behind. That's Polly and Betsy Rexy.
Meanwhile, Bolt able to get around the defensive stylings of Rude Barb and pick up a 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Scarlet Raven rushing to get up. Oh. Bolt gets through, then she goes down, then she gets up, then she goes down.
Just can't keep that woman on the floor.
Now, you know, I think that Scarlet Raven was trying to slow her down, and it worked. They did slow her down, so she has to start from zero, although that isn't a lot. She can really put on the gas.
Flavor Train attempted to star pass, but got knocked out in the process. But Scarlet Raven has gotten the star in her hand now, and she is fighting to get through. Some confusion over penalties here. It looks like Flava Train was awarded a back block for that pileup while she was attempting to pass the star. And then it may be an insubordination on top of that. Either way, she will be sitting for a full minute because of 2 penalties assessed.
It looks like she was sent for an illegal star pass. That's Kill Valentine. It looks like she was sent for an illegal star pass and the back block, so she must have passed the star after the penalty was called. She must not have heard the penalty be called, but just because you don't hear it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Meanwhile, Bolt has been putting huge numbers on the board. She's got 25 points already this jam, and there's still 22 seconds left. Bolt dancing on the inside line, avoids a hit from Rosalind Shanklin, while Scarlet Raven sent to the box. With only 3 blockers left on the track for North Star Roller Girls, as Bolt coming by for another pass, and she gets it. That's going to bring this to a 35-point jam.
God, they really haven't been able to slow Bolt down, and Bolt can just put those points on. She's got great lateral movement and great speed, and that's how she can have a 35-point jam.
And just when the North Star Roller Girls were starting to battle back into this, replacements find their second wind and open this one way up again. Replacements 170, North Star Roller Girls 87, 12 minutes and 10 seconds left in the bout.
That is Sass on the line for the replacements. And remember, Kill Valentine is still in the penalty box. Also, the pivot, Scarlet Raven, is in the penalty box for the North Star Roller Girls.
Sass trying to get by Pop Roxy and Helen Gunn. Pop Roxy able to pop her to the inside, recycle her all the way back to the back of the pack, but Sass finds a hole on the outside and is your lead jammer.
That outside line has really been the story of this bout. Both teams, if you're going to get through, that's where you're going to get it through. Everybody is trained to watch the inside line, but there's a lot of space in the apex to get around on the outside.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Flava Train has been released from the penalty box, but it's still on her initial pass. She's fighting up against Mercy and a solid 3-wall of replacement skaters.
Out in the front, Sass is able to, on one skate with her other skate in front of her and crouched, get around Pop Roxy. She picks up 5 points because Kill Valentine is still trapped in the pack. It looks like this time she successfully handed the helmet cover to Scarlet Raven. Scarlet Raven has it, but is sent to the penalty box on a low block. So they're going to have a power jam again because she's holding that jammer, that jammer cap. She's the jammer.
For those of you who just joined us again after our quick little interruption there, sorry about the technical difficulties. We have Sass on the line for the North Star Roller Girls. Already got 10 points this jam. And
if you don't know, the replacements are playing in white. The North Star Roller Girls are playing in black. The score right now is 87 for the North Star Roller Girls, 185 for the replacements. There's 10 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. We're in the second period. If you look up on the upper left-hand side of your screen, you can kind of see the scoreboard. If you can zoom in on your iPhone, you might be able to read it, but don't worry, we'll keep giving you the score.
Meanwhile, we are starting with Yaya on the Roller Revolution jammer line in a power jam. North Star Roller Girls, looks like we had an illegal star pass or some other kind of a penalty there on the pivot who had already accepted the star. But that is number 45, Scarlet Raven. She is standing. She will be released very soon. Meanwhile, Yaya is out and has the jammer. She is approaching the back of the pack in scoring position. And a big hole on the inside line. That was Noxer, who played some beautiful offense there to open that up for her.
Scarlet Raven is able to dig in. She gets through. She's completed her initial pass. She's now in scoring position, and she is coming up on the back of the pack.
But Yaya, always aware, able to call that one off before Scarlet Raven gets any points.
Score right now with 9 minutes and 9 seconds left is 87 for the North Star Roller Girls, 190 for the replacement. On the line right now for the North Star Roller Girls, that is Kitten Boots. For the replacements, that is Bolt. I don't have official stats, but I feel like she might be the high scorer.
I think she's got to be after that 35-point jam earlier this half. Just fantastic skating all night by Bolt.
Some great defense for the North Star Roller Girls right now, able to hold Bolt down and spin her around, but she stays in bounds. Up. Tisha Romanov tries to take another hit at her. She's still in, but Kitten Boots also getting recycled right now.
Yeah, there's been some real strong defense there by number 42, Polly, and Betsy Rexy together, keeping Kitten Boots out or in the back of the pack.
Kitten Boots is holding the jammer helmet cover in her hand. Not sure if she's trying to stash it or pass it. But she's being held to the inside. She does pass it. Pop Roxy has it. She gets clear around the outside. At the same time, though, Bolt was able to put 5 points on the board.
Bolt approaching the back of the pack. She's going to pick up a couple more here. Looks like all 4 before Pop Roxy able to catch back up and put some points on. That's going to bring our totals to 195 for the replacements, 87 for the North Star Roller Girls. Just over 7.5 minutes left in the bout. Excuse me, 4 more points just came in. We're at 199 for the replacements.
Online right now, we have Helen Gone for the North Star Roller Girls. She is jamming against Gagher for the replacements. The penalty box is empty for the moment.
We'll see how long that lasts. It's been a relatively clean bout. Nobody sitting in too much penalty trouble. Handful of skaters with 4 on both sides.
Gagher is through first. She's the lead jammer for the replacements.
Meanwhile, Helen Gone still stuck in the back of the pack. And all of a sudden, Geiger is through for her first scoring pass. Barely saw her come through. That is a 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Helen Gone able to break through the front of the pack. She's completed her initial pass. She is now scoring eligible.
But Geiger is all the way around again. Looks like she has gotten 4 points on that second pass, bringing us to a 9-point jam total. And the replacements will be up to 208 points. North Star Roller Girls still sitting at 87. 6 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Yeah, you know, it looked for a while here that the North Star Roller Girls had turned the momentum around, but the replacements were able to adjust and oh my gosh, we also had that 35-point jam. That didn't hurt.
Yeah, the 35-point jam, definitely a momentum changer here late in the second half.
And a series of power jams, actually. Those North Star jammers, like I've said earlier, you know, they're not experienced travel team jammers. It's smart of the North Star Roller Girls to be playing them in a bout like this that's not sanctioned to get them that experience, but it does rack up, you know, it tends to rack up those power jam opportunities for the other team.
That's it. Looks like all the North Star girls having a ton of fun, learning a whole bunch from this bout, hopefully, and it's certainly been a fun one to watch.
Oh yeah, you know, I think that weekends like this they're just great for roller derby. That's Yaya around on the outside. She is the lead jammer for the replacements. You know, they get to play with people they would never get to play with. Someone from Australia is playing on their replacements. They get to make friends and learn from each other. You know, tournament weekends are really the lifeblood of the sport.
Indeed. Salty Maud, a little quick on the trigger there. She does pick up a track cut. This is not what the North Star Roller Girls needed if they wanted to try and get back in this thing yet.
Yep, that is 5 more points for the replacement. Yaya picked it up.
Yaya back in the pack, fighting up against Honey Vice, number 22, and Pop Roxy. But looks like she's able to get around Flavor Train, trying to give her one last bump. Unfortunately, it is not enough. She has picked up another 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
She's going to keep Salty Maud in the penalty box and on the Roller Revolution jam line for this next jam. She will have to serve under 10 seconds because she's standing, but not quite sure how much. That gives Sass some time to get lead, and it also keeps a non-fresh jammer in the game.
Indeed. Do want to give a quick shout out to Pink Zebra, our wonderful Grand Slam sponsor. They make fantastic candles, home fragrances, and more. You can check them out at pinkzebrahome.com.
That's as she got you and picks up another cut.
Indeed. Looks like Betsy Rexy had just been able to push her to the inside. Salty not watching her feet. And this is going to give Sass another fantastic scoring opportunity.
Well, these jammers did a great job in the first half not going to the box. They are in the second. I can't help but wonder if the heat and fatigue is starting to catch up with them. Some of these ladies are on their second 1-hour game of the day. And I mean, I can't explain to you how hot it is in here.
It's instead of the Wakota Ice Arena, we should be calling it the Wakota Sauna tonight.
Yeah. There's somebody in the Terrace merch booth who just like stripped down and changed clothes because he was so drenched. That is how hot it is in here today.
Meanwhile, Sass was able to sneak around the outside of Rosalind Shanklin. She has picked up 5 points this jam.
Saltimont still trying to complete her initial pass. She's able to get around on the outside, dig in, try and hold on as she gets through. She follows Sass through the pack and does complete her initial pass with about 36 seconds left in this jam.
Four on three in the pack in favor of the replacements as Sass again around that outside, able to pick up another, I believe that is 4 points. Looks like 4 fingers. That was 4 points. That will bring her total this jam. Was that only 2 points? I only see 11 total for this jam. Either way, replacements total 229, 87 for the North Star Roller Girls. Just over 2 minutes left in this bout.
Yeah, we, have seen a very, very big shift in momentum. I mean, the replacements have always been ahead, and they've always been had more points, but they hadn't really, it hadn't been a blowout until the last maybe 4 or 5 minutes of gameplay. And
yeah, I think they've kept the North Star Roller Girls from scoring for at least the last 4 minutes, if not 5 of gameplay. But North Star has a fantastic opportunity here to put a couple points on the board. The replacements jammer has picked up a track cut that is Tara skates off. She will be sitting in the box for 30 seconds.
That is Scarlet Raven for the North Star Roller Girls holding on tight. But she picks up a track cut, the back of her skate touched out of bounds. She's not happy about that. And now she got insubordination, and now she's fighting with the ref, Gorham Reaver, on her way to the penalty box. So she's going to be sitting a full minute.
Oh yeah, she deserved that full minute. We gotta be nice to our refs here.
She did rein it in before she got expelled. It was looking close there for a minute, so good for her. She's had a hard game and it's hot.
Tempers do tend to flare in the heat. Meanwhile, this will go the full 2 minutes. We have 48 seconds left on the jam clock. Just 1 more second left on the period clock. Oh, and Tara skates off getting sent back to the box for a back block.
Okay, so Tara skates off is probably going, how this will play out depending on what time it is. Let's watch it for a second to see. She gets released immediately. That takes 30 seconds off of Scarlet Raven's time. So we should see Scarlet Raven emerging from the box. Oh,
I believe she is fouled out.
She is fouled out. I'm not 100% sure if she fouled out or been expelled. No, she fouled out.
Yep.
So she is being escorted from the arena right now. She trips over the photographer on her way out. And she left the jammer helmet cover on the penalty box chair, and it can't go anywhere from there.
But that's okay. That was our last jam. It looks like no one tried to call a timeout in that last 1 second after that was remaining in the period. Looks like our unofficial final score here is 231 for the replacements, 87 for the North Star Roller Girls.
Yeah, that was a very interesting end of game. We saw a big change. Like I said, I can't talk about anything with the heat because I'm very hot. And there's 1 more game left in this building today.
Hopefully it's a little bit cooler tomorrow. But we also hope you'll join us tomorrow and for the last game of our evening, where we will see the Goonies up against Team Love Machine, I believe, is our last bout of this evening.
Oh, that's exciting because it is a day for love.
It is a day for love. What else are you going to do when it's this hot?
I know. When it's this hot and it's Pride and everybody can get married and there's roller derby everywhere, let's have a good mixer.
It's just a fantastic weekend here at the Wakona Arena. Again, I can't talk either in this heat. Thank you so much for joining us for this bout. I am Fibonacci Sequins, joined by the lovely October Revolution.
We're going to go get some ice cream. You go get some ice cream, or at least sit in front of an air conditioner. Make sure you get back here at 7:30 for the next bout, and we'll see you soon some other time.
right, looks like we jumped the gun on the call here, and looks like they were able to pull one more timeout off before the end of that last jam. We are sitting with 1 second left on the clock.
No,
Never mind.
it ticked off. The officials left the track.
I wonder
I don't know what happened there.
maybe they called an official review to see if they had 1 second left. I don't know. Either way, official score still standing at 231 for the replacements, 87 for the North Star Roller Girls.
Okay, guys. We need a drink. So do you.
Go to Bauhaus Brew Labs if you are not here watching live, and check out our fabulous sponsor there. Go get some donuts from Mojo Monkey. Send some our way. We clearly need the sugar and the beer to get us through the rest of the day here. Hoping you're enjoying watching Fabulous Roller Derby here at the Wacota Ice Arena. Signing off once more, this is
October Revolution.
and Fibonacci Sequence.
Good night.
Just a quick update for everyone who is tuning in here to see Team Love Machine versus the Goonies at Rolling Along the River 2015. We're going to get started about 5-10 minutes late here, but we will be right back at the action as soon as we can. So thanks for tuning in, and stay online. We'll be back with you soon. and welcome back to Rollin' on the River 2015 at the beautiful Wakota Ice Arena in South St. Paul. I am Fibonacci Sequins.
And I am Screamin' Mimi.
And we are here to watch the Goonies take on the Team Love Machine tonight for our last bout of the evening.
Love Machine.
Fitting name given the Supreme Court ruling yesterday, I think. It is a great way to celebrate love tonight, I think.
Excellent.
For those of you who are just joining us, it is, like I said, our last bout of the evening. We're running a little bit behind schedule, about 10 minutes, and because of the heat and the schedule concerns, we are actually only doing 2 20-minute periods this evening instead of a full 60-minute bout. And there will be no stopping of the clock by request of the teams, just to keep everybody healthy. We're having some issues with people getting dehydrated, getting some heat stroke, so want to make sure that everybody's healthy and able to play tomorrow as well.
I don't think that hurts anybody's feelings.
I don't think so. I think we're all ready to to go find some of our fabulous sponsor, Bauhaus Brew Labs beer, and some donuts from Mojo Monkey, and then maybe get some acupuncture,
Ooh, yeah.
Relax a little after a good hard day of derby here.
Absolutely. Of course, nobody works harder than we do.
No, I mean the announcer, and we get none of the credit.
No, not at all.
So I'm guessing we just got maybe some paperwork or some other things that are keeping us from getting started, but we will be starting with, that looks like Dougie number 981 for Team Love Machine in white, up against Lankenstein, who is wearing number 130. I don't know what name is on the back of his jersey, but that is definitely Lankenstein.
I believe it says White Hammer.
That indeed. I'm calling him Lankenstein tonight.
Yeah,
I know Lank.
At this point?
At this point.
As long as we get the number, maybe, just in case. We are actually having a fantastic first day of Rolling Along the River 2015 in beautiful South St. Paul, Minnesota. It's a little warm, but that's okay. It is summer. Last time I was in St. Paul, I drove home in a blizzard, and I don't think we'll have to worry about this time, so I think it'll be okay.
No snow tonight, and definitely a huge thank you to all the officials and non-skating volunteers, everybody here who is helping to make Rolling Along the River a great first day here. All right, looks like we have started. We've got Dougie up at the front of the pack, trying to break his way through. Lankenstein was recycled all the way to the back.
Everybody getting recycled to the back of the pack.
Big hit to the outside by Austin Plower to recycle Lankenstein there.
We're just going to continue to hang out on this side of the track and only use part of it.
Eventually we'll get past turn 2. Dougie's gotten past turn 2. He's got the star for that's Team Love Machine in white, and he is your lead jammer for this first jam of the evening.
Woo! Big hit there. Who is that? Number 15, Bolt, for the Love Machine.
Bolt just came off a fabulous game as a replacement, playing against the North Star Roller Girls. Had a beautiful 35-point jam in that bout. Great to see her out skating again in this co-ed bout this evening. Expecting to see great things from her all night long.
She was going around that circle almost untouched at times. Sneaking through there, and all you get is the wind once she's gone.
All right, looks like we've got number 77, Mama Fratelli, on the line for the Goonies, up against number 99, that's Noxer, who also played as a replacement just before this with the star for Team Love Machine.
Who needs a break? Not those two.
Nah, that doesn't mean anything to these two ladies. So that was a 1-point jam for Team Love Machine, our last jam. Score sitting at 1-0 in favor of Team Love Machine, 18 minutes left in the half. Solid defense on the part of both teams here, keeping both jammers inside for a full 30 seconds, getting up on one skate and doing a bit of a skateboarding move there is number 77, Mama Fratelli, who earns lead jammer for the Goonies.
That was great. You suppose he can do that again?
We'll see. He's coming up and looking for blood. He's got a couple points. Called it off before the Love Machine was able to score any points. Looks like we're going to have 3 points on the board for the Goonies. 1 point for Team Love Machine. 17 and a half minutes left in the half.
Looks like we've got number 8 for the Goonies. That is the Truffle Shuffle.
And I think it's number 4. Another one-footed pirouetting skate move for the Goonies jammer there. Truffle Shuffle and his beard claiming lead jammer status. I'm a terror lady. I have a fondness for men with beards that skate.
I just can't imagine how hot it is.
Oh, God.
I mean, I'm a big girl. I'm warm. But, boy, with the whole, no, more hair? No, thank you. I'm good.
Well, Truffle Shuffle able to pick up 2 points on that jam. That's going to bring the Goonies total to 5. Team Love Machine still sitting at 1. 16 minutes and 20 seconds left.
696 for the Goonies on the jam line. That's Rosalita, also known as Smash.
Indeed. And number 2, that is Bear for Team Love Machine.
As if things aren't confusing enough, let's change everybody's name.
Bear seeing some solid defense there by Drew Raff and Booty Trap, and I'm reading the backs of people's shirts. It looks like Menace to Sobriety, number 000 was the last blocker there. Bear able to sneak around him and pick up lead jammer for Team Love Machine. Rosalita still pushing hard, trying to break that Team Love Machine wall, but still stuck in the back of the pack, not quite able to smash it through, as is his namesake.
I think Bear got a little wheel to the hand there. I think he got a little run over.
Looks like he is sitting in the box for a low block, so this will be a power jam for the Goonies. Smash, also known as a Rosalita, is handing off that star to Lankenstein, number 130. Goonies still have not broken through on their initial pass, so if Lankenstein is able to make it through here, he will hopefully be able to maybe get some points on for the board, but solid defense by Team Love Machine, keeping him stuck in this pack.
You can either block him or you can fall in front of him. Either way, you're going to be all right.
They were able to hold the Goonies jammer there, Lankenstein, for the full 30 seconds, allowing Bear to come back out of the penalty box. He has picked up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam, 5 points on the board for... Oh, excuse me, he only picked up 4 points on that. Must have had a no pass, no point situation there. And that is the end of 2 minutes. We are sitting with a score now of 6 points for Team Love Machine. Bear picked up 1 more point on that final pass. Goonies sitting at 5, just under 14 minutes left in this first period.
So tell me where Team Love Machine is from.
I think it's an amalgamation of some Twin City Terrors and
others,
and Fargo and. Oh, they're all, okay, I am being told they're all from Fargo.
Oh, okay.
Goonies have the Terrors on them. I should know this. Wait, we are back to the action. That is number 18 for the Goonies. That is Lydia Punch with the star. And who is that for Team Love Machine?
Looks like number 68 for Team Love Machine. That is Craven.
And Craven has gotten the lead jammer pointer finger. Quick spin move. Looks like he probably picked up most of his points already, but it's going to get recycled all the way back to the pack. Lydia Punch also recycling.
Quite the defense by the Goonies. now really stopping Craven from getting around, but he does through the outside. That's a whole handful.
That'll be another Pink Zebra Grand Slam. Lydia Punch still struggling to get through on her initial pass. She is coming up against the defensive stylings of Bolt for Team Love Machine, as well as number 13. That is J-Row.
Craven gets through all of the Goonies once again for 5 points. Another Pink Zebra Grand Slam for Craven.
Looks like the Goonies jammer has gone to the box. I didn't see the call on that, but we have a power jam in favor of Team Love Machine on a play called Gotta Let Craven Go. That's going to bring his total on this jam to, I believe, 15 points. Don't think he snuck another one in there before the final whistle.
Looks like the Goonies have their jammer and one blocker in the box.
Right.
Although the jammer is standing, so it'll be a power start for the Love Machine, but not long before the Goonies jammer is back on the track.
Indeed, pardon me, that was a 13-point jam for Craven, bringing the Love Machine total to 19 points. Goonies sitting at 5, 11 minutes left in the half. Meanwhile, we've got W for Team Love Machine breaking through the front of the pack, grabbing lead jammer for Team Love Machine. Number 18, Lydia Punch, has been released from the box. She is fighting through on her initial pass. W able to pick up a quick Pink Zebra Grand Slam, while Lydia Punch passed that star to her pivot. That is Menace to Sobriety, number 000, who is in scoring position, but not able to catch the back of the pack in time to score a few points here.
Triple Zero, also known as Hot Shot on the Goonies.
Everybody's skating under different names. Look what the heat does to us.
Apparently, that's what it is. Let's blame it on that. Looks like number 15, that's Bolt for Team Love Machine on the Roller Revolution jam line.
And I think that's Rolocop, number 5 for the Goonies with the star. Kind of a slow start to this jam, but we are off and rolling. Rolocop up at the front against that wall of white. Bolt fighting hard against the wall of green in the back.
She's just going to push.
Oh, yeah.
Push them all.
Push all those boys.
You bet.
Just out of your way.
Oh, there she goes. She founds the outside, and away she goes. Goodness sakes. You look away for a moment, and she's gone.
Living up to her namesake. Already back around for another 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam. That's going to bring Team Love Machine's total right now to 29. Meanwhile, Rolocop looking for the star pass. He finds number 77. That is Mama Fratelli, his pivot to give the star pass to, but he's knocked out, unable to get through, and Bolt picks up another 5 points.
There we go. Mama Fratelli finding his way through the pack, trying to get the star on. There we go. And away we go. The Goonies almost making some points.
Bolt gets around that last blocker. She picks up another 4 points, bringing the total on that jam to 13. So Team Love Machine's total 37, Goonies sitting at 5, just over 8 minutes left in this half. As a reminder, we're doing a 20-minute half because of the heat, because of it's the end of the day, we're a little bit behind schedule, and because it's just a good, clean, fun bout, and we want to make sure that everyone's staying happy and healthy all night long here.
I'll apologize in advance if I call Mama Fratelli her, because it usually is a her that wears that jersey.
All right, Goonies getting their first lead jam in a while. That is number 8, Truffle Shuffle, and his beautiful beard with the lead jam.
Already a star pass for Team Love Machine, and now that's number 2. It's Bear jamming for the white.
I believe that Truffle Shuffle was able to call it off before Bear was able to pick up any points. He did indeed. That is 1 point for Bear, 0 points for Team Love Machine, bringing our totals 37 for the Love Machine. Goonies at 6. It's just over 7 minutes left.
Number 96 on the jam line for the Goonies. 86. Now I can't even read.
86.
86. One-Eyed Willie for the Goonies.
Up against Dougie for Team Love Machine.
Everybody pushing and shoving.
There's been a lot of defense in this bout, especially when you consider that it's kind of, like we said, an amalgamation of skaters from all over, not a cohesive team, yet everybody's playing really well together. Everybody can tell is having fun, playing hard. Really been a pleasure to watch and to call so far.
One-Eyed Willie pushing the entire wall of white, trying to find a little ray of light there to break through so he can make some points.
Meanwhile, Dougie able to get out and score 5 big points in the sky there.
Recycled to the back is One-Eyed Willie.
Out of play block called on number 77, Mama Fratelli for the Goonies. That lets Dougie get through for another 5-point pink zebra grand slam.
Only 2 blockers on the track right now for the Goonies.
It's making Dougie's job real easy there as he picks up his 3rd. Here. Rolo Cop for the Goonies stepping back to bridge as Menace to Sobriety tries to play some one-on-one, but Dougie is able to step around, bringing the total for this jam so far to 20. But One-Eyed Willie has been released again, although a big hit to the outside. He goes down hard. Team Love Machine continuing to rack up points. Only 10 seconds left in this jam. We'll see if they're able to put a few more on the board. Looks like they will before the final whistle. Will they get all 5? Yes, they will.
Oh my goodness, 25-point jam for Team Love Machine.
Beautiful work there by Dougie and the defense of Team Love Machine. That is going to bring our total 62 for Team Love Machine, 6 for the Goonies, 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in the first period.
Looks like the Goonies were trying to initiate a star pass at the end there, but unsuccessful, and no points for the Goonies on that last jam.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too little, too late. But we've got a fresh set of legs out on that Roller Revolution jammer line, and rolling to lead jammer status, we have number 616. That is Knox Hedson for the Goonies. But number 4, Booze Traveler, is out as well and in scoring position. Let's see how many Knox can put on the board before calling it off.
4 points for the Goonies.
2 for Team Love Machine.
3, 4, 3 for the Goonies.
3 for the Goonies.
She was waving them, and I wasn't counting them.
All right, that's going to bring our totals 69 for Team Love Machine, 9 for the Goonies, 3.5 minutes left in this first period.
1400 Austin Plower for Team Love Machine on the jam line, and number 130, that is White Hammer, also Lankenstein.
Lankenstein with those long legs, barely avoiding a cut on the inside line. Meanwhile, Austin Plower has got lead jammer and is coming up on the back of the pack, looking to score some points.
Mama Fratelli in the penalty box for the Goonies. Austin Plower with another Pink Zebra Grand Slam for the Love Machine.
Lankenstein pushed to the inside line again, looking kind of gassed as he gets recycled all the way back by Polly and by Noxer of Team Love Machine. Solid defense all night by Team Love Machine.
And 5 more points for Team Love Machine. The Pink Zebra Grand Slam by Austin Plower. And again, it happens again.
Looks like Lankenstein has picked up a low block. He is going to go spend 30 seconds in the sin bin and give Austin Plower a chance to score some more points completely unopposed.
Lankenstein with a low block. Huh.
It has a nice ring to it.
He must get really low to get a low block. Because when he's standing straight up, he's taller than everybody else.
I think Lankenstein's at least 6'4". He's a big boy. All right, Austin Plower going to call that one off after scoring. Looks like it's going to be 25 points on that jam. Fantastic work by him and the entire Love Machine crew. There's total 94. The Goonies at 9. Minute and a half left in this first half.
Power start for Team Love Machine.
I think that's number 13, J-Ro with the star. As Lankenstein released from the box, but finding a big wall of white in the back of the pack there. He's able to hop and skip around the outside, though. Picks up lead jammer for the Goonies, their first lead in quite some time.
Looks like Team Love Machine working their way through the wall of green.
And Lankenstein able to pick up a Pink Zebra Grand Slam of his own. 5 points on the board for the Goonies. Meanwhile, some beautiful blocking there by Smash and knocks heads into the Goonies. But number 68 from Team Love Machine, that's Craven, picked up the star pass and able to sneak around the outside on them. Lankenstein has lead jammer, and even though Craven is in scoring position, decided not to call it off. Guessing they're going to run the period clock down here and finish this one strong. Looks like they called it with 2 seconds left. We'll see if somebody calls a timeout. Maybe. I'm not seeing a call from anyone on there. So I think we are going to go into halftime. Right now, our halftime score, 98 for Team Love Machine. Goonies have 21.
That was a nice 12-point jam to end the half for the Goonies.
So we're going to take about a 9-minute break here. We'll be right back at the Wakota Ice Arena in beautiful South St. Paul for the remainder of this fun bout between the Goonies and Team Love Machine. Go grab yourself a beer. Go grab yourself a Mojo Monkey donut. Or at least some ice cream for us, those of us are roasting in the heat, you know.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Send us some happy, cool thoughts, and we'll see you back here in about 9 minutes.
Welcome back to Rolling Along the River 2015. We've got a co-ed match going on for the end of day one. I am Screamin' Mimi.
I am Fibonacci Sequins.
We're having a good time up here in South St. Paul. It's a little warm in here, but we're doing okay. Goonies against the Love Machine. Love Machine up 98 to the Goonies at 21 in the first half. Lots of great defense going on, especially by Team Love Machine.
For anyone just joining us, the Goonies are in green this evening. Team Love Machine wearing white.
Another two 20-minute periods is what's going on here tonight, and a continuous clock as well.
Indeed, as we said, kind of warm here. Want to make sure everybody is staying hydrated, nobody's getting injured and unable to play in our regularly scheduled sanctioned bouts tomorrow. Still have another full day of derby tomorrow here at Rolling Along the River at the beautiful Wakota Ice Arena in South St. Paul.
All fun and games, and we don't want anyone to get hurt.
Special thanks to our EMTs, our officials, our non-skating officials, everybody here who's been keeping our skaters safe, happy, hydrated, fantastic all weekend long. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much to all of our volunteers.
Absolutely. Here we go with period 2. We've got number 8 and the Beard. That's what I want to call him now. The Truffle Shuffle is jamming for the Goonies.
And number 42, that's Polly for Team Love Machine.
Since we're calling them all by different names anyway, I think he should just be the Beard.
I like the Beard. I think he'd appreciate being called the Beard.
He's our lead jammer. Look at that.
Polly is getting sent to the box for a cut. This is going to be a Goonies power jam. It's exactly what they need if they're going to try and get back in this bout.
Absolutely. Kind of a gap here going on, and it'd be nice if the Goonies could just bring it up a little bit closer to the Team Love Machine.
Truffle Shuffle pushing hard. Bolt was the last line of defense, but she is out of play. Truffle Shuffle picking up a 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
It'd be kind of nice if their helmet covers were pink too, wouldn't it? But they're not. They're purple. But that's okay.
One-on-one with Bolt at the front of the pack again, and that's going to be another Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
I think it almost hurts her to have to let him go.
I know.
She just wants to fight all the way around the track. Nobody in the penalty box at the moment. Everybody's out on the track. I'm not quite sure what's going on over there. It looks like dancing, not so much.
Yeah, Drew Raff is, making Bear work for it. Bear accepted the star pass from Polly, so even though he's got the pivot stripe on his head, he's got that star in his hand, working hard to get to the front, and he does pass Drew Raff once more. Gonna put that star on his head, but Truffle Shuffle calling it off.
After all of that work, he gets the star on his helmet, and it's over.
That was a 16-point jam for the Goonies. Great start to this half. That is the most they've put on the board. Jam all.
Absolutely. What they need to do a couple more times here, and we'll get it nice and tight. Mama Fratelli jamming for the Goonies.
And that's number 9, W for Team Love Machine. Fast feet by Mama Fratelli there, pushing hard at the front of that Love Machine wall. One to beat, but and he does. Just before W was able to sneak through on the inside line, thought W might steal lead jam from him, but we got some jammer on jammer action coming out of turn 2 and through that back straightaway.
I kind of thought W was going to grab on and use him as a whip.
That would have been entertaining to see. You get a free ride.
Sure, why not?
All right, scoreless jam. We are still at 98-37 in favor of Team Love Machine. 16 minutes and 45 seconds left in the bout.
Looks like Bolt jamming for Team Love Machine, and
I think that's number 86, One-Eyed Willie.
Okay.
Quick star pass. Dugby's got it in his hand, able to sneak by, so he is through.
One-Eyed Willie still working through some white blockers.
Dougie was initially called lead jam, but because he accepted a star pass, he is not eligible. The ref was able to correct that, and while he is through for a 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam, he is not your lead jammer. One-Eyed Willie's still eligible to get that lead jammer status if he is able to make it through in his initial pass, but getting tough defense all jam long here from the Love Machine.
Recycled way back.
One-Eyed Willie almost had an opportunity to get through, but he gets tangled up with the long legs of Drew Raff, number 69 there, and wasn't able to break free.
There we go. Now One-Eyed Willie finds his way through the inside, and he is our lead jammer with about almost 50 seconds left in the jam.
He was quite proud of himself for that one. We'll see if he can pick up a couple points here for the Goonies.
Outside to the inside, that's quite a wall for Team Love Machine.
Looks like One-Eyed Willie's going to have lots of opportunity to score points here. Dougie is being sent to the box on a track cut. One-Eyed Willie calling out as soon as he sits down. We're going to start with a power start on the Roller Revolution jam line here in favor of the Goonies.
107 for the Love Machine, 41 for the Goonies.
Goonies are going to put Menace to Sobriety, number 000, also known as Hot Shot tonight. He's going to skate unopposed here for about 30 seconds, and we'll see if he's able to break through. Get a little bit of help from Slick Shoes. Sorry, I can read.
That's okay. We were making up names before. We might as well keep
I know. We've got Snack Shack and the Beard and.
Track cut by Menace to Sobriety.
Goonies. Gotta keep your jammer on the track if you want to get back in this one. You're making it fun for us to call.
Dougie recycled to the back of the pack. That was kind of a big hit from the Goonies. Once again, recycled to the back of the pack by the Truffle Shuffle.
I think he gets my pick for just favorite skater so far of this particular bout. Just for the epicness of his beard.
Maybe we'll just ask him if he can change his name for tomorrow to the Beard. There we go. 5 points for Team Love Machine. Looks like both jammers are back on the track. Oh, just about made it to the outside and then got pushed out.
Was a big hit by W on Menace to Sobriety. Menace to Sobriety slow to get back up. Looked like maybe he hit his head or a little bit of whiplash or something there.
It's always nice to show appreciation for the big hits after you get up.
Menace to Sobriety able to get a star pass off to Truffle Shuffle right before the jam ended, but not in time for the Goonies to score any points there. That's going to bring that jam total to 14 for Team Love Machine, though. Our game total, 121. Team Love Machine, 41 for the Goonies. Just under 12 minutes left. One thing I've been really impressed with all game is it's been relatively penalty-free. We've had a handful of jammer penalties back and forth, but looking at the board, it's quite empty for 30 minutes of play.
Very clean, which is good. Not exactly something that we've seen throughout today.
Very true.
A little different than some of the earlier games from today.
That can be one of the either the pros and cons of playing in kind of these amalgamation teams is nobody really feels like they've got to be the hero.
Yeah.
And everybody just kind of calms down and has fun and then plays their game. And if you are Team Love Machine, you put 5 more points on the board.
That's Booze Traveler with a pink zebra grand slam. And that's all for that jam, so they get the big 5 points there. Team Love Machine at 126. The Goonies stuck at 41.
And we've got a Truffle Shuffle Beard Jam on the Roller Revolution jammer line. He is going up against, that looks like 318 Devastator for Team Love Machine.
We haven't seen Devastator today, have we?
I don't
Not
think
this half, I know.
Definitely not this half. He's coming up against a solid green wall of Goonies at the front of the pack. Truffle Shuffle seeing a similarly strong white wall in the back. Slow going as both jammers try to fight through the middle, kind of bouncing back and forth.
Just about at a standstill until Devastator finds a little light, and he's the lead jammer for Team Love Machine.
Looks like Truffle Shuffle picking up a track cut and being told he's got to take the long way around home to the penalty box.
He's going to prance that beard all the way around the track and then have a seat in the sin bin.
I'll watch that prance all the way around.
In the meantime, Devastator picks up 5 points for the Love Machine.
This is what the heat does to us.
Yeah, among other things, I think. Holy smokes, Devastator with another Grand Slam. That's a pink zebra Grand Slam, and I'm surprised I haven't called it pink squirrel, because that's what I've been trying to call it all day.
We do need to give some love to our sponsor, Pink Zebra. They make fantastic candles and home fragrances and more. Got to check them out at pinkzebrahome.com. Meanwhile, Devastator still putting a ton of points on the board, 15 already this jam, and up against the wall of green.
Oh my goodness.
Multiplayer block, got to let him go, and that's going to bring it to 20 so far for this jam. Truffle Shuffle back on the track, quick spin move around the front, and he is through on his initial pass. No pack call. Devastator is gonna get one to beat yet.
Uh-oh.
Skating a little slower than he did at the start of the jam. I'm not sure if he's hurt or just tired, but definitely wish him the best.
Yeah, I hope they bounce back from that. Getting hurt in a fun game is not what we're looking for.
Definitely not. But he's got 24 points to his name after that jam. Solid performance by Devastator, bringing Team Love Machine's total to 150. Goonies still sitting at 41, just over 8 minutes left. Knox heads in. Petting, I think, would be the proper term for what he was doing to the Team Love Machine wall there. And apparently it worked. It got him lead jammer.
Crazy hands, and away he goes.
Austin Flower has also broken the pack. He's about a quarter of a track behind Knox heads in.
Can we call him Beard Jr.?
I like that.
Okay.
Beard Jr., yes. It's not quite as full as Truffle Shuffles, but it is still admirable.
Yeah, absolutely worth talking about. After all of that, it's 1 point for the Goonies and no points for Team Love Machine. So the Goonies break their 41 points with one extra to bring them to 42. Team Love Machine at 150. You've only got 7 minutes left and we'll be done.
Goonies are going to put Menace to Sobriety, number 000, on the Roller Revolution jammer line. Looks like they were rock, paper, scissoring for...
Sure, who needs to play roller derby with us?
Lead jammer, it can be determined by rock, paper, scissors.
I suppose it could be.
Seems like Dougie's okay with that.
It worked, because there he goes. Hot Shot, Menace to Sobriety, whichever name you would like him to go by, is our lead jammer.
Looks like Dougie passed that star to the pivot of Team Love Machine. That is number 2, Bear, who is in scoring position as Menace to Sobriety is menacing the front of the pack, but really wasn't, trying too hard to get by. Kind of leisurely calls it off at the end there.
I think that's okay. I'm out of bounds and I'm tired, so I'm calling it off. Which I don't blame him one bit.
I can understand that.
It's just easier to call it off than try to go back all the way around.
He did pick up 3 points on that pass, bringing the Goonies total to 45. Team Love Machine at 150, 6 minutes left.
Team Love Machine does have 1 blocker in the penalty box. Bolt is jamming for Team Love Machine against number 5.
I think it's Rolocop, right?
Rolocop.
Rolocop struggled a little bit when he had the star in the first half. Let's see if he's a little bit more successful on this jam. Bolt, always like a Bolt, shoots like a rocket out of the front of that pack through the middle and is in scoring position with lead jammer.
He got a little shove there, a little help for Rolocop. Still trying to make his initial pass. Looks like there's usually 1 left to beat, and then they all come back and kind of suck him back into the pack.
Yep, right now that is Devastator, and I can't quite see who the other skater is there for Team Love Machine who's giving him a hard time. 42, that is Polly. Beautiful defensive work, though. That spinning 2-wall is just impossible to get around. I would not want to be Rolo in this moment.
Nope.
Some solid defense by the Goonies of their own, though. Able to keep Bolt back for quite a while here at the very back of the pack.
Which is not something you see real often for Miss Bolt.
Not at all. That was Truffle Shuffle, knocks heads in, smash, and who else was out there? Looks like Slick Shoes. All on that Goonies defense there, making it look easy to hold back Bolt, which we all know it is not.
No.
Bolt was able to put 8 points on the board in that jam, bringing Team Love Machine's total to 158. Goonies at 45. 4 minutes and 15 seconds left in this bout.
I appreciate all the high fives and the hugging, but getting hugged by someone who has been playing roller derby is kind, but it's messy. Yeah, and makes you want to.
You won't get that smell out for days. No. Just one hug from a roller derby skater, and yeah. Looks like number 77, Mama Fratelli, is your lead jammer for the Goonies.
I'm confused. It looks like the jammer star is kind of hanging out over on the side. I'm confused.
Well,
I'm not sure what happened there.
I don't know either, but the jam got called, so we're going to get some fresh legs. We're going to reset everyone.
Team Love Machine does have 2. Must be a jammer and a blocker is what I'm thinking in the penalty box.
I just saw somebody put the star back on a helmet in the penalty box there, so I think you are correct.
So it must have been a star pass gone bad. They ended up in the penalty box, and so then you got to give the star back and all of that good stuff.
It's very sad.
It is very sad.
We have a carousel or a little bit of
ring around the rosy, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, and now somebody's gonna get hurt.
Knocks heads and having a little bit of fun with it during this timeout. Do want to give a couple more shout outs to our fabulous sponsors here. Larkspur Acupuncture, helping you down your healing path naturally. Find them online at larkspuracupuncture.com. As well as Monica King with Plexus Worldwide, helping you succeed and live your dreams. plexusworldwide.com.
Okay, so it looks like we've got a power start for the Goonies. So they've got lead jam, which is a good thing for the Goonies. Maybe picking up some points for the Goonies team. While whatever it is that's going on for Team Love Machine.
Knox Head's able to put some pretty moves around. Booze Traveler there picks up a 5-point Pink Zebra Grand Slam.
Team Love Machine is telling the Goonie Jammer to call it off.
Looks like the Team Love Machine's jammer must have actually been pulled back onto the bench out of the penalty box, and then they never fielded a jammer for this particular jam.
Okay.
So we're going to go a full 2 minutes with the Goonies scoring as many points as they possibly can.
That's not something that you see every day.
Not at all. I always consider it a success when I'm bench coaching, and I never go a game or go a whole game without a jam like this. So that's kind of the bare minimum of success as a bench coach.
Well, that's probably a good thing, yeah.
Knox heads in, making it look easy, which it's definitely easier when you don't have a jammer against you. He's got 15 points on the board already this jam. There's about a minute left in the period. We'll probably get one more jam left out of this. Looks like we will. Knox very tired in turn 2. Took a big hit there. We're going to call it off. We're going to get lined up.
That's a 23-point jam, though, for the Goonies.
Quite impressive work there by Mr. Knox. We've got 73 points on the board for the Goonies, 158 for Team Love Machine.
Appreciation from the fans is still left here in the arena. Oh my goodness.
Dougie taking a hit from Drew Raff and Tara Toma, but still staying on her feet and able to pick up lead jam. Lankenstein hot on that jammer's heels. Looks like Dougie picks up 1 point before calling it off, and that is going to end our period. We have an unofficial final, 159 for Team Love Machine, 73 for the Goonies.
Interesting game.
Very interesting game.
And probably a good one to close out day 1 of 2015 Rolling Along the River for everyone involved.
Thank you so much for joining us today for Rolling Along the River 2015. On behalf of all of the volunteers, the skaters, we appreciate your support, and we hope that you will join us again tomorrow. Our first game is at 9:30 a.m. and will feature the Rock City Riot versus the Sioux City Cornstalkers. Also got games with the Bisman Bombers versus the Twin City Terrors. Sioux City Roller Dames are playing. Bisman Bombers actually playing 2 games tomorrow. And we'll see the Goonies again, along with another co-ed team, the Purple Rain. So it should be a fun, full day of derby action here at the Wakota Ice Arena. We hope you'll join us again on a live stream, or if you're in the Twin Cities area, come on down to beautiful South St. Paul and show these skaters some love in person.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I am Screamin' Mimi.
And I'm Fibonacci Sequins. Have a great night.